Wang Dali, let go of Xiaomai now, or I'll call the police. This is domestic violence, and you could go to jail. Wang Dali was already very anxious. Seeing Jiang Shutong interfere, he couldn't help but curse loudly. Get lost. How is hitting your wife a reason to go to jail? Our family matters are none of your business. Jiang Shutong didn't argue with him and quickly called the security personnel, who came over to separate them. Jiang Shutong then helped Zhang Xiaomai up. Xiaomai, are you okay? She took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from Zhang Xiaomai's nose, feeling very worried. Wang Dali was truly a beast. They say a husband and wife share 100 days of kindness. Even if Zhang Xiaomai couldn't give him a son, she was still his wife. How could he do such a cruel thing? Because of what Zhang Xiaomai just said, Wang Tsaixia no longer trusted her. Now, they didn't want to find a job for Wang Tsaixia anymore. They just wanted to get back the 700 yuan. Jiang Shutong, you and Zhang Xiaomai are both good-for-nothings. Don't bother looking for a job. Return the 700 yuan to my family. Wang Tsaixia crossed her arms, spitting saliva that almost hit Jiang Shutong's face. Jiang Shutong stepped back in disgust, then calmly replied, 700 yuan? When did you give me that money? I don't know about it. Besides, you didn't ask me to arrange a job for you. Aunt Wang, you can't just lie like that. Do I look like someone who can find any job easily? I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have that ability. Jiang Shutong refused to admit it. Wang Dali and the others looked at Jiang Shutong in disbelief. They didn't expect her to be so shameless, taking their money and not doing anything, and now she even denied it. What does this mean? Is she planning to swallow the money? Jiang Shutong, what do you mean? Didn't you say your husband is powerful and can help Saixia find a job? We have given you all the money. How can you deny it? I am telling you to bring the money quickly, or this matter won't end. Jiang Shutong spread her hands. Just saying you gave money isn't enough. Do you have proof? Show the proof, or else you're just lying. Wang's wife was about to be furious. She never expected that after raising an eagle every day, the eagle would end up pecking her eye. Their family usually either takes advantage of others or suffers losses. They rarely benefit. Zhang Xiaomai, are you silent? Say something. The money was given to you first. Didn't you say you already gave it to Jiang Shutong? Speak up. People around gathered, whispering among themselves. They thought if Jiang Shutong really took the money, it would be wrong not to admit it now. Do ordinary people find it easy to save 700 yuan? Isn't this asking for trouble? Zhang Xiaomai hid behind the security officers, feeling a bit braver. Anyway, Wang Dali and the others couldn't hit her. I never gave the money to Shutong. I still have it. Hearing this, Wang Dali was about to explode with anger. You good for nothing. So much money, what are you doing with it? Our family trusts you so much, and you secretly took it? Hurry up and give the money back, or we'll get a divorce. I won't stay with you, you old hag. Zhang Xiaomai had already seen through him. She sneered and said to the workers nearby, everyone come and see. Look at this. Wang Dali is my husband. He has 700 yuan but won't spend it on his wife and kids. Instead, he's using it to buy a job for his distant cousin. Do you think that's fair? The crowd couldn't help but whisper. 700 yuan is a lot of money. Giving so much to a distant cousin for a job? Are they crazy? Not only a cousin, even siblings would need to think carefully. Seeing everyone start to discuss, Wang Dali and his family also became nervous. They had something to hide. That's not right. 700 yuan is a lot. How can he just spend it on others? Xiaomai works overtime in the workshop every day to earn more money. With 700 yuan, she could even help her wife get a new job. Why spend it on the cousin? The crowd wasn't fools. This story didn't add up. The job search wasn't made public, so no one knew what was really happening. Now that they hear about spending 700 yuan on a job, everyone starts to speculate. Wang Tsaixia stopped crying and looked at Zhang Xiaomai with a worried face. Soon, Zhang Xiaomai spoke again. Everyone thinks this is unfair, right? But actually, it's quite reasonable. Because Wang Tsaixia isn't his distant cousin. She's his mistress outside. The baby in her belly is also Wang Dali's child. When this was said, The Wang family turned pale, and the crowd started to buzz loudly. This news was very shocking. Oh my goodness, is it true? He has a wife and kids at home but doesn't take care of them, goes out to cheat, and gets someone else pregnant. Isn't that just a bad person? Exactly. If this had happened a couple of years ago, he would have been arrested. Everyone was talking excitedly, discussing eagerly. Wang Dali went crazy and rushed forward to hit someone, but was stopped by security personnel. Be honest. If you dare to hit again, we'll take you to the police station. The security staff were also gossiping and eager to hear what would happen next. They knew they had to protect Zhang Xiaomai. Zhang Xiaomai, stop talking nonsense. Are you telling the truth? I didn't expect you to say such things. Shut up now. Do you believe I will divorce you and make you leave? Zhang Xiaomai was fed up. Wang Dali didn't want a divorce. She wanted to leave him. Using this as a threat was just too funny. Fine, I will leave. I've tolerated you for a long time. You go out and fool around every day, even sleeping with your distant cousin. I'm worried you might be sick. If you don't divorce me, I will leave you. Wang's wife sat down on the ground, slapped her thigh, and cried loudly. Oh, dear ancestors, what a sad family. Such a terrible daughter-in-law. Grand ancestors, please open your eyes and take her away. As she cursed, Wang's wife started singing. Jiang Shudong found it quite funny. Today, she felt like she had seen a cultural treasure. Wang Dali and Wang Saixia refused to admit anything and kept demanding proof. But the evidence was about to be revealed. Zhang Xiaomai went home and took out the evidence she had collected from her cabinet. It was an envelope filled with photos. If I didn't have proof, could I accuse you wrongly? You two sneaking around behind my back, kissing and going to the hospital for checkups. If this baby isn't yours, then whose is it? Everyone looked at the photos inside the envelope, and their eyes lit up. In the photos, Wang Dali is very close to Wang Saixia. There are pictures of them gazing into each other's eyes, even kissing, and photos of them going to the hospital for prenatal checkups. One photo shows Wang Dali gently touching Wang Saixia's belly. It's clear and real. No need for proof. It proves Wang Dali is definitely unfaithful. How can someone kiss their distant relative? That's just wrong. At first, Wang Dali and the others didn't realize what was happening until they saw the photos. Their faces darkened with anger. There's no editing or fake images here. These photos are real. Since they exist, they are solid proof. Wang's wife couldn't hold back her anger anymore. She stood up, pointed at Zhang Xiaomai's nose, and yelled, "You wicked woman! I never thought you were so scheming. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Dali marry someone like you. You're trouble, and you can't even have a son. You're going to make our Wang family go extinct. What's wrong with Dali seeing other women? It's because you can't have a child. If you could, he wouldn't need to look elsewhere. It's all your fault. Now give me that 700 yuan, pack your things, and get out with your two useless kids. Otherwise, I won't spare you. What is being legally ignorant? That's it. Wang's wife doesn't understand the law, or that cheating requires divorce. She only knows she can't have a son, so it's her fault. Zhang Xiaomai is seen as a sinner in the Wang family. Now that her son has another woman, she doesn't need to stay. The women listening found her words unbearable. She's a woman herself. How can she say such things? Can people control whether they have boys or girls? Men provide the conditions. Women can only give birth. Wang Dali can't do it himself, so why blame Zhang Xiaomai? And cheating involves moral issues. She openly admits it without hesitation. At first, Jiang Shudong was worried these accusations wouldn't stop Wang Dali. Now she's completely reassured. Her only fear was useless allies who wouldn't help or even hinder her. This time, she has to praise Wang's wife. Well done. Wang auntie, you're wrong. Whether it's a boy or girl depends on your son, not Xiaomai. Your son is planting corn, so how can he grow sorghum? Blame your son for being lazy. Don't blame your daughter-in-law. Furthermore, cheating is not something to be proud of. Why are you so proud of it? A straightforward auntie stepped forward and spoke directly. People nearby couldn't help but criticize. You're shameless, acting like you're not a woman, calling others trash. What about you? Are you a disgrace? And Wang Dali, your situation isn't great, but you still play around. With that face, I wouldn't look at you. Wheat suits him. It's like putting flowers on cow dung. Everyone took turns speaking, and no one supported Wang's family. Wang Dali's face turned pale, and he forced down his anger. Xiaomai, we are married. What good does it do to say these things now? Let's talk when we get home. Wang Dali knew he was in the wrong and wanted to coax Xiaomai back. His main goal was to find the 700 yuan and then kick out that shameless person without hesitation. Xiaomai wasn't stupid. She had been with Wang Dali for many years and knew what kind of person he was. She shook her head immediately and clearly stated her position. Today, Wang Dali, I want a divorce. I will take our 2 daughters. That 700 yuan is mine. I don't want anything else. As for you and Wang Tsaixia, you can live as you like. It has nothing to do with me. I wish you both happiness. Wang Dali didn't have much money, only that 700 yuan. If Xiaomai took it all, their family would be left with nothing. I'm telling you, there's no way. We can divorce, but you must leave the money. I don't want those 2 troublemakers. You can take everything. If you disagree, then forget it. Xiaomai sneered. That's not up to you. There are so many witnesses here. I've asked around, and for someone like you who cheats during marriage, the house and money should be split with the wife. We don't even have a house. We only live in a dorm. There's nothing to argue about. I don't want the furniture we bought when we got married. I only want that 700 yuan. Wang Dali refused to agree no matter what. Xiaomai didn't argue with him further and directly called her supervisor. If the supervisor could resolve this, there was no need to call the police, saving a lot of trouble. Wang Dali's supervisor came and learned the full story. He sided with Xiaomai. How could a man behave like this? If you really don't want to stay married, you can get a divorce. When the time comes, whoever you want to have children with is your choice, and no one else can interfere. It's not right to say that before getting divorced, you already started a relationship with another woman. That would be considered bad behavior. In the end, the leader suggested writing a formal agreement for both sides to sign. The 700 yuan would go to Zhang Xiaomai, and her 2 daughters would also be with her. The rest would be given to Wang Dali. Dali, think carefully. You originally had some issues with your conduct, so the company would probably fire you. But your wife didn't strongly demand anything, just the 700 yuan. You're a long-time employee here, and we can arrange another job for you, so you can keep working. Otherwise, you'll have to give the money back and you might lose your job. Since Wang Dali had conduct issues, he couldn't stay in the workshop. They planned to transfer him somewhere else, maybe to work in the boiler room. Wang's wife suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. Wang Dali immediately shouted, Zhang Xiaomai, you made my mother faint. I want an explanation from you today. Zhang Shudong saw this and quickly stepped forward. Let me help. Step aside, I will save her. While Wang Dali was stunned, Zhang Shudong moved quickly. She reached out and pressed her thumb into Wang's grandmother's, applying pressure until blood came out. Wang's grandmother was pretending at first, but now she was in real pain and screamed loudly, waking up. Zhang Shutong quickly stepped back, smiled slightly, and said, No need to thank me. It's what I should do. Wang Dali had no choice but to sign his name with a stiff hand. In the afternoon, they went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. On the way back, Zhang Xiaomai felt like everything was sweet. Wang Dali, on the other hand, hated Zhang Xiaomai. You wicked woman, don't think that divorcing me means you'll have a good life. With your face so pale and 2 daughters, no man will want you. You'll be a lonely old woman for the rest of your life. Zhang Xiaomai didn't mind. That's none of your business. You should think about how to earn money to support the family. Back at the factory, the workshop director also felt very sympathetic toward Zhang Xiaomai. Comrade Zhang Xiaomai, I have already applied to the higher authorities, and a separate dormitory has been assigned to you. Although the house is small, it should be enough for you and your 2 daughters. Here is the key. Please tidy up and move in with the children. Currently, housing is tight. Given Zhang Xiaomai's situation, she could only share a communal dorm with others, 6 people in 1 room. But because Zhang Shutong also spoke to the leaders on her behalf, Zhang Xiaomai was able to get a private room. Zhang Xiaomai didn't expect this surprise and quickly thanked the leader. The leader sighed. This is thanks to Secretary Jiang. If she hadn't helped, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Zhang Xiaomai understood that Jiang Shutong must have pleaded with the leaders for her. The best decision she ever made in her life was to be friends with Jiang Shutong, who never took advantage of her during her hardest times. Thank you, leader. I understand. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaomai didn't go to work. She took her 2 daughters and cleaned up the new apartment. It wasn't big, but now they had their own place. Her daughters wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. This was the best outcome for them. Usually, children don't want their parents to divorce, but Zhang Xiaomai's 2 children felt differently. At the Wang family, their father only scolded and hit them. They would rather not have a father. After work, Jiang Shutong left her office and saw Gu Zhengnan approaching.
Let's go home, he said.
She was surprised by how quickly Gu Zhengnan acted. It made her feel warm inside. I told you not to come pick me up. Are you done with work at the office? Gu Zhengnan smiled. It's okay. I'll pick you up and then go back to work. It won't affect anything. Hearing that Gu Zhengnan left work to pick her up, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but frown. If you keep doing this, I'll get angry. You only need to see me off in the morning. You don't need to pick me up at night. I have something to do now. I need to visit Xiaomai. You can go back first. I'll take the bus home later. Jiang Shutong briefly explained what happened today. Gu Zhengnan hesitated. He wanted to go with her to see Zhang Xiaomai, but after glancing at his watch, he was worried about being late. After saying a few words, he rode off. Jiang Shutong went straight to Zhang Xiaomai's place. Zhang Xiaomai saw Jiang Shutong come over, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. She held the divorce certificate in her hand and felt a sense of relief, as the heavy burden on her shoulders had been lifted. Now, her salary was nearly 900 yuan, enough to support her 2 daughters. She planned to keep working to earn more money. Her life now felt very happy. Shutong, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have such a good place to stay. The housing was allocated by the leaders. Ordinary workers couldn't get a house easily. Moving into this one was a matter of face and status. Jiang Shutong also felt happy for Zhang Xiaomai. There's no need to thank me. When I was having a hard time before, you helped me too.
Don't be so polite.
Now you and Nizi and the others have a place to live, so you don't need to worry anymore. As for Wang Dali, he won't have a good ending. If Wang Tsaixia has another daughter, that would be interesting. Aren't they all hoping for a son? The more they want a son, the less likely they are to get one. Karma will come around. The Wang family's cruelty will surely bring consequences. Zhang Xiaomai had suffered for many years and experienced betrayal. Naturally, she didn't wish Wang Dali and his family well. That's what you say, but I heard they said Wang Tsaixia went to a traditional rural doctor to check her pregnancy. The doctor said it's a boy, or Wang Dali and his family wouldn't be so attentive to her. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaomai felt a bit resentful. Jiang Shutong raised an eyebrow. That's funny. How can a pulse reading tell the gender of a baby? If it were that accurate, why would they need ultrasound scans? They could just read the pulse. But some old doctors are quite skilled, so maybe they can really see something. Still, Jiang Shutong hoped Wang Tsaixia would have a girl, so she could humiliate the Wang family. She also noticed that Wang Tsaixia was not someone to be messed with, enough to give Wang Dali and his family a hard time. Jiang Shutong sat on a stool, talked with Zhang Xiaomai's 2 daughters for a while, then left. She waited at the bus stop for a while, then the bus arrived. Jiang Shutong got on and found a seat. She sat down, feeling a bit new to riding the bus. Usually she rode her bike. Now sitting on the bus, she felt quite comfortable. Out of boredom, she propped her chin and looked outside. As she passed a street intersection, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but widen her eyes. She saw Gu Zhengbei and Wang Na. Because they had been kicked out again, Gu Zhengbei was currently staying in his company dormitory with Wang Na. They were probably out running errands and arguing about something. From a distance, Jiang Shutong turned her head and looked a few more times, thinking that if they were like this, they should just get a divorce. Gu Zhengbei really wanted to divorce Wang Na. He wasn't stupid. Compared to his reputation as the young master of the Gu family, Wang Na was nothing. In the past, he cared about feelings, But now he knew his father-in-law and mother-in-law weren't good people. Wang Na was just a lazy eater. It was actually good to divorce her. Even if he remarried later, he could find a young girl. After all, holding a stable job and having a good family background were important. When the time came, he wanted to choose carefully someone with a good family background who could help him, preferably a wealthy and beautiful girl. But Wang Na refused to agree to the divorce, and today she also discovered his secret. Gu Zhengbei, don't think I didn't hear what you said to that woman today. You're not even a real Gu family member. You're just a fake. If you dare to divorce me, I'll tell your parents immediately. Do you think you can stay in the Gu family after that? Gu Zhengbei's face turned pale. He didn't expect Wang Na to follow him. I don't know what you're talking about. Stop talking nonsense here. Wang Na looked proud, with her hands on her hips. In the past, she couldn't understand why her husband didn't get along with his two brothers. Gu Zhengbei had always been comparing himself to Gu Nannan. Now she finally understood. He wasn't even a real Gu family member. She said, "You know whether what I said is true or not. If you dare to mention divorce again, I'll tell everyone. With the Gu family's power, do you think they can't find out? When that happens, they'll probably replace their own son and kick you out." Gu Zhengbei was completely hopeless now because he knew Wang Na was telling the truth. No one in the Gu family was useless. If this got out, even if they didn't kick him out, his status would drop significantly. He had calculated everything, but he never expected Wang Na to find out. Actually, he only learned last year that he wasn't their biological son. Last summer, a simple-dressed woman found him, grabbed his hand, and cried, saying he was not a Gu family child but her own, and that he had been switched at birth. At first, Gu Zhengbei didn't believe her, but one day she took him home. In a rundown house, he saw a man about his age with a righteous face, who looked somewhat like Gu Hongwei. It was clear he was from the Gu family. This made him very nervous. He repeatedly told them not to let the Gu family find out about this, or his good life would end. As Gu Zhengbei's biological parents, they naturally wanted him to be happy. But they had no money and lived a hard life, so they often asked him to send some money home. To avoid being caught, Gu Zhengbei would secretly send money to his family from time to time, hoping to keep it a secret forever. Now that Wang Na knew, divorce was inevitable. As long as they didn't divorce, they were like ants on a string, bound together. Wang Na would also have to consider him. If they divorced, Wang Na's personality might cause her to betray him, and he would be finished. He had been a young master for over 20 years and didn't want to go back to being a poor man's son. He preferred to let that fool take over his life. Stop arguing. Don't let others hear and laugh at us. If you don't want a divorce, then don't. Honestly, I also don't want to. We've been married for many years, so we must have feelings. I just can't help it. The pressure at home is too much, and I said those things in anger. Gu Zhengbei was flexible and adaptable. After speaking, he hugged Wang Na and softly comforted her a few more words. After half an hour, Wang Na calmed down, and the two rode back to their dormitory. Meanwhile, Gu Hongwei and Li Wenxiu had been waiting for the divorce. Gu Hongwei only gave Gu Zhengbei 3 days. He thought the paperwork would be done on the first day, but it took so long with no news. Gu Hongwei was anxious. No matter how bad Gu Zhengbei was, he was still his son. He hoped for his son's happiness. He believed that if he spoke strongly, Gu Zhengbei would divorce. But he didn't expect their relationship to be so deep. Wang Na kept making mistakes but refused to give up. Li Wenxiu also wanted to plead for Wang Na, but knowing her husband's anger was serious this time, she chose to stay silent. Gu Manman has become much more obedient recently because Gu Hongwei gave her a strict warning. He told her to study hard. If she doesn't get into college this year, she should keep reviewing next year. If she still can't get in next year, her pocket money will be cut in half. Gu Manman usually spends money freely, and she feels uncomfortable when she doesn't have enough. These days, she has been studying seriously with her third brother. Jiang Shudong returned to the residential area. The 3 children had already finished school and were playing in the yard with other kids. Actually, the 3 children have good personalities and are quite likable. Seeing them playing happily with the other children in the neighborhood made Jiang Shudong feel happy. Gu Zhengnan didn't see Jiang Shudong and rode his bike back to the research office. He is almost done with his work now. Bai Bing has been feeling gloomy these days. Since the incident last time, she has been brooding over it. She originally thought it would ruin Jiang Shudong, but Jiang Shudong cleared her name. After work, a few people gathered to talk. Boss is my sister-in-law, okay? The person spreading rumors is really terrible. They should be caught and punished. Everyone was speaking up for Jiang Shudong, feeling she was wronged. When she was falsely accused, they also defended her. But back then, everyone had too many prejudices against her and didn't believe what they said. Jiang Shudong would probably be happy if she knew. She didn't work hard for nothing. Bai Bing saw them praising Jiang Shudong and couldn't help but roll her eyes. She then muttered quietly, "It's not that secretary's fault. Maybe it's someone else's. You never know." She thought she was speaking quietly and no one could hear her, but Gu Zhengnan heard her. "Bai Bing, what did you just say?" Bai Bing was stunned. After reacting, she forced a smile. "Senior brother, I didn't say anything." Gu Zhengnan's face turned cold. "Don't call me senior brother. This is the workplace, not school.
Just call me Engineer Gu from now on."
I heard what you just said. You said I don't know who the father of my wife's 3 children is. I don't understand what you mean. But today, in front of everyone, I want to clarify something. Those 3 children are not someone else's. They are mine. When Gu Zhengnan said this, everyone couldn't help but stare in shock. They all knew Jiang Shutong's 3 children were the result of an unplanned pregnancy, and no one knew who the father was. It seemed she got pregnant without much thought. Otherwise, Jiang Shutong wouldn't have been able to raise the children alone for 6 years. But now, what does the eldest son mean by saying that? Does he mean those 3 children are his? Bai Bing also realized this and immediately responded, "Brother, please don't talk nonsense. How could those children be yours? You two didn't even know each other back then. If they were yours, why did you only get married after 6 years?" Gu Zhengnan repeated Jiang Shutong's explanation. After hearing this, everyone was so shocked they couldn't even breathe. "So, those 3 children are mine. It's not that Shutong was unfaithful before marriage. I was impulsive at the time. Later, I had a car accident and lost my memory. I forgot about this. Otherwise, why would she have suffered so much all these years? Honestly, I was the one who made the mistake, not her. If I hear anyone talking about this behind my back again, I will definitely investigate." Gu Zhengnan was very angry. He would rather hear others gossip about him than see Jiang Shudong being criticized. After all, she is a woman and needs her good reputation. As for him, a man with a thick skin, he wasn't afraid. Yang Hao was a bit worried. "Boss, you shouldn't say things like that. If it gets out, it won't sound good." Yang Hao was also thinking for Gu Zhengnan. Gu Zhengnan waved his hand. "It's okay. A man should be brave enough to admit his mistakes. Over the years, Shutong's character has been criticized. I can't just stand by and watch. Now that she is my wife, I won't allow anyone to slander her." Bai Bing was completely disheartened. If Jiang Shutong's 3 sons were Gu Zhengnan's children, it would prove their relationship was very strong, and the chances of divorce would be very low. Could she still succeed in climbing the social ladder? All of this was too unbelievable. They had never heard of Gu Zhengnan dating anyone before, so there must be some hidden reason behind it. "Brother, you shouldn't ruin your reputation for a woman. The leaders value you so much. If they find out about this, how will they feel?" Bai Bing was still not giving up and spoke stubbornly. At this point, Gu Zhengnan was truly annoyed. "Comrade Bai, if you continue to try to sow discord between us, I will consider transferring you to another team. Be careful. Currently, the research project was led by Gu Zhengnan, who was the team leader, and the rest were team members. If Bai Bing keeps causing trouble, she won't be able to focus fully on her work. In that case, it would be better to transfer her to another department." Gu Zhengnan was surprised that Bai Bing's words were so direct. Personal matters are personal. Work is work. Now, he wanted to transfer her just because of a broken shoe? Bai Bing looked at Gu Zhengnan in disbelief, and a few others nearby were also shocked. Gu Zhengnan is very capable. With his guidance, projects progress quickly. Helping him out has been very beneficial. They have worked at the research institute for many years and have never seen anyone transferred away. If this news got out, Bai Bing would be very embarrassed. Senior brother Gu, how can you do this? Personal issues shouldn't affect work. If you can't tell the difference, I will tell my dad. Bai Bing directly brought up her father, thinking that even if Gu Zhengnan didn't respect her, he would still respect her father. Unexpectedly, Gu Zhengnan responded even more harshly. If that's the case, I can't work with you. If you don't want to leave, I will. You don't need to use your father to pressure me. Shatong is my wife, and I won't tolerate anyone who insults her. Gu Zhengnan was very confident and commanding. Bai Bing could refuse to leave, but then he would leave instead. But that was just talk. Everyone knew that if Gu Zhengnan left this project, it would be a mess. What could Bai Bing accomplish alone? Seeing this, the others quickly stepped in to smooth things over. They all shared the same office, and it wouldn't be good to have such a big fight. All right, Xiaobing, this is indeed your fault. Sister-in-law is very nice and even treated us to a meal. How could you think so badly of her? Don't say such things again. Apologize to old Da. Exactly. Your words were too harsh. Sister-in-law is kind, and the boss is good too. They just had a small misunderstanding. Once it's cleared up, everything will be fine. Later, we can spread the truth so everyone knows what really happened, and no one will gossip behind their backs. The others were quite tactful and spoke kindly. Bai Bing knew she had to go along with the flow now, or Gu Zhengnan might really send her away. She didn't want to give up such a good project and be pushed aside in another team. That would be foolish. In the end, Bai Bing reluctantly apologized to Gu Zhengnan. Senior brother Gu, I know I was wrong. I promise I won't speak badly about Comrade Jiang anymore. Gu Zhengnan glanced at her sideways. If there's a next time, no negotiations. I hope you remember what you said. Bai Bing felt embarrassed, but could only nod in agreement. After work, Gu Zhengnan finally went home. When he arrived, he found Jiang Shadong had already prepared dinner. She had made a few pancakes, cooked pumpkin millet porridge, sliced a cucumber, and stir-fried some potato strips. It was simple home-cooked food, but it was very comforting to eat at night. The three children sat in the yard eating and chatting. Gu Zhengnan learned that Zhang Xiaomai had finally escaped her hardships, and he felt genuinely happy for her. The three kids chattered nearby, discussing their sister's situation. Then Gu Zhengnan mentioned the college entrance exam, saying he had some inside information. It was already decided, and would probably start in winter. This news was usually not known to the public. Only people inside the education department might have some hints. But nothing was confirmed yet, just a guess. Jiang Shadong knew the exam date was December 10th. There would be 4 subjects, with a total score of 400 points. It wasn't very difficult for her. She was thinking about whether to choose arts or science. She could do either, but science scores might be more valuable. If she couldn't do well, she planned to choose science and aim for Huaxing College. That way, she wouldn't have to go far away, which was convenient. Jiang Shadong had her own ideas, but she wouldn't say them out loud. If others heard she was aiming for Huaxing, they might think she was crazy. Although she studied at home, few people saw her actually studying. If she scored high, it might raise suspicion. Thinking of this, Jiang Shadong couldn't help but suggest, just to be safe, I plan to attend night school tonight. I'll study with others so I can be more confident about the college entrance exam. Gu Zhengnan frowned. He thought that might be too tiring. You're pregnant now, and you still have to work during the day. Studying at night might be too exhausting. Jiang Shadong smiled. It's not too hard. It's already August. Only 4 months left. If I don't hurry now, next year the exam might be even harder. Gu Zhengnan nodded, agreeing that her point made sense. If she could get into university, that would be impressive. At this time, most people had low education levels. Getting into college was like a golden opportunity. Many still held biases against Jiang Shadong. When she becomes a college student, who will dare to look down on her? Thinking of this, Gu Zhengnan quickly said, Then you go to night school, and I will stay at home to take care of the children. Everything at home is left to me, so you can focus on studying. Jiang Shadong felt very touched. It's not easy for a grown man to do this. Zhengnan, thank you for your hard work lately. After saying this, Zhang Shatong suddenly thought of Wu Xiuling. Her mother-in-law probably couldn't help her take care of the children. Even if Li Wenxiu offered to help, she wouldn't feel at ease. If her mother took care of the children herself, she would feel more secure. Rather than letting her work for others, it's better for her to help take care of the children at home, and she would get her full wages. How about I ask my mom to come over and help us take care of the children? We can pay her whatever she needs, and you agree? That way we can both relax a bit. Gu Zhengnan was very busy, and sometimes he had to work overtime. He really couldn't manage everything. When Gu Zhengnan heard this, he thought it made sense. Sure, ask your mom if she's willing. After dinner, Zhang Shatong asked Gu Zhengnan to take her to Wu Xiuling's place. Jiang Shuqing had already been hired by a clothing factory, but since the factory wasn't far away, she still lived with Wu Xiuling. Seeing Jiang Shatong and her group arrive, Wu Xiuling quickly stood up to greet them. Has the child eaten? Come, sit and eat together. Jiang Shatong shook her head. No, we've already eaten. Later, Jiang Shatong inquired about Wu Xiuling's recent work situation. Wu Xiuling was taking care of a teacher who had a leg injury. It had been quite a while, and she probably had recovered now. When Jiang Shatong asked, she saw Wu Xiuling look worried again. Teacher Li is almost fully recovered. After finishing this month's work, I'll need to find another job. Wu Xiuling couldn't stay idle. At her age, what else could she do? She used to think working in the factory with a steady job was good, but now she felt being a nanny was also nice and quite free. Jiang Shutong's eyes lit up. Mom, I have good news I haven't told you yet. I'm pregnant again. Hearing this, Wu Xiuling dropped her chopsticks onto the table. She wasn't as happy as expected, but instead, she frowned deeply. 3 children are not enough? How come you're pregnant again? Having a baby is so the body. Can you handle it? Hearing Wu Xiuling say this, Zhang Shatong was stunned. When she finally reacted, her nose felt sore, and she almost cried. It's true that only a mother truly cares. Others are happy when they hear she's pregnant because the family is adding a new member, but only her mother worries about her health and fears she might get hurt.
Mom, it's okay.
I'm young, and I should have more children. Maybe it's a girl. I want a daughter too. Besides, it's been 6 years since I last had a baby, and my body has already recovered. Although she said this, Jiang Shatong still remembered how nervous she was when she gave birth. Wu Xiuling sighed. You have a point. But after you have the baby, who will take care of you? Does your mother-in-law have time? Jiang Shatong shook her head. She didn't care whether Gu Zhengnan was there or not. She directly revealed Wen Xiu's true nature. My mother-in-law doesn't like me. Even if she helps take care of the baby, I don't trust her. Mom, I came today to ask if you'd be willing to help me take care of the child. I'll pay you 30 yuan a month. We'll cover food and drinks with Zhengnan. You just need to pick up and drop off the kids and cook sometimes. Is that okay? Although she was speaking to her own mother, Jiang Shatong still wanted to ask for her opinion. Wu Xiuling waved her hands repeatedly. Are you joking? Helping you take care of the kids, and you want to pay me? I'm not an outsider. As long as you take care of my food and drink, that's enough. By the way, do you have a place to stay? Jiang Shatong frowned. Before she could speak, Gu Zhengnan interrupted. Mom, you must accept this money. If you don't, Jiang Shatong and I won't need you anymore. Jiang Shatong looked at Gu Zhengnan with satisfaction. At least he wasn't the kind of person to seek benefits. 30 yuan a month for her mother is less than 400 a year. Taking care of children isn't easy, and she might also need help with her daughter besides her 3 sons. Most importantly, they couldn't hire just anyone at this time. That would be a symbol of capitalism. If her own mother did it, no one could say anything. Relatives coming to help is normal. Jiang Shatong also agreed, saying, Mom, Zhengnan is right. You can earn so much outside, so why shouldn't you get paid for helping us? You're getting older, so you should save some money for your retirement. If you agree to help us, we will use you. If not, we will find someone else later. Wu Xiuling was anxious because 30 yuan is a lot. An ordinary worker might not earn that much in a month. Mom is willing, but you don't need to pay 30 yuan a month. Just 15 yuan a month is fine. Jiang Shudong smiled helplessly. No, if I say 30, I mean 30. That's settled. Just see when that work ends, and then you can move in directly. Wu Xiling looked at the house. What about the rented place? Let Xuqing stay here. Hearing this, Jiang Xuqing quickly shook her head. Mom, I'll apply for a dorm at the clothing factory. I can stay there and then I'll return this house. It'll save some money. There's no need for that. Gu Zhengnan quickly added, Second sister, I'll talk to the factory boss and get you a better dorm. You won't have to worry about housing. Gu Zhengnan can handle this easily. He knows the factory leaders, so it's just a matter of a word. Jiang Xuqing looked grateful. Without her brother-in-law, she wouldn't know what trouble she'd be in now. They quickly finished talking and sat together for a while. Only then did Jiang Shudong and the others leave. On the way home, Jiang Shudong suddenly remembered Su Weigua. Oh, I forgot about that guy. He even took 30 yuan from my second sister. I need to ask where he works and get that money back. Gu Zhengnan chuckled. You're pregnant now, so don't cause trouble. I'll go with you later. After hearing about Su Weigua, Gu Zhengnan also found it hard to believe. He'd never seen such a shameless man. If he can't date, he shouldn't bother others. When they got home, the 3 kids were already asleep. Jiang Shudong and Gu Zhengnan washed up and went to bed early. The next morning, when Jiang Shudong went to work, she learned that Wang Dali had been transferred to the cafeteria, responsible for boiling water. That meant his salary was cut by more than half. Wang Tsaixia was upset about this. That night, she argued with her husband. She had no choice but to agree to go out as a nanny to earn money, so she wouldn't cause more trouble. When Jiang Shudong found out, she naturally felt happy to see Wang Tsaixia get into trouble. She knew Wang Tsaixia was not an easy person, and soon the Wang family would face misfortune. Zhang Xiaomai's life with her 2 daughters improved greatly. In the morning, they ate meat buns, and at noon, Zhang Xiaomai planned to invite Jiang Shudong to dinner as a thank you. Jiang Shudong was not polite and agreed to let Zhang Xiaomai host the meal. In the afternoon, Zheng Zhengwo announced Jiang Shutong's promotion. Everyone knew Jiang Shudong had become the factory director's secretary, and they had all kinds of opinions. Some people were unhappy and questioned her, but questioning was useless. If anyone was dissatisfied, they could step forward and compare themselves to Jiang Shudong. But no one could match her skills. Everyone also saw Jiang Shutong's abilities. Since she came to the secretary's office, she had taught everyone a lot of useful things. Most people wouldn't be so generous, so Jiang Shutong attracted many followers. Soon, everyone accepted her position. The most upset was Lu Tianxiang. He didn't expect Jiang Shutong to really become the factory director's secretary. He thought, she's just a woman, what big things can she do? He didn't believe the factory director had no interest in her. Lu Tianxiang was so anxious, he scratched his head, and was so angry that he developed several blisters on his lips. Jiang Shudong also showed her skills. Whether it was daily tasks, speech writing, or handling transportation, she did everything perfectly. Zheng Zhengwo never thought a secretary could help him organize things so well. He felt very lucky about his decision. The Secretary General also admired Jiang Shudong. Such a woman, capable and resourceful, was rare. After work in the afternoon, Jiang Shudong took a bus to visit Jiang Xuqing. When Jiang Xuqing heard about the scumbag, she hesitated but couldn't resist Jiang Shutong's persistent persuasion. In the end, she gave her the address. Jiang Shudong nodded. All right, don't worry. I will definitely get back the 30 yuan. We can't afford to lose this money. Jiang Xuqing was a bit worried. If you go, don't go alone. You're pregnant, so safety comes first. Jiang Shudong nodded.
Don't worry about that.
Zheng Nan will go with me. Tomorrow is Sunday, so she doesn't need to go to the factory. She will go directly to ask for the money. After returning from the clothing factory to the residential area, Jiang Shudong told Gu Zhengnan about it. Gu Zhengnan sighed. I have to work overtime tomorrow. How about this? I'll call Jingting and the others to come over and keep you company. Jiang Shudong felt a bit embarrassed. Last time, Luo Dajiang and He Jingting helped with something, but I can't always rely on them. They're not bodyguards. If I can't, I can go alone. It's better not to trouble them all the time. Guozhengnan smiled. They have more flexible jobs, which is fine. I'll call Jingting later and invite him to dinner. Jiang Shutong didn't say anything more after that. The next morning, Jingting drove over. He really looked relaxed and confident. He wasn't empty-handed. He brought toys for the 3 kids. After greeting Jiang Shutong briefly, they set off. At the elementary school teacher's apartment, Jiang Shutong stopped someone downstairs to help call Su Weigua. Did he go upstairs?
Soon he came down.
This comrade, Teacher Su, went out today. Looks like he's out with his partner. Jiang Shutong thanked him and waited downstairs at the staff building. Soon, Su Weigua came back with a young woman, talking and laughing. They seemed quite close. Jiang Shutong nodded toward Jingting. Jingting, that's the man. Jingting nodded and went out to stop him. Su Weigua was stopped and frowned.
Who are you?
Move aside. At that moment, Jiang Shutong also approached. She looked at Su Weigua carefully, then turned to the woman beside him. The woman had neat features and looked honest. She probably was tricked by Su Weigua. Seeing Jiang Shutong, Su Weigua was startled. He quickly looked around, worried that Jiang Shuqing might come over. He was with his blind date now, and didn't want her to find out he had just broken up with his previous partner. What are you doing? Get out of the way. You good for nothing. Seeing Su Weigua so anxious, the woman next to him asked, Teacher Su, what's going on? Su Weigua tried to go around. Ignore them. Let's go upstairs quickly. Jingting stretched out his arm and stopped him firmly. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you feeling guilty? Su Weigua straightened his chest and looked up, noticing he only reached Jingtian's neck. I'm not guilty of anything. I don't even know you guys. If you keep this up, I'll call the security team. Jingtian couldn't help but laugh. Go ahead and call. You can even report to the police. I want everyone to see if someone like you should be taken away for reform. A female colleague nearby also sensed something was wrong and asked Jiang Shutong, what's going on? Do you have a problem with each other? Jiang Shutong then spoke. Ma'am, do you know that Su Weigua had a partner when you two were dating? The woman's eyes widened instantly. No, I didn't know. Teacher Su, what's really happening? Su Weigua's face turned dark. He pointed at Jiang Shutong and yelled, look at you, so flirtatious. You're not a good person. Stop accusing me. I broke up with your second sister a long time ago. Why bring up old stuff? What are you really thinking? Hearing his foul language, Jingtian grabbed Su Weigua by the collar and pulled him up. Watch your language. Do you know who my sister-in-law is? If you dare curse again, I'll knock your teeth out. Today, Luo Dajiang didn't come, but Jingtian was not someone to mess with. After a few words, Su Weigua shut his mouth. Jiang Shutong continued, someone introduced you to him. He thought my second sister wasn't good enough for him and dumped her. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. But during their relationship, he took back all the expenses. Even when my second sister ate a bowl of dumplings at his house, he charged her 5 cents per dumpling. Do you know about this? The woman's face immediately turned red with shock. She had never heard of such a thing before. At this moment, many people had gathered around. Su Weigua's face darkened. He didn't want others to know about the money issue. He wasn't stupid. He knew it was embarrassing. But now Jiang Shutong was telling everyone, which was like tearing off his mask in front of everyone. Everyone, come and take a look. See Chin Shimmy. When he found someone better, he kicked out my second sister and split up with her. He even cheated her out of 30 yuan. He went to her house and ate a bowl of dumplings, which cost 50 cents each. Who would want a man like that? Marrying him would only lead to being tricked and hurt. Su Weigua usually pretended to be good, as he was a teacher. But hearing this, everyone couldn't help but whisper among themselves. You're talking nonsense. I didn't want her. Jiang Shutong was prepared. When Jiang Shuqing gave him 30 yuan, he took the list Su Weigua had written. Jiang Shutong took out a note from his pocket and waved it. Isn't this your own list? He showed it to the people nearby. Everyone looked and saw that it was written in Su Weigua's handwriting. The details of the expenses were shocking. This is disgusting. Using someone as a piggy bank for dating? After so long spending this little and still asking for it back? Is this what a real man does? Su Weigwa was so angry, he stomped his feet. So, what if I want my money back? We broke up, so I should get it back. Why should the man always suffer? Not paying back makes me look greedy. It's all about my money. At this moment, Su Weigwa finally couldn't hold back and spoke his true feelings, which caused some people to murmur. Then why don't you pay back what my second sister spent on you? You only spent 30 yuan, including a bowl of dumplings. My sister bought you a belt and clothes, which add up to nearly 100 yuan. Why don't you pay her back? After saying this, Jiang Shutong looked at a woman nearby and said, Comrade, I'm not trying to ruin your relationship. If you're with a man like him, do you think it will end well? Before you get married or get a marriage certificate, you should leave quickly. The woman couldn't take it anymore. She slapped Su Weigwa across the face. You scoundrel. I didn't expect you to be like this. We're breaking up. After cursing him, she angrily left. Su Weigwa wanted to chase her, but He Jingtian pulled him back. We won't waste time with you. Give us the 70 yuan difference, or this won't be over. We'll come find you every day and even write a report to the principal to see if your leaders will do anything. While speaking, He Jingtian shook his fist and said, You better behave and give me the money. Otherwise, be careful when you go out later. If you get into trouble, don't regret it. His threat was very clear. He Jingtian was driving a small car and looked fierce and intimidating, so it was clear not to provoke him. In the end, Su Weigwa had no choice but to take 70 yuan out and give it to Jiang Shutong. Jiang Shutong took the money and left happily. He Jingtian drove Jiang Shutong to the clothing factory, and they went to find Jiang Shuqing. They found Jiang Shuqing in her workshop. Just as Jiang Shutong was about to call someone, they heard a loud argument inside. Jiang Shuqing, what do you mean? You can just do simple embroidery, but you insist on doing such detailed work. Are you trying to outshine everyone? Then you should do all the work for us. You're so capable. You can handle this batch of clothes all by yourself. The woman's voice was sharp and aggressive. Then came Jiang Shuqing's voice. Sorry, Sister Zhou, I didn't mean to. I usually work carefully, but I always embroidered like this before. I have no other intentions. After Jiang Shuqing finished speaking, the woman got even angrier. What do you mean? Are you saying that your embroidery is so good just because you practice? Are you mocking everyone else? Jiang Shuqing had nothing to say. Jiang Shutong listened from outside and felt confused. Why would others be so skilled? Are they deliberately making their embroidery look bad? Some colleagues are talented but refuse to learn from others, and now they are trying to suppress others. It's really arrogant. Thinking of this, Jiang Shutong decided to go inside. Jiang Shuqing's eyes were red. She wasn't doing very well at the clothing factory because she was new and had no background. Although her skills were good, others kept finding fault with her. But she was careful in her work. A few days ago, the workshop director even praised her. Today, since the boss wasn't around, a few people teamed up to bully her. Jiang Shuqing was naturally timid, or she wouldn't have been bullied by Su Weigwa like that. Now, with red eyes, she didn't dare to say a word. When Jiang Shutong saw the scene, she felt very distressed. What do you mean by saying that? Is it wrong to be good at your work? If your embroidery isn't good enough, then learn properly. How can you expect others to accept being looked down upon? A few female workers saw Jiang Shutong and were stunned by her beauty, but they quickly lost interest after realizing who she was. What does our discussion have to do with you?
Who are you?
The workshop isn't open to just anyone. Hurry and leave. Jiang Shutong glanced at her second sister and signaled her to come out. Jiang Shuqing didn't expect Jiang Shutong to come suddenly. She quickly wiped her tears.
Shutang, I'm fine.
Don't worry about me. Jiang Shutong took 70 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Shuqing. This is what we asked for from Su Weigwa. You should keep it. Jiang Shuqing was happy and didn't refuse. She took the money. At this moment, a female worker named Sister Zhou couldn't help but shout again. It's work hours now. What are you standing outside for? Hurry up and come work. Jiang Shuqing, if you still want to stay here, better behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll tell my aunt. Let's see if you can still stay in the workshop. Before Jiang Shudong could speak, He Jingtian frowned. Such a big attitude. Is your aunt a big shot? The woman named Zhou puffed out her chest. That's none of your business. He Jingtian didn't bother arguing with the woman. He told Jiang Shudong, sister-in-law, wait here. I'll find someone I know to handle this. If he didn't run into trouble, he wouldn't bother. But since he did, he couldn't ignore it, especially because Jiang Shuqing was Jiang Shutong's second sister. Jiang Shudong nodded. She didn't let her second sister go inside and just waited at the door. The woman named Zhou snorted, pretending to be all high and mighty. If someone else was here, they'd have fought back long ago. Do you think you're safe? Jiang Shuqing had just arrived and was being bullied by these people. She had been holding back for days, so the female workers thought she had no backing and could be bullied as they pleased. Now, with He Jingtian's words, they didn't take it seriously. He Jingtian had an uncle working at a clothing factory, the director of the purchasing department. He was quite important, though not responsible for the workshop. Still, he was quite impressive. When he learned his nephew was here, his uncle greeted him with a smile. He Jingtian briefly explained the situation. His uncle immediately frowned. This is outrageous. Wait a moment. I'll call the workshop director over right now. After a short while, the supervisor in charge of Jiang Shuqing's workshop arrived. He Jingting's brother-in-law briefly explained the situation. I've never heard of working hard and still getting scolded. How did you become the workshop supervisor? There are only a few people under you, and you can't manage them well? You'd better handle this quickly. If you can't, I will go there myself. The workshop supervisor broke out in a sweat and hurriedly nodded. I can handle it, don't worry. I'll go right now. Soon after, the supervisor and He Jingting arrived together. The supervisor went inside and called out the female worker named Zhou Huahua, then scolded her loudly. Did little Jiang do better work than you and still make mistakes? Listen, Zhou Huahua, if you can do the job, do it. If you can't, then get out. If it weren't for your aunt's face, I wouldn't keep you with your limited skills. Look at the embroidery you made. It's as bad as a hen scratching around. Apologize to Comrade Jiang now. Zhou Huahua was also startled. Hearing the supervisor want to dismiss her, she quickly apologized to Jiang Shuqing. Jiang Shuqing didn't expect He Jingting to be so formidable and looked at him with admiration. He Jingting shook his hair and said, if you don't forgive her, that's fine. Don't worry, I will manage them well from now on. Such things won't happen again. He Jingting nodded. The matter was settled. Jiang Shudong also gave her second sister a few instructions, telling him to report anything that happened immediately and not to hide it. Being bullied and not speaking up was just foolish. Jiang Shuqing also felt wronged, but she thought her sister had enough trouble already. She didn't want Jiang Shudong to worry about her anymore. So, even if she was bullied, she didn't dare to say anything. After leaving the clothing factory, He Jingting planned to take Jiang Shudong straight home. Jingting, today really was a bother. We won't invite you out to eat. I'll cook tonight so you can stay at home and eat. Is that okay? He Jingting was surprised and flattered. Sister-in-law, you don't need to be so polite. It's just a small thing for me. You're pregnant now. Cooking yourself. Won't the older brother be upset with me? He Jingting knew Jiang Shudong was good at cooking, but since she was pregnant, Gu Zhanan was very protective of her. He didn't dare let Jiang Shudong do too much work. You're exaggerating. It's just pregnancy. It's not that fragile. Making a meal is no problem. Tell me what dishes you like and I'll cook them for you today. Since Jiang Shudong said that, He Jingting didn't hesitate. He ordered 2 dishes. They bought some ingredients and then went back to the residential area. After returning, Jiang Shudong started chopping vegetables and preparing the meal. He Jingting felt a bit bored alone. Gu Zhanan still had some time before getting off work. He really wanted to call Luo Dajung over. But he also knew Jiang Shudong didn't seem to like Luo Dajung very much. Seeing He Jingting hesitating, Jiang Shudong couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Jingting, just say it. You're not talking to a stranger." He Jingting scratched his head. "Sister-in-law, can you call Dajung over? He's been wanting to try your cooking for a long time. I know he's unreliable sometimes and has complicated feelings with Hong Ying. If you don't like him, it's okay." He Jingting was honest and straightforward. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't speak like that to Jiang Shudong. Jiang Shudong didn't like how Luo Dajung handled his feelings, but she wouldn't say he was a bad person. Last time, she was wronged, and Luo Dajung helped her a lot, running around and even beating Gao Qinglin. No matter what, she couldn't forget his kindness. One thing at a time. Luo Dajung is very loyal. It's right to invite him for a meal. There's a phone booth outside. Call him and ask him to come over for dinner this afternoon. He Jingting agreed and happily went out. Luo Dajung received the call and agreed without hesitation. He even shared some good news. Thanks to his efforts, Zhou Ran finally decided to reconcile with him. "Then call Xiao Ran over, and we can all eat together. Zhou Ran is a pretty good person and quite reliable." Since Luo Dajung has come over, bringing Zhou Ran along is no problem. When he heard that Luo Dajung was going to change, He Jingtian also felt relieved. He knew he needed to advise his brother to keep a distance from Xia Hongying and not let his girlfriend get upset and leave. Most people wouldn't give him such a chance. He should enjoy it quietly. After returning home, He Jingtian said that Zhou Ran was coming along too. When Jiang Shudong heard Zhou Ran was coming, she had no objections. Zhou Ran is a nice girl, but she couldn't understand. After Luo Dajung did such things, how could Zhou Ran still forgive him? But life isn't always black and white. Sometimes, only the people involved know how they feel, and outsiders shouldn't judge. Getting back together is also a good thing. Because more people came, Jiang Shudong cooked a few more dishes. He Jingtian felt a bit embarrassed to sit around, so he got up to help Jiang Shudong wash vegetables. They talked and laughed, looking quite happy. This scene was seen by Wu Ailian. Before, Gu Zhanan didn't live in the family compound, so even when He Jingtian and others came to find him, they just met at the door. So, Wu Ailian didn't know He Jingtian. Now, seeing them so close, Wu Xiulian thought Jiang Shudong was flirting with another man. She hurried out of the yard to gossip with a few women. When Jiang Shudong went out to get water, she saw a few women gathered together, pointing and whispering about her. Wu Ailian was among them. When she saw Jiang Shudong look over, she felt a bit guilty. Jiang Shudong was annoyed when she saw this. She didn't know what bad things Wu Ailian had said this time. If someone else were in her place, they might just ignore it and leave, since there's no clear way to judge the situation. But Jiang Shudong didn't do that. She put the basin aside and walked straight over. "What are you ladies talking about? Can you tell me too?" The women looked a bit embarrassed. One of them asked bravely, "Xiao Jiang, who is that man from your neighborhood?" Jiang Shudong immediately understood. Wu Ailian was probably gossiping again. "The man from my neighborhood is Janan's friend, a good brother I've known since childhood. He's visiting us today." "What's the matter, Auntie?" That auntie sighed in relief and looked at Wu Ailian nearby. "I told you. How could there be any trouble in broad daylight? That's Gu Gong's friend. You can't just say things randomly." Wu Ailian felt very nervous. "Why are you talking nonsense?" "I didn't say anything." The woman glared. "Didn't you say that comrade Xiao Zhang was involved with another man?" Jiang Shudong clenched her teeth. This Wu Ailian just wouldn't stop. Why is her mouth so rude? This time, Jiang Shudong didn't hit her. She just looked at Wu Ailian fiercely. "Listen, if I hear you talking nonsense again, I will beat your face. This is the last warning. Remember that." After saying this, Jiang Shudong gave Wu Ailian a sharp look and then went back to the yard. Everyone was so shocked by her attitude. Wu Ailian realized what had happened and felt embarrassed. Today, He Jingtian was here. Jiang Shudong didn't want to cause trouble, afraid that He Jingtian would laugh at her. Back in the yard, He Jingtian couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Jiang Shudong smiled.
I'm fine.
I just talked to some acquaintances outside. He Jingtian nodded, thinking that some time had passed, so why hasn't Luo Dajiang brought Zhou Ran over? After muttering for a while, Luo Dajiang came over with Zhou Ran. They stood together, looking quite matching. Luo Dajiang was tall and strong, while Zhou Ran looked delicate. Seeing Zhou Ran come over, Jiang Shudong quickly called them to sit inside. Meal will be ready soon. You can sit first. The kids and Zhengnan should be back soon. Luo Dajiang and He Jingtian sat down to chat, while Zhou Ran went to the kitchen to help. No need, Xiao Ran. I'm almost done. Just help me serve the dishes later. Zhou Ran smiled. It's okay. I have nothing to do anyway. I'll help you. As they talked, they naturally discussed Luo Dajiang and Zhou Ran. Be honest with me. Do you really not care anymore? Did Dajiang promise you anything? Zhou Ran sighed, and then looked serious. I was thinking to let it go and split up, but then Xia Hongying came to challenge me again. She implied that in Luo Dajiang's eyes, she is more important than me. I really can't swallow this. Even if I feel uncomfortable inside, I want her to know that in Luo Dajiang's heart, she might not be better than me. No one likes to lose face, but Zhou Ran is not someone easy to bully. What's so great about Xia Hongying? She's just being petty. Jiang Shudong finally understands the truth. Zhou Ran's reconciliation with Luo Dajiang was also just to show off. Luo Dajiang probably doesn't even know what's going on. If he finds out later, he might feel sorry for himself. After a few quiet words, Gu Zhengnan returned with the 3 children. Luo Dajiang and He Jingtian came out of the house, playing with the kids for a while. Gu Zhengnan helped serve the food. Seeing Jiang Shudong preparing such a big meal, and knowing she was pregnant and still working hard, he felt a bit sorry. His husbandly duties seemed lacking. Soon everyone sat down. Jiang Shudong poured tea instead of wine, and offered a toast to a few people. Jingtian, Dajiang, thank you for all your trouble lately, running around for us. My sister-in-law appreciates it. Luo Dajiang respected Jiang Shudong a lot. He quickly stood up and clinked his cup with hers. Sister-in-law, you're being too polite. We're family. Of course we can't see you suffer. Next to him, He Jingtian nodded. Exactly. It's what we should do. Just call us if you need anything, and we'll help sort out. Gu Zhengnan didn't say much, but his face was less serious than usual, with a gentle smile. Everyone ate and talked happily. Jiang Shudong also advised Luo Dajiang to talk things over with Zhou Ran. Luo Dajiang felt a bit guilty. Since he upset Zhou Ran last time, he asked some female colleagues about it. They all said he shouldn't have done that. He realized his mistake and sincerely apologized to Zhou Ran. He promised he wouldn't have any inappropriate contact with Xia Hongying in the future. Now he's being honest. When Xia Hongying visits their home, he tries to find excuses to avoid her. Although they grew up together, Xia Hongying's temper is now unpredictable. He doesn't know what she's thinking. Maybe it's time to distance himself, since men and women should keep their distance. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll treat Xiao Ran well from now on. I was immature before and hurt her feelings, but I won't do that anymore. Everyone was laughing and having a good time. Sitting together made them happy. The 3 children saw so many people and ran around inside the house, feeling very warm and joyful. Just then, someone suddenly arrived at the door uninvited. Jiang Shudong just realized someone was at the door. Before she could get up to open it, the door was forcefully pushed open. Xia Hongying stood at the door, looking inside at the people laughing and talking. Her eyes immediately turned red. Wow, you guys. You came to a gathering and didn't even invite me? If Andy hadn't told me you were here, I wouldn't have known you were secretly eating together behind my back. As she spoke, Xia Hongying stomped her foot and walked toward Luo Dajiang, giving his shoulder a firm pat. Her gaze shifted and she saw Zhou Ran there too, which made her even angrier. She didn't know that Luo Dajiang and Zhou Ran had already made up. Luo Dajiang, didn't you break up with her? Why are you back together? I told you, you should find a girl with a strong personality, like mine. A girl like that wouldn't get along with you. Jiang Shudong was smiling at first, but seeing this scene, she couldn't smile anymore. Xia Hongying was quite something. Her partner and Zhou Ran had made up, but she still had to voice her opinion. Did Luo Dajeng not know what kind of girl suits him? Why does he need others to tell him? Sure enough, Zhou Ran's face darkened, and she glared at Luo Dajeng. If Luo Dajeng still acted clingy like before, he was completely hopeless. Luo Dajeng seemed to realize something and quickly moved away from Zhou Ran, patting his shoulder as if he had been touched by something unclean. Didn't I tell you before? Don't touch me. We're not kids anymore. My girlfriend is right here. If she gets mad, what will happen? Besides, I don't like anyone else. I only like Xiao Ran. Who says we're not a good match? I think we're perfect together. Xia Hongying felt embarrassed. She thought she had already handled Luo Dajeng, but now he wasn't listening to her. Feeling annoyed, she looked at He Jingtian beside her. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring me a chair. I'm almost exhausted standing. You guys are having a gathering and didn't invite me? Are we not brothers? Brother Zhengnan, you're really biased. Since she arrived, Xia Hongying hadn't even given Jiang Shudong a glance, even though Jiang Shudong was clearly the hostess. He Jingtian felt a bit awkward. Since she wasn't invited, it probably meant they didn't want her to come. Who would be so rude as to chase after her? If he moves this stool over, he will offend his sister-in-law and others. If he doesn't move it, they have shared a bond since childhood, so it feels awkward either way. Seeing He Jingtian's expression, Jiang Shudong didn't want to embarrass him. She put down her chopsticks and said to Xia Hongying, "Sorry, we have something to discuss today, so we can't welcome you. If you want to gather with Jingtian and them, you can set a time later. If there's nothing else, please leave now." Jiang Shudong didn't bother to beat around the bush and directly asked her to leave. Xia Hongying stood there, looking embarrassed. In the past, she often used this trick successfully. Most men didn't have female friends, and she was the only one. She was the favorite of the group. But since Jiang Shudong married Gu Zhanan, everything changed. She was just here to have a meal together. Why was she being so rude? He Jingtian lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. He thought to himself that his sister-in-law was really strong and commanding. If she didn't like someone, she would just ask them to leave. Most people would feel embarrassed to argue. This kind of straightforward personality was good. It didn't make her suffer. Xia Hongying was furious. She was angry that Luo Dajeng had reconciled with Zhou Ran, and also angry that Gu Zhanan couldn't stand up straight and let a woman take charge. "Zhanan, what do you say? We've been brothers for over 20 years. Now your wife is driving me away? Since I came here today, I am a guest. Shouldn't you treat me better?" Before Gu Zhanan could speak, Jiang Shudong cut in first, saying, "Guest? Coming empty-handed doesn't count as being a guest. It's your first time here, and you didn't even bother to buy a jar of canned food. Don't say it's because of our relationship. It's just bad manners." Jiang Shudong's words were harsh and unpleasant. Xia Hongying was stunned. She couldn't say a word after a long time, but she still held her head high, hoping Gu Zhanan would speak up for her. "Shudong is right. You're not young anymore. You should understand the importance of manners. Right now, I don't have the final say at home. My wife does. Since she doesn't want you here, you should leave." Gu Zhanan didn't even bother to consider his own parents' feelings, so how could he give Xia Hongying any face? He Jingtian was so embarrassed, he wanted to find a place to hide. "All right, Hongying, stop making trouble. Hurry up and leave. If you want to eat, find a time later for everyone to gather together. Let's forget about today." He Jingtian said this, then stood up and pushed Xia Hongying out. Throughout the whole time, Luo Dajeng didn't say a word. This made Zhou Ran quite happy. At least things are better than before. After a short while, He Jingtian came back. "Everyone, don't be angry. We should eat and drink as usual. I've already sent the people away." In the past, He Jingtian didn't take this seriously. Since they grew up together, and he thought she was more serious-minded, he could tolerate her. Now, he increasingly found Xia Hongying unreliable and a bit annoying. Jiang Shudong smiled. "There's still plenty of food. Hurry and eat. Don't get upset over people who aren't involved." Jiang Shudong didn't like Xia Hongying, even disliked her, but she wouldn't get angry just because Jingting and others interacted with her. Qin Hui and a few friends were there too. Since they had over 20 years of friendship, their interactions were normal. She only cared about Gu Zhengnan and didn't bother with others. After dinner, Zhou Ran helped Jiang Shudong clean up the bowls. A few men were outside in the yard, smoking and chatting. When they learned that Jiang Shudong was now the secretary of the machinery factory director, they were all surprised. Really didn't expect my sister-in-law to be so capable. She taught herself better than us. I was blind before. They stayed a little longer, then Luo Dajiang and the others said goodbye and left. Jiang Shudong and Zhou Ren got along very well, feeling like they had a deep connection. When they left, Jiang Shudong also arranged to meet again next time. Seeing the guests leave, Gu Zhengnan told Jiang Shudong to hurry back to wash up. He then boiled water to wash the three sons and took them to the next-door room after washing. On the way back, Jiang Shudong was already lying down. Gu Zhengnan poured a cup of malted milk into a thermos for Jiang Shudong. Drink a cup of malted milk every night before bed to strengthen your body. At this time, there were no fancy health drinks or high-tech remedies. Drinking it was quite tasty. Jiang Shudong drank a cup and leaned on the bed to read. At the night school, Gu Zhengnan had already arranged everything. After work tomorrow, Jiang Shudong could go there. Are you upset about anything? I've already stopped contacting Xia Hongying. Next time they have a meal, I won't go. I won't associate with such people anymore. Don't let these things affect your health. Even though he had known Xia Hongying for over 20 years, when Xia Hongying hit her mother-in-law, they became strangers. Gu Zhengnan knew how to tell what was important and what wasn't. Jiang Shudong nodded and said, "Don't worry, I understand. Okay, go to bed early. I'm tired too." Before she was pregnant, they could still do some couple activities at night. Now, they had no intimacy and just went to bed early. Jiang Shudong used to think it didn't matter much, but since she and Gu Zhengnan grew closer, she wanted to be near him more. It had been several days since they last shared a special moment, and she even developed a small sore in her mouth. Gu Zhengnan nodded and hugged Jiang Shudong to sleep. The temperature had dropped, so sleeping together at night was just right. The next day, Jiang Shudong went to work early. When she arrived, she saw Zheng Jiangwo looking anxious, pacing back and forth in his office. Curious, Jiang Shudong quietly asked, "Director, is there a problem?" Zheng Jiangwo looked at her and sighed. "Someone from Shanghai came to talk about a possible partnership with our machinery factory to produce military materials. But it seems we won't be the first choice." Jiang Shudong understood. If they could get a deal with Shanghai, their factory's profits could double. But if another factory took the job, they would lose the opportunity and face setbacks. As the head of the third machinery factory, Zheng Jiangwo felt a lot of pressure. Jiang Shudong thought for a moment and then said, "If they want to work with us, we should try our best. First, we need to improve our productivity. I suggest holding a labor competition, adjusting our incentive system, and starting a red flag team evaluation. We can combine piecework wages with extra rewards. This will motivate everyone and give the factory more resources." Hearing this, Zheng Jiangwo immediately became interested and asked carefully. Jiang Shudong was good at rallying the team and explained her ideas simply. The factory director nodded repeatedly. "Little Jiang, you're truly exceptional. I'll discuss this with everyone at the meeting and implement it if it's feasible." Jiang Shudong nodded and returned to her office. Thinking that the Shanghai team would arrive in a few days, she planned to prepare a bidding proposal. Although it wasn't exactly a bidding competition, showcasing the factory's strengths and sincerity always makes a good impression. These tasks shouldn't be handled by a secretary, but since she holds this position, she can't let Zheng Jiangwo down. After returning to the office, Jiang Shudong went to the logistics department to gather all the information about the third machinery factory from these years. She also personally checked with various departments. Recently, Gu Zhengnan came to study machinery, and now it's already in use. This is a big highlight. Later, the factory director should communicate more with a research institute to see if they can customize machines based on the needs of Shanghai. When production starts, it will be much more efficient. This is unavoidable. The first and second machinery factories are stronger and more productive than theirs. They don't need much preparation because Shanghai is likely to choose them. Since they are small and slow, they need to work harder on other areas. In the afternoon, Zheng Jiangwo gathered everyone for a meeting. Some agreed with his ideas, others disagreed. The dissenters were the traditionalists, who thought the current rules were fine and didn't need competitions. They worried that if workers got motivated, they would need higher wages. Since the monthly pay was fixed, they thought it was enough. Zheng Jiangwo was furious inside. Why is their third machinery factory always behind others? It's because of these old-fashioned people. Being stuck in the past and not moving forward is why they can't compete. This time, Zheng Jiangwo used his authority as factory director to scold them directly. I'll tell you, I put you in these positions to improve workers' benefits and help the factory grow. If you keep hesitating and worrying about everything, you'll be trampled underfoot forever. Look at the first machinery factory, the second machinery factory, and then look at us. If this partnership gets taken away by others, don't even think about lifting your heads for the next 2 years. After scolding them, they finally stopped arguing. Zheng Jiangwo then moved on to implement the plans. As for the specific proposals, he still needed to discuss and finalize them with Jiang Shudong. In the afternoon, Jiang Shudong had already prepared the activity rules and reward system and handed them directly to Zheng Jiangwo. He looked at them and was very satisfied. He couldn't help but give Jiang Shudong a big thumbs up. Little Jiang, having you as my secretary is truly a blessing from my past life. You can use this directly, saving me the trouble of thinking. Jiang Shudong quickly smiled and said, Director, please don't say that. You're the leader and need to oversee everything. This kind of small matter should naturally be left to me. It's also part of my job. Looking at Jiang Shudong's attitude towards work and comparing it to Secretary Lu's past attitude, there's no comparison. Soon, the news was spread out. When the workers heard, they were happy. The more diligent they were, the more money they earned. This motivated them to work harder. The workers couldn't help but discuss. After Zheng Jiangwo returned home, he hummed happily. That evening, he drank millet porridge. One bowl wasn't enough, so he went back twice. Xie Shufang watched nearby and couldn't help but ask, Old Zheng, what are you so happy about? Is there some big good news? Hearing his wife ask, Zheng Jiangwo didn't hide anything and simply explained what happened. This Secretary Jiang is really capable. A few years ago, she was underappreciated in our factory, but it seems she expressed her desire to work in the administrative department several times. It was your old-fashioned ideas that didn't agree, thinking her reputation was bad. If they had accepted her earlier, it would have been better. Xie Shufang also spoke the truth. Jiang Shudong had applied several times before, wanting to work in the administrative department, but was rejected by the leaders. Partly because they looked down on women, and partly because they thought Jiang Shudong's reputation was bad. As the chairman said, women can also hold up half the sky. Never underestimate women. You're right. If I had known how capable Xiao Jiang was, I would have recruited her long ago. But it's not too late now. If this girl works hard, she might even become a leader in the future. When I retire, I will definitely recommend her. Zheng Jiangwo has many subordinates, but few he respects this much. Xie Shufang sighed and said, It seems I need to build a good relationship with the young lady in the future. If something happens, she might help us. The factory director and his wife held Jiang Shudong in such high regard, but Jiang Shudong had no idea. At this moment, she had just taken a bus to night school. When she arrived, she found that the classroom still had quite a few people, both men and women, all studying very seriously. One of the female classmates looked particularly outstanding. She was wearing a white shirt under a tan coat, with leather boots on her feet and a jade bracelet on her wrist. Her style didn't seem like someone from the local area. Jiang Shudong listened to the lesson while observing a few classmates around her. The girl also noticed Jiang Shudong and paused for a moment when she saw her pupils. After class, Jiang Shudong quickly joined a group of classmates. They all praised her for being pretty, especially noting her blue eyes that looked like glass beads. A group of people kept looking at Jiang Shudong's eyes. She knew they meant no harm and didn't mind. Soon, The beautiful girl came over and looked at Jiang Shutong for a few seconds, frowned, and then asked, "Comrade, who in your family has blue eyes?" Jiang Shutong felt a little offended because her parents' eyes weren't blue. "My parents' eyes are normal. Only I have blue eyes, probably a recessive gene." The girl looked at her deeply and then left. After she left, Jiang Shutong couldn't help asking, "What's that girl's name?" "You mean Jiang Qianqian? She just arrived a few days ago. She gets driven to and from school every day. Seems like her family is quite wealthy. She just came back from abroad, and her English is really good." Jiang Shutong nodded. So she was a returnee daughter of a wealthy family. No wonder she had such an elegant aura. After that, the group kept circling around Jiang Shutong. "But I think you're much prettier than her, Comrade Jiang. You look really beautiful." Jiang Shutong didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. She found it amusing. By the time she headed back, it was already late. After work, Gu Zhenan first had dinner with his 3 children, then helped them finish their homework. Now, they had finished washing up and were already asleep. Seeing Jiang Shutong hadn't returned yet, he felt a bit worried and decided to ride his bike to pick her up. Just as he put on his coat and was about to go out, he saw Jiang Shutong coming back. Gu Zhenan finally relaxed. "Why are you so late?" "Today was the first day. I met quite a few friends and talked for a while. It was late when I got back." Gu Zhenan took the bag from her and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "Have you eaten? Are the kids asleep?" Jiang Shutong was indeed a bit tired after a busy day at the factory and attending night classes. The days felt very full. Gu Zhengnan usually prepared a glass of malted milk for Jiang Shutong. They chatted for a while, and Jiang Shutong told Gu Zhengnan about what Zheng Zhengwo had said. "Is it possible that the mechanical factory will pay for this? Can your side provide the research and development?" Gu Zhengnan thought for a moment and then nodded.
Probably yes.
"If you want, I can talk to the leaders and see if it's possible." Gu Zhengnan has some influence at the research institute and the leaders trust him. If he suggests it, there's a good chance it can be done. Don't rush. Let's wait until they send someone over. I'm just asking first. It's not Zheng Factory Director's request. I'm asking on my own. After saying this, Jiang Shutong brought up Xia Hongying. It turned out that after she was driven away yesterday, she went to complain and even cried to Luo Dajiang's parents, spreading bad words about Zhou Ran in front of them. Luo Dajiang went home that night and was scolded by his parents. Hearing Gu Zhengnan say this, Jiang Shutong felt a surge of dislike. "We can't interfere in others' affairs. Anyway, you're not allowed to get involved with her, or else don't blame me for being rude." After this, she suddenly remembered Gu Zhengbei and Wang Na. 3 days had passed, and they still hadn't divorced, which was quite surprising. Jiang Shutong thought Gu Zhengbei was a selfish person. Now that Wang Na no longer had any use for him, he should have easily divorced her. But surprisingly, they still had some feelings as a married couple. Even if Gu Zhengbei was kicked out by his family, he wouldn't divorce Wang Na. That was strange. I also find it strange. But I heard they're now living in my older brother's dormitory. Jiang Shutong raised an eyebrow. "Do you think my parents really wouldn't accept him?" Gu Zhengnan sighed. "I don't know what my older brother is thinking. He married her and even tolerates her doing so many wrong things. They probably still accept him because he's their son, but there's definitely a difference." At this moment, Li Wenxiu and Gu Hongwei were also very angry. They had planned everything carefully, but didn't expect Gu Zhengbei to really leave the family for Wang Na. Gu Hongwei has been in a very bad mood these past few days. He has been angry at home every day and even scolded Gu Manman and Li Wenxiu during dinner. Originally, Shutong was pregnant and should stay at home to rest. Yet you insisted on pushing her out. Now, she has to work and take care of the baby while still carrying a big belly. If something happens to the baby inside, you'll see if I forgive you too. After saying this, Gu Hongwei also scolded Li Wenxiu, saying she had eyes in the back of her head, disliked the obedient Jiang Shutong, and yet was very kind to the eldest daughter-in-law. He also said Wang Na and Gu Zhengbei were ungrateful. Li Wenxiu felt uncomfortable inside. The next day, she went directly to see Gu Zhengbei. "Son, tell me honestly, do you really have to be with Wang Na?" If you break up with her now, I can introduce you to a nice girl anytime. Dad has been angry at home these days. If you keep fighting with him, he might stop caring for you. Gu Zhengbei is now stuck and can't say anything. He dreams of divorcing Wang Na, but he is too afraid to do it. If his true identity gets out, everything will be over. Then Gu Hongwei will completely disown him. He pretended to be pitiful in front of Li Wenxiu and said some nice words to trick her away. When Li Wenxiu returned home, her nose and eyes felt strange. Gu Man hadn't gone out to play these days and stayed at home reading. In the afternoon, someone came over. When the door was opened, it was not a stranger but Gu Rongrong. Gu Man was very happy to see her second sister-in-law and immediately pulled her into the bedroom. Once inside, she couldn't help but complain. Second sister, you don't know how hard things have been at home lately. Big brother and his wife moved out, and Dad is always angry. I really can't stand staying in this house anymore. Gu Rongrong looked deeply at Gu Man, then clenched her teeth and smiled. Man, I've also been bored at home these days. Why don't you come stay with me for a couple of days? At night, we can lie in bed and talk. Gu Man's eyes lit up, but she quickly thought of something. Brother-in-law is at home. How can I sleep with you? Gu Rongrong suppressed her panic and said, I'll sleep in a different room from your brother-in-law. You don't need to worry about him. Gu Man didn't think much and packed her things before leaving with her second sister. Li Wenxiu didn't pay much attention. The two sisters had a good relationship, and it was okay for her daughter to stay for a couple of days. However, Gu Man didn't know she had been tricked by Gu Rongrong. When they arrived at the Zhang family, they found out that Zhang Wenzhong hadn't gone to work and had been staying at home. Last time, Gu Rongrong wanted to borrow some money from her parents to help Zhang Wenzhong get a better job, but they didn't have enough money. Zhang Wenzhong didn't want to work either, so he just stayed at home. Seeing Gu Rongrong bring Gu Man back, Zhang Wenzhong's eyes lit up. He stood up to greet his sister-in-law. Man is here? Since you're here, stay for a few days and spend time with your sister. Gu Man didn't like her brother-in-law very much because her parents always said he was useless and that Gu Rongrong didn't marry well. Understood, brother-in-law. After saying that, the sisters went back to their bedroom. Meanwhile, the machinery factory had started a reward system. Jiang Shutong would sometimes go to the workshop to check on things, which saved Zheng Jiangwo a lot of trouble. The cooperation partner from Shanghai was coming the day after tomorrow. Jiang Shutong had been busy gathering information these days, which might come in handy then. Seeing Jiang Shutong achieve so much after just taking this position, Lu Tianxiang felt even more jealous. Many female workers in the factory used to dislike Jiang Shutong, but now they couldn't help but praise her. She was one of them, so capable, much better than men. Jiang Shutong worked all day and hurried to night school after work. As soon as she got off the bus, she saw a red flag car driving nearby. Soon, a tall man stepped out of the car, opened the front passenger door, and Jiang Qianqian got out. The man said something, but Jiang Qianqian looked impatient and waved him off, walking away. Jiang Shutong couldn't help but glance a few more times. Someone driving a red flag car must be someone important. She didn't know who this man was to Jiang Qianqian. When Jiang Qianqian saw Jiang Shutong looking over, her expression turned cold. As she passed by Jiang Shutong, she coldly said, "Don't look at things you shouldn't." Jiang Shutong was stunned. After reacting, she couldn't help but frown, thinking that this woman had a pretty bad temper. What's wrong with taking a look? It's on the busy street. Looking around isn't a crime, is it? In the classroom, Jiang Shutong listened carefully. Actually, she was just going through the motions because she already knew all the material. During class break, Jiang Shutong was about to catch the bus and leave. Before she could exit the classroom, she heard a commotion behind her. Turning around, she saw a female classmate accidentally stepping on Jiang Qianqian's shoe. The girl had already apologized, but Jiang Qianqian refused to accept it. "Do you know how expensive my shoes are? They cost over 400 yuan. Now you've squished them, and they're not worth much anymore. Can a simple thank you make up for 400 yuan? The girl looked from a modest family background. Yesterday, Jiang Shetong had a short chat with her and learned she was from a textile factory family with a good family situation and was here to learn. Jiang Shetong had worn shoes worth tens of thousands in her previous life, so she didn't think it was a big deal. A quick step shouldn't ruin shoes like that. Jiang Qianqian seemed to be making things difficult for the girl. The girl was getting anxious. What should I do? Comrade Jiang, I really didn't mean to do it. I didn't know your shoes were so expensive. I can't pay 400 yuan. I'm really sorry. Jiang Qianqian curled her lips slightly, a cold look in her eyes. Then just lick the dust off the shoes, and we'll forget about this. As soon as she said that, not only the girl but everyone around was stunned. It was too insulting, asking someone to lick shoes. It was just an accidental step, and now she was being bullied like this? A few people around were angry, but didn't dare to argue. They knew Jiang Qianqian was not an ordinary person and didn't want to offend her. Jiang Shetong couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. Is it really necessary? It was just an accidental step on your shoes. Just help clean them, and that's enough. Why humiliate someone like this? This is a classroom with many people watching. Anyone could accidentally step on someone's foot. If you're worried about your shoes, just wear a pair of ordinary ones. Jiang Shetong couldn't bear to see this. We're no longer in a society where someone can step on you and then make you lick their shoes. Who does she think she is? Seeing Jiang Shetong stand up for her, others quickly gathered around to help persuade. Even if the shoes are expensive, it was an accident. Next time, just wear cheaper shoes. Maybe she was in a hurry after class and didn't see clearly. Jiang Qianqian frowned, looking very displeased at Jiang Shetong. Are you just going to stand up for her? Do you want to pay for her mistake? If you have no money, don't try to stand out. If you make a mistake, you must face the consequences. My shoes cost 400 yuan, so just pay me 200, and this matter will be considered settled. Jiang Qianqian is not short of money, but she hates to lose. She didn't want to come to night school at first. Her parents said she had been abroad all these years and didn't understand the local rules, so she should come to learn about domestic knowledge and also meet new people. This is not abroad. She shouldn't always act superior. She needs to get along with the local people. That's why she came to night school, mainly to take the college entrance exam this year. The Jiang family already knew about this. She didn't expect someone here to be so rude as to step on her shoes. While they were arguing, a handsome man entered from the door. Jiang Shetong looked over and recognized him as the man who had just brought Jiang Qianqian here. Seeing Jiang Qianqian trapped in the middle, the man frowned. What's wrong, Qianqian? Jiang Qianqian quickly explained everything to Li Fei, who had just arrived. Li Fei was furious. Can you walk without looking? Do you think you can step on Qianqian's shoes? It's an honor to be your classmate. Jiang Shetong rolled his eyes, thinking these two were really funny. While others are barefoot, they are just full of ideas. A broken shoe isn't very valuable. The girl who stepped on Jiang Qianqian's shoes was crying now, looking helpless and lost. The man patted Jiang Qianqian's shoulder. It's okay, you can go out now. I'll handle this. Jiang Qianqian rolled her eyes and looked unhappy as she left. After she left, the man changed his expression and said to the girl, Qianqian is like this. Please understand. You don't need to pay. I'll talk to her later and clear things up. Sorry if I scared you. It turned out that Li Fei was pretending and deliberately said those things in front of Jiang Qianqian. The problem was finally resolved. A few minutes later, Li Fei left. Jiang Qianqian was already sitting in the passenger seat, still looking upset. After getting in the car, Li Fei smiled and said, It's okay. I scolded that girl and vented your anger. Just stop being mad. Smile a little. You don't look good when you're angry. Jiang Qianqian snorted. I don't like it here. I want to go abroad. I dislike everything about this place. Li Fei sighed. Don't say that. If your dad finds out, he won't be happy. Since you're back, just stay here peacefully. After all, I'm here to keep you company. Annoying. Don't say anything. It's not like I asked you to stay with me. Jiang Qianqian flicked her hair and looked out the car window, resting her chin on her hand. At this moment, Gu Zhenan rode over to pick up Jiang Shetong. Normally, she should have gone home by now, but she was delayed because of this matter. Li Fei was about to drive away when Jiang Qianqian suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." Li Fei was surprised. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qianqian didn't reply. She rolled down the window and looked more closely at Gu Zhanan. "I think I saw someone I know." Li Fei was surprised and leaned in to look, but he didn't recognize who Jiang Qianqian was talking about. "What are you looking at? We can go now." Earlier, Jiang Qianqian looked unhappy, but now she seemed in a good mood. Li Fei didn't think much and drove away with Jiang Qianqian. Jiang Shutong didn't expect Gu Zhanan to come over. She hurried out of the classroom. "I was about to go home. Why are you here? Where are the kids?" Gu Zhanan smiled. "The kids are doing their homework. I have nothing to do, so I came to pick you up." Everyone saw how handsome Jiang Shutong's husband was and couldn't help but feel envious. Jiang Shutong greeted a few classmates and then sat on the back of the bicycle. On the way back, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but talk about what happened earlier. Gu Zhanan was surprised. "Really? That's bullying?" Jiang Shutong nodded. "Who said it wasn't?" She drank some foreign wine and came back feeling special. Don't say she drank foreign wine. It's more like she drank expensive water. It's not that noble, right? And she made others lick her. Is she a fascist? If this had happened a few years ago, people would have taken her out for criticism. Gu Zhanan spoke, quite harshly. Jiang Shutong listened and couldn't help but laugh. If it had been a few years ago, she wouldn't dare act so proud. Otherwise, she would have run abroad. She would have been executed here in the country. The two talked back and forth happily, enjoying their conversation. When it was almost time to sleep, Jiang Shutong looked eagerly at Gu Zhanan. "Zhanan, what should I do if I want to be close to you?" Gu Zhanan frowned. "Stop trying to me. Just go to sleep. Later, I'll ask the carpenter to fix the bed, add a wooden board in the middle, so you won't keep doing this at night." Hearing this, Jiang Shutong felt very happy. He leaned over and hugged Gu Zhanan, rubbing against his chest. "You might as well tie me up. Then I'll just stay at night." Gu Zhanan reached out and pinched Jiang Shutong's nose. "Stop thinking nonsense.
Sleep now."
Aren't the people from Shanghai coming tomorrow? Have you prepared everything?" When Jiang Shutong heard this, he stopped trying to sleep. He got up immediately, turned on the light, and showed Gu Zhanan the documents he had written. "Take a look. How does it sound? Does it have an advantage?" Gu Zhanan looked at it and couldn't help but give Jiang Shutong a thumbs up. "I think you did very well, but the machinery part isn't perfect yet. I'll help you improve it." Jiang Shutong nodded, handed Gu Zhanan a pen, and Gu Zhanan took the documents to the desk, starting to write. From this angle, Jiang Shutong could see Gu Zhanan's side face, his straight nose, clear jawline, and thin lips pressed tightly, giving off a serious, professional vibe. He propped himself up on his arm and watched for a while, then couldn't help but yawn. Gu Zhanan finally finished and handed the documents to Jiang Shutong after getting into bed. "Take a look. If everything's okay, I'll turn off the light. We need to get up early tomorrow." Jiang Shutong took the papers and looked at them. Gu Zhanan's writing was very professional and convincing.
"Good job."
"Okay, kid. Turn off the light and get some sleep." Jiang Shutong placed the documents on the bedside table, hugged Gu Zhanan's waist, and tried to fall asleep. The next morning, Gu Zhanan woke up early, took care of the children, and then rode his bike to leave with Jiang Shutong. Wu Ailian watched silently and started to complain in front of her in-laws. Zhou's parents didn't care about these things. To them, their son had already worked hard enough. The children were raised by their wife, so what does it have to do with the man? Gu Zhanan rode his bike to take Jiang Shutong to the machinery factory, then hurriedly rode back home. He now has to leave an hour earlier than usual, or he won't make it on time. Jiang Shutong naturally received everyone's envy. "Secretary Jiang, your brother-in-law is handsome and also so caring for his wife. You are really lucky." Now, the rumors have also reached the machinery factory. Everyone knows that Jiang Shutong was not a mother, but that she had a disagreement with Gu Zhanan in the past. It turns out they had been dating for a long time. Jiang Shutong keeps her words, and she hasn't told anyone about it all these years. Jiang Shutong smiled and said, "It's okay. He gets up early lately and just drops me off." She didn't stay long in the secretary's office before the leader called her away. Today, she was to meet guests at the hall, so they had to leave early. Zhang Shudong had already arranged the car yesterday. After tidying up her things, she set off. In the car, Zheng Jiangwo still felt a bit anxious and couldn't help sighing beside her. Seeing this, Zhang Shudong softly comforted him. Soon, they arrived at the venue. When they arrived, people from the first and second machinery factories had already come. Seeing Zheng Jiangwo, they approached him with smiles and greetings. Seeing Zhang Shudong still beside Zheng Jiangwo, everyone was surprised. "Old Zheng, have you changed your secretary?" Zheng Jiangwo smiled and nodded. "This is comrade Zhang Shudong. Just call her Xiao Jiang." Zhang Shudong greeted the two factory directors with a smile. When they heard her name, the director of the first machinery factory looked at her with some interest, observing her carefully. Secretary Gao was the one who caused trouble for her. Now, looking back, it seemed quite normal. Such a beautiful woman. Who wouldn't be tempted? Zheng Jiangwo was also very lucky to have such a beautiful secretary. Working with her must make him feel very happy. At this moment, they thought Zhang Shudong was just a pretty face, a woman who couldn't achieve much, maybe just a little clever. Being a factory director's secretary was probably related to her looks. Maybe there were some secret deals behind the scenes. Everyone understood this kind of thing, but they wouldn't say it openly. However, they were curious about how Zheng Jiangwo's wife could stay calm. If it were another woman, she would have been furious long ago. Little did they know, Zhang Shudong would soon make them see her in a new light. Underestimating women can be a costly mistake. Soon, people from the Shanghai market arrived, including some representatives and a few foreigners, likely business partners. After seating the guests, they began discussing the cooperation. The director of the first machinery factory was very confident. Their factory had the strongest production capacity and newer equipment. Securing this partnership would be easy for them. Hearing the other side talk endlessly and show off their abilities, Zheng Jiangwo started to sweat. The Shanghai representatives nodded thoughtfully, then translated their words to the foreigners beside them. The second machinery factory also showed their strengths and was eager to compete. Zheng Jiangwo cleared his throat and argued confidently, hoping to leave a good impression. As the other side was about to make a decision, everyone's hearts beat faster with anticipation. At that moment, Zhang Shudong suddenly spoke. "Sorry, this is a document that our factory director Zheng asked me to prepare privately. It includes an introduction and advantages of our third machinery factory. I hope you will take a look. I also prepared an English version for the two foreign guests." Zheng Jiangwo's eyes widened. When did Zhang Shudong prepare this? He had no idea. Zhang Shudong nodded, and Zheng factory director immediately understood. He forced a smile, stood up, and handed the document to the Shanghai representatives. The director of the first machinery factory looked surprised. Why did they change their usual approach? Why bring a document now? In such matters, the strongest team usually wins. Can just a few pages really make a difference? Old Zheng had a new secretary now, and he was starting to do things differently. The Shanghai representatives paused briefly, then smiled and took the document. They knew that the third machinery factory was less advanced than the first two, so they didn't have high hopes. But when they opened it, they were surprised because Zhang Shudong's writing was not empty talk. The content was closely related to their purpose for visiting. For example, production capacity, precision, and the machinery developed specifically for this cooperation. These were all very important to them. Although the machines hadn't been developed yet, the third machinery factory showed they had the intention and had already prepared. They even listed the production timeline. Such careful planning was very impressive. Who wouldn't be tempted? Having strong ability is important, but attitude also matters. They really liked the work attitude of the third machinery factory. The foreigner nearby looked at the English version and was very pleased. A few people gathered and whispered for a while. Then the representative from Shanghai smiled and said, "This document is great for us. I am very hopeful about this cooperation. Since Director Zheng has already planned everything so well, our company has decided to work with you. I hope we can have a happy partnership." When he said this, the leaders of the other machinery factories were stunned. They never expected that just a few pages of thin paper could change their minds so completely. What exactly was written on these pages? It had such a strong influence. At this moment, everyone regretted not putting in more effort earlier. If they had known, they would have prepared better. Zheng Jiangwo was overjoyed. He never thought that Jiang Shudong had secretly made 2 copies of such documents. He hadn't even asked Jiang Shudong to do it. It was a happy surprise. Everyone thought Zheng Jiangwo was talented, but in fact, it was all Jiang Shutong's work. Zheng Jiangwo stood up, shook hands with the partner, and said, "It is my honor that you want to work with our 3rd machinery factory. I promise to make you satisfied, shorten the production time, and produce quality products. We won't let you down." Things were settled after some back and forth. Next, they would take the partner on a tour of the factory, arrange the details of the cooperation, sign the contract, and start making machines. Plus, with the recent activities announced, those willing to work overtime could earn extra money. It was a good cycle. The directors of the 1st and 2nd machinery factories felt very jealous, but since the deal was already made, what could they say? They could only watch enviously as Zheng Jiangwo happily handled the negotiations. After the meeting, the director of the 1st machinery factory approached Zheng Jiangwo and said with a forced smile, "Old Zheng, I didn't expect you to have this ability. You really surprised us. When did you learn to plan everything on paper and to prepare the documents in advance? You really outsmarted us. Next time, if you do this again, please let us know in advance. We want a fair competition, or I won't feel satisfied." Zheng Jiangwo is in a very good mood now and doesn't care about the others teasing. He proudly says, "Well, you can't deny this. If you want to talk about cooperation, you have to show sincerity. Speaking of which, I must praise Secretary Jiang. No matter what I arrange, she can do it perfectly. If it weren't for the document she wrote, we might have lost you again today." Jiang Shutong gives Zheng Jiangwo face and says that she made the document based on his instructions. This way, Zheng Jiangwo won't think she is taking credit. After all, everyone believes Zheng Jiangwo has leadership skills. But can Zheng Jiangwo take all the credit alone? Clearly, Jiang Shutong put in the effort. Without her, how could their 3rd machinery factory get such a big deal? Zheng Jiangwo also shows respect to Jiang Shutong, as leaders and subordinates should praise each other. Everyone listens and feels envious. They originally thought Jiang Shutong was just a pretty face with no real ability, but now they see she is very capable. "Do you have the document still?
Can we see it?"
"Let us have a look." Zheng Jiangwo looks at Jiang Shutong, who smiles. Earlier in the morning, she made a few copies. Since the cooperation is now settled, she takes out the document and hands it to everyone. After they read it, they fall silent. If the other side sees such sincerity, they will surely agree to cooperate. Their eyes on Jiang Shutong change immediately, and they give her a thumbs up. "Secretary Jiang, you are amazing. How about coming to work at our 1st machinery factory? Zheng will give you double the salary, and I like talented people like you." Hearing this, Zheng Jiangwo's expression changes drastically. "What's wrong with you? Trying to steal my people right in front of me?" He quickly looks at Jiang Shutong and says, "Little Jiang, don't listen to his nonsense. When you go back, I will also raise your salary. You must not be tempted." Jiang Shutong knows the leaders are joking and can't help but smile. Then Zheng Jiangwo takes Jiang Shutong and the others back. On the way, he hums a song happily. In the afternoon, they visit the machinery factory with the cooperation team and sign the contract. Tomorrow, they will go to the research institute to study the machines. In a few days, construction can begin. After returning, Zheng Jiangwo called Jiang Shutong to his office, his eyes full of admiration. "Little Jiang, today's success is thanks to you. Without your help, we couldn't have made this deal. I don't know when you prepared these materials. I thought today was going to be a failure, but it turned out to be a surprise."
"Thank you."
"Let's give you the credit." A factory director who speaks like this shows he is a good leader. Actually, Jiang Shutong didn't want to hide things from Zheng Jiangwo on purpose. She just thought that if she didn't need to show certain things, she wouldn't. Maybe the leader wouldn't like her taking initiative. But now that things had reached this point, Since the cooperation was unlikely to go to them, she decided to take a final chance. They complimented each other, and Zheng Jiangwo immediately decided to improve Jiang Shutong's salary. He also said that part of the profit from this cooperation would be shared with her because she was a key contributor. When Jiang Shutong was leaving, Zheng Jiangwo earnestly warned her. The director of the first machinery factory isn't joking. They might try to recruit you. You must not be tempted. They can offer good conditions, but I can too. Do you understand, little Jiang? Jiang Shutong couldn't help but laugh, and nodding in loyalty, Zheng Jiangwo finally felt reassured and let her go. Back in the office, everyone gathered around, asking eagerly, "Secretary Jiang, I heard we succeeded this time. Is that true?" Were there many people at the meeting? Seeing everyone's curiosity, Jiang Shutong didn't hide anything. Yes, we did. There were quite a few people at the meeting. Everyone kept asking questions excitedly. Jiang Shutong patiently answered each one. After a while, it was time to go home. She planned to take a bus, but as soon as she left the office, she saw Zhang Xiaomai. In the past 2 days, Zhang Xiaomai had made 2 new outfits for her and her 2 daughters. She looked much healthier than before. "Shutong, let's go. Today, I invite you to dinner. Let's go to the state-run restaurant and have something nice." When the 2 children heard about dinner, they jumped with joy. Jiang Shutong wasn't polite. "I'm hungry now. Since you're treating, I won't hold back. I want to eat 2 big bowls of rice today." Zhang Xiaomai smiled and nodded. Okay, even if it's 2 big bowls, 3 big bowls are fine. Let's go, we'll take the bus." Jiang Shutong chatted with Zhang Xiaomai on the way. Both of them felt happy. When they arrived at the state-run restaurant, they found a corner to sit in. Zhang Xiaomai was quite generous, ordering 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. The 2 adults and 2 children had enough to eat. While they were halfway through their meal, 2 more people arrived outside. Jiang Shutong, with her back turned, didn't pay much attention. Soon, the 2 people moved to a corner behind them. There was a wall blocking that spot. At first, Jiang Shutong was still chatting with Zhang Xiaomai, but then she heard the voices didn't sound right. The woman's voice sounded familiar. She turned her head to look and realized that the people sitting behind the wall were not strangers, but Gu Rongrong and Zhang Wenzhong, a couple. Jiang Shutong quickly shushed Zhang Xiaomai. Zhang Xiaomai immediately understood, and both of them stopped talking. At this moment, Gu Rongrong and Zhang Wenzhong didn't realize Jiang Shutong was nearby. While waiting for their food, they couldn't help but start talking. "Did you finally get the medicine? I tell you, I can't wait anymore. Your sister is leaving in a few days, and there's no chance to act then. This matter is something you promised me. If you can't do it, don't blame me for not considering our relationship. We might as well divorce immediately." That was Zhang Wenzhong's voice, sounding very impatient. Jiang Shutong couldn't help but frown.
Who were they talking about?
Was it Gu Man? After all, Gu Rongrong only has that one sister. "Wenzhong, do we really have to do this? She's my sister, and I can't bear to do that. Maybe you should wait a bit longer. I went to the hospital for a checkup. My health is fine. Pregnancy is just a matter of time. Soon, I believe I will get pregnant." That was Gu Rongrong's voice, full of pleading and sounding very humble. Jiang Shutong was shocked. She wondered what these 2 were planning. Could it be that Gu Rongrong bought some medicine to give to Gu Man, and then make Zhang Wenzhong do something to Gu Man? Thinking of this, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but shiver. If they really did that, Gu Rongrong was truly unkind. Zhang Wenzhong, no matter how bad he was an outsider. Gu Man was her own sister. Moreover, Gu Man had always been good to her as an older sister. Get lost. You're just useless. If you were pregnant, you'd have already been pregnant by now. How could you wait until now? My parents can't wait any longer. Last time, I asked you to go to your family to get some money so I could find a job, but you didn't do it well. Now they're upset with you. I've observed these past few days that your sister has a big bottom, so she will definitely have no problem having a son. I don't want anything else. As long as she gets pregnant and secretly gives birth to this child for me, I won't divorce you. We can live happily together in the future. Don't worry, I have no interest in your sister. I only want the child." Jiang Shutong couldn't bear to listen anymore. This Zhang Wenzhong is really shameless. Gu Man is just a young girl, and I heard she hasn't even dated much. Why should this old man ruin her? Moreover, he is technically her brother-in-law, yet he has such thoughts. Gu Rongrong seemed unable to argue with Zhang Wenzhong. After a moment, she sighed. All right, I've bought the medicine. I'll go with you to the guest house soon. You promised me, just this once. You have to keep your word. Zhang Wenzhong immediately smiled. Of course. You know who I am. I just want a child. Once your sister is pregnant, I won't touch her again. But I have to be honest, if she doesn't get pregnant this time, we'll keep trying. Don't worry, your sister won't dare tell anyone. When the time comes, I'll take a photo, and she won't have a say. Not only Jiang Shutong's face darkened, but even Zhang Xiaomai beside her looked upset. She thought, how shameless these two are, planning to deceive others like this. After Zhang Wenzhong and Gu Rongrong finished eating and paid the bill, they left. Jiang Shutong had no mood to eat anymore. Xiaomai, I know that man. They're trying to scheme against my sister-in-law. Find a phone booth and call the Gu family to ask them to come and help. I need to go now, or it'll be too late. Zhang Xiaomai frowned. Your sister-in-law? Isn't she pretty annoying? Are you going to take care of her? Jiang Shutong had heard that Gu Man was quite overbearing. Since she married into the Gu family, she's been causing trouble. If someone like her gets what she deserves, so be it. Why bother with her? Jiang Shutong sighed. I don't like her, but she's still a young girl and the younger sister of Jingnan. I have to consider Jingnan's reputation, not just her. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. Hurry up and make the call. I need to catch up or I might lose her. Jiang Shutong gave Zhang Xiaomai the contact number for the Gu family. The owner of the government-run restaurant borrowed a bicycle and hurriedly followed behind Zhang Wenzhong and the others. Because she was afraid of being noticed, Jiang Shutong kept a safe distance. She needed to know which guest house they were in so she could rescue them. She was pregnant now and normally couldn't ride a bike, but at this moment, she couldn't care less. It was hard to get a taxi and the bus routes didn't match, so she had to ride her bike to follow them. Zhang Xiaomai was also worried and quickly called the Gu family. Li Wenxiu answered the phone. Before Zhang Xiaomai could say much, Li Wenxiu started yelling. Are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? My daughter could never be like that. If you keep bothering us, I won't forgive you. After saying that, Li Wenxiu hung up abruptly. Zhang Xiaomai was speechless, thinking, what kind of person is this? But since it was urgent, she called twice more. The last time, Gu Hongwei answered. When he heard, he was also shocked and quickly drove out. As he left, Li Wenxiu was still complaining. Why do you believe everything they say? This must be all fake. Gu Hongwei scolded Li Wenxiu. What do you know, woman? If nothing had happened, would they call us? I've always thought Zhang Wenzhong isn't a good person. Zhengdong, let's go quickly. On the way, Gu Hongwei briefly explained the situation to Gu Zhengdong, who was also shocked. If Zhang Wenzhong really planned to do such a thing, he would be worse than a beast.
Who would think about his sister-in-law like that?
What made him angriest was that Gu Rongrong also cooperated with Zhang Wenzhong. Gu Man was still her biological sister. How could she be so heartless? Zhang Wenzhong rode his bike quickly. Just as he was crossing the street, a bus came by. When Jiang Shutong caught up again, she couldn't see him anymore. Jiang Shutong broke out in a cold sweat and felt frustrated. She wished she had ridden faster earlier. She was also worried about the baby in her belly, afraid that riding too fast might harm the child.
There were 2 guest houses nearby.
Jiang Shutong, at this moment, no longer cared about anything else. She hurriedly got off her bike and went to the first guest house to ask, giving the name Gu Man. The front desk said there was no guest checked in. Jiang Shutong had no choice but to quickly ride her bike to the next guest house. There were only these 2 nearby. Since it wasn't the previous one, it must be this one. She went inside and asked, and the front desk nodded in confirmation. There is indeed a guest here. Are you her sister-in-law? Are you bringing her something? If you like, you can give me the items and I will deliver them inside later. At this time, the guest house was quite strict. Without a marriage certificate, the 2 couldn't share a room. But in practice, Gu Man Man could rent one room and Zhang Wenjong another. Later, they could sleep together without anyone knowing. No need, I'll deliver it myself. I have some other things to discuss with her. The front desk nodded and directly provided the room number. Jiang Shadong entered, found a room, and knocked the door. Man Man, are you inside? Gu Man Man had already been given medicine by Gu Rongrong. Zhang Wenjong then came out of his room and sneaked inside. The worst part was that Gu Rongrong hadn't left yet. She was helping Zhang Wenjong control her sister. Although Gu Man Man was burning hot all over, she was still aware. Tears streamed down her face as she looked up at Gu Rongrong. Big sister, save me. Gu Rongrong, afraid someone might hear, tightly covered her sister's mouth. Her eyes were red, and she whispered, Man Man, I really have no choice. I can't have children, and my in-laws can't accept that. If you help me have a child, I won't need to divorce. I can live happily with your brother-in-law. Think about me too, not just others. Please help me this once. Whatever you say later, I'll listen. Gu Man Man looked at her fourth sister in disbelief. She never expected her sister to call her over just to play, only to come up with such a plan. Yesterday, Gu Rongrong tricked her into coming here to check into her room, saying they would sleep there for the night and go mountain climbing the next day. But before tomorrow, Zhang Wenjong arrived. Just then, Gu Man Man heard knocking at the door. She wanted to shout loudly, but her sister was holding her mouth tightly. Jiang Shutong pressed her ear to the door and listened. Hearing movement, she grew more anxious. Hurry up and open the door. If you don't, I will call the police. Gu Rongrong recognized Jiang Shutong's voice. Her face turned pale. She never expected Jiang Shutong to be here. But at this point, they absolutely refused to open the door. Jiang Shutong saw no response inside and hurried to the front desk, looking worried. Comrade, it seems there's a fire inside. Please go check. When they heard fire, the front desk staff quickly took someone and went over. When they arrived, they looked suspicious. There's no fire here. Jiang Shutong made up a story, saying, I saw smoke coming out earlier, but now it's gone. Please open the door and check. If there's danger, it would be terrible. The front desk had a spare key. Hearing Jiang Shutong, they became a little scared and quickly opened the door. Inside, they were stunned by what they saw. Gu Rongrong was holding Gu Man Man's mouth tightly. Gu Man Man's buttons on her clothes were almost undone. Zhang Wenjong saw the door open and panicked. He quickly fixed his belt and tried to run. How could Jiang Shutong let him escape? Stop him. The front desk staff and a few others restrained Zhang Wenjong. Jiang Shutong was worried that other guests might come to see what was happening, so she hurriedly closed the door. Seeing Gu Man Man's condition, Jiang Shutong went over, pulled Gu Rongrong down, and helped fasten Gu Man Man's buttons. Let's go to the bathroom. Gu Man Man was burning hot. Splashing cold water on herself would make her feel better. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenjong couldn't help but shout. Who are you? Why won't you let me go? Let me go. Be careful, I'll report you. Zhang Wenjong knew he was caught in an embarrassing situation and wanted to run away quickly, so he wouldn't be blamed. Gu Rongrong also helped. Let go of my husband. We were just joking earlier. You don't understand. Jiang Shutong helped Gu Man Man splash some water. Only then did Gu Man Man calm down. She looked at Jiang Shutong with a complicated expression, surprised that in her most dangerous moment, she was saved by someone she disliked. Just then, Gu Hongwei and others arrived. Not only Gu Hongwei, but Gu Zhengnen also came. Gu Zhengnen rode his bike to pick up Jiang Shutong. He happened to meet Zhang Xiaomai, who explained what happened. Gu Zhengnen contacted his family and hurried over. When they entered and saw the scene, Gu Hongwei's face looked very unhappy. How could 3 people be in the guest house room at the same time? It turns out that the story is true. Zhang Wenjong really did want to do that kind of thing to Gu Man Man. At this moment, Jiang Shutong helped Gu Man Man out of the bathroom. Seeing Gu Man Man's state, everyone understood what was happening. Gu Zhengnen quickly stepped forward and held Jiang Shutong. Shutong, are you okay? Jiang Shutong shook her head.
I'm fine.
Luckily, I arrived in time. Man Man is okay. Gu Xingnan's expression was very complicated. Gu Manman didn't treat Jiang Shudong well, but when this happened, Jiang Shudong still came to help. It shows how kind she is inside. Even if Gu Manman is disobedient, she is still his sister. He can't say he doesn't care about her.
Thank you, Shudong.
Family doesn't need thanks. At this moment, Gu Hongwei went to Zhang Wenzhong and slapped him twice. The receptionist and the other two men saw this and left the scene. This was their private matter, and they should step back now. Zhang Wenzhong was slapped twice by his father-in-law, feeling dizzy.
Dad, why are you hitting me?
It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't do anything. You can ask Rongrong if you don't believe me. Rongrong also tried to stay calm, but she knew she couldn't say the truth. If she did, it would be over. The family wouldn't allow it. So she bravely said, Dad, don't hit Wenzhong. This has nothing to do with him. It's all Manman's fault. Gu Manman just recovered and heard Rongrong say that, and she was stunned. How could it be her fault? She was the victim. You're talking nonsense. Why blame me? You lied to me to go out and play, and then you gave me that medicine. If second sister hadn't come, I would have been harmed. Fourth sister, how could you do this? I'm your real sister. Rongrong bit her lip and forced herself to speak. You're talking. It's obvious you like your brother-in-law and deliberately tried to him at the inn. How shameless can you be? Doing such things. Wenzhong is your brother-in-law. Even if you like him, you shouldn't do this. Gu Manman was about to explode with anger. Was she really being accused of this? Was she blind? How could she fall for someone like Zhang Wenzhong? It was just too ridiculous. Gu Xinan and Gu Hongwei looked at each other in disbelief. Although Gu Manman was spoiled, she had good taste and definitely wouldn't fall for Zhang Wenzhong. The couple's plan had failed, and even when they were caught, they still tried to argue cleverly. Gu Hongwei stepped closer to Gu Rongrong, glaring at her fiercely. What are you talking nonsense here? Do you think we're fools? Do you think everyone has your low intelligence? You've been played around by a man, and you're so grown up, yet you have no opinions of your own. Do you realize what you've done? After speaking, Gu Hongwei slapped Gu Rongrong with red eyes. This daughter was completely useless. She looked gentle and polite, but inside she was rotten. They never expected to raise a daughter like this. Luckily, Jiang Shudong happened to see everything today. Otherwise, Gu Manman's life would be ruined, and she'd never be able to lift her head again. Gu Rongrong was hit and looked at Gu Hongwei in disbelief.
Dad, why did you hit me?
Even if she's telling the truth, Wenzhong didn't do anything to her just now. It all happened too quickly. Nothing really happened.
Why did you hit me?
Gu Hongwei didn't want to hit her anymore, but hearing Gu Rongrong's words, he was so angry he slapped her again. This family is so unlucky, so unlucky. How could your mother give birth to such a beast? You even try to hurt your own sister. Is it because you can't have children? Think about it. Maybe it's Wenzhong's fault. If things are too hard, just divorce. Does our family lack food or drink? Why are you so useless? Seeing his daughter so humble, sacrificing her sister just to please her husband, Gu Hongwei felt deep pain. Gu Rongrong received 2 slaps and looked at Jiang Shudong with hatred. If it weren't for Jiang Shudong, they would have finished everything already, and no one would know. It's all this woman's fault. When Gu Xinan saw Gu Rongrong glare at her, he quickly protected Jiang Shudong behind him. Rongrong, you're so naive. Gu Hongwei turned his head and saw the camera on the bedside table. Thinking about what they were using the camera for, he was so angry, he almost exploded. He ran over and threw the camera to the ground. You still want to take pictures? You really have some nerve. Gu Xingdong was controlling Zhang Wenzhong there. Seeing everything happening, he was very angry. He grabbed Zhang Wenzhong's hair and hit him a few times. Go to. You dare to think about my little sister? Don't you see what kind of person you are? Seeing Zhang Wenzhong being beaten, only Gu Rongrong felt sad. Even now, she refused to give up. Xingdong, don't hit your brother-in-law. We are family. Can't we sit down and talk calmly? Man, can you help me say a few kind words? Don't you remember how good I was to you before? You can't be so ungrateful. Gu Manman had never felt so helpless. She was angry and wanted to fight back, but she was too weak. At this moment, Jiang Shutong, hiding behind Gu Jinan, suddenly felt something was wrong. Earlier, she was riding her bike fast to catch up with someone. When she arrived, she only felt tired. Now her head was spinning. Zhang Nan, Before she finished speaking, she fainted softly. Everyone was shocked. Gu Jinan's face lost all color. Shutong, are you okay? At this moment, they didn't care about scolding Zhang Wenzhong and others anymore. Gu Jinan quickly drove Jiang Shutong to the hospital. As for Zhang Wenzhong and Gu Rongrong, they were forcibly taken back to the Gu family by Gu Jingdong. At the hospital, the doctor examined her and found that Jiang Shutong was too anxious earlier, which caused her to have a miscarriage. Plus, she had been very tired these days, which made her faint. The doctor gave her some glucose. Gu Jinan was relieved that Jiang Shutong's baby was fine and her health was okay. He finally relaxed but stayed by her side. He thought to himself that he usually loved his wife very much. Every morning, he got up early just to take care of Jiang Shutong. He never expected that now, because of Man, he almost caused a miscarriage. Fortunately, the baby was saved. If the baby had been lost, he wouldn't let these people go. Whether it was Gu Man, Gu Rongrong, or Zhang Wenzhong, they would all be held responsible. Gu Hongwei learned that Jiang Shutong was fine and her baby was safe. He finally felt at ease and went home. This matter was not over yet. If Zhang Wenzhong and his group did such things, and they were simply let go, there would be no law left. But this matter is indeed difficult to handle. If they call the police, it can't be kept secret, and everyone will know that Zhang Wenzhong, as the brother-in-law, tried to harm his sister-in-law. The Gu family cares about their reputation, so such news would be very embarrassing. However, if they don't call the police, Gu Man will have suffered unfairly, and they can't accept that either. So, when they got home, the Gu family members immediately started beating Zhang Wenzhong. Then they forced Gu Rongrong to divorce him. Life would be impossible to continue like this. Gu Rongrong used to be quite normal, but since marrying Zhang Wenzhong, she has become more and more irrational, doing strange things. But Gu Rongrong refused to divorce. I don't want to divorce Wenzhong. No matter what, I won't do it. This is my decision. Hearing Gu Rongrong say this, not only Gu Jingdong and others found it unbelievable, even Li Wenxio's face changed for the first time. Is it possible that she suggested her husband sleep with her sister? Is this something a person can do? It's worse than animals. This daughter was also raised with care by them. They never expected she would turn out like this now. Gu Man had already recovered. Hearing her sister's words, she rushed over, pulled her hair, and scratched her face. You crazy person. You think Wenzhong is a treasure, but in others' eyes, he's just trash. Except for his parents, he has nothing. He can't do his job well, and you treat him like a treasure. Did you ask for my opinion? Who wants to be involved with such a man? You're disgusting. Gu Rongrong, I tell you, from now on, our sisterly bond is over. I will pretend I don't have a sister like you. Gu Man spoke while crying, never expecting her beloved sister would betray her like this. Hearing her sister belittle her husband, Gu Rongrong went crazy and tried to attack her. I won't allow you to speak about my brother-in-law like that. You're not a good person either. You're grown up now, but you're useless. Do you think you're so great? I just wanted you to help me have a child. You're my sister. Why can't you understand me? Do you know that if you don't help me, I will have no home? If I get divorced, will you all be proud? Even now, Gu Rongrong still didn't think she was wrong. Instead, she felt Gu Man didn't understand her. They are two sisters. Why did Gu Man help her? Gu Hongwei was so angry, he almost fainted. He used to think this daughter was easy to take care of, more sensible and obedient than Gu Man. She was usually smiling when she came home and never lost her temper. But now it seems she is not better than the other one. It's all because when they were raising the children, they spoiled both daughters too much. He hardly ever hit them. Now, he never expected they would turn out like this. Zhang Wenzhong is now as foolish as a pig, with a swollen face from being beaten. Gu Hongwei then slapped Gu Rongrong and looked at Gu Man. Man, what are you thinking? You are the victim in this. If you want to report the case, we can do that and have Zhang arrested. But that might affect your reputation. Nothing serious happened, but people might talk. If you don't want to report, we can call the Zhang family to come and pick her up. They can write a promise in front of you, pay for the damage, and apologize. Then this matter will be over. Gu Hongwei's words are honest. Right now, there are only two options. Either report the case and arrest Zhang Wenzhong or settle it privately. But even if they report it, Zhang Wenzhong won't be punished much. Maybe just detained for a short time and then released. It wouldn't make much difference. Before Gu Man could answer, Li Wenxiao interrupted. Are you crazy? We definitely can't report this. What if others find out? Where will our family's reputation stand? No matter what, we can't report it. I don't want others to gossip about us. Gu Man sighed. Dad, I don't want to report either. I haven't even had a boyfriend. If this gets out, how can I hold my head up and live? Gu Rongrong heard their decision and felt relieved. It's just a slap, nothing serious. As long as they don't report it, it's fine. So, Gu Hongwei directly called the Zhang family. They were confused at first, but after learning what happened, they felt embarrassed and couldn't lift their heads. Who would have thought they would resort to such a method? Although Gu Rongrong, who married into the family, never got pregnant and the in-laws disliked her, they shouldn't have used such a way. Using it might be okay if no one found out. These two are really foolish. Dear, when I go back, I will make sure to discipline them properly. Family issues should not be shared outside. This matter must stay secret. You have already fought with my son, and you've vented your anger. Let's consider this matter settled. Gu Hongwei still couldn't swallow his anger. But what could he do? Things had come to this point. Gu Rongrong still refused to divorce, and was determined to stay with Zhang Wenzhong. It seemed this daughter was no longer worth keeping. Rongrong, I ask you again, either you divorce Zhang Wenzhong, and our family will support you, so you won't worry about a place to stay, or you never come back to this home again. I'll pretend you are not my daughter. Gu Hongwei still hoped his daughter would see reason. What future could she have with such a man? Sooner or later, she would be hurt badly. But Gu Rongrong stubbornly refused to listen. I will only be married to Wenzhong in this life. I would rather tear down 10 temples than ruin one family. Dad, you shouldn't say such things. Gu Hongwei closed his eyes, feeling hopeless. He waved his hand, signaling them to leave quickly. The Zhang family hurriedly took their son and left. After they left, the Gu family sat on the sofa in silence. After a while, Gu Zhengdong finally spoke. Dad, should we go to the hospital to see my second sister-in-law? She was pregnant to save Man this time. If it weren't for her rushing around and risking danger, Man might have been harmed seriously. Hearing this, Gu Man's heart trembled. She quickly stood up. Dad, which hospital is my second sister-in-law in? I'll go there now. Gu Hongwei frowned. Your sister-in-law is no longer in danger and should have gone home. It's too late today. It's not safe for you to go out alone. Let's go tomorrow. Gu Man clenched her lips tightly, and after a few seconds, her eyes reddened. It's all my fault. If my sister-in-law hadn't saved me, I used to look down on her and always cause trouble for her. I really am a bad person. Dad, I must go today. I want to thank my sister-in-law, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. People's hearts are tender. Although Gu Man was spoiled and had a spoiled princess attitude, she knew Jiang Shetong only got pregnant because of her. In their Gu family, new life was precious. If Jiang Shetong could have another child, her status in the Gu family would only rise. But now, she almost lost her pregnancy. If Jiang Shetong hadn't arrived in time, I would have been harmed by that beast. Thinking about what I did before, Gu Man wishes she could dig a hole and hide herself. She feels very ashamed. Seeing Gu Man's attitude, Gu Hongwei couldn't help but feel pleased and nodded. You've finally grown up. In the future, you need to tell who is truly kind to you. Your second sister-in-law is really a good person. Li Wenxiao, standing nearby, hesitated but finally said, You can't say it like that. As Man's sister-in-law, it's right to help when she is in danger. Anyone would do the same. There's no need to praise her so highly. Li Wenxiao has never liked Jiang Shadong. Even now that Jiang saved her daughter, she still thinks it's just her duty. Hearing Li Wenxiao's words, Gu Hongwei couldn't help but scold sharply. Enough. As an elder, is this how you teach children? Shutong almost lost her baby to save Man Man. There are no right or wrong in this world. She and Man Man are not even related by blood. As a sister-in-law, what she did is already very kind. Rong Rong is your own daughter. How did she behave? Gu Hongwei feels exhausted. There isn't a single person in this family who makes him feel at ease. Li Wenxiao, after being scolded, feels uncomfortable inside but doesn't say anything. Gu Hongwei snorted coldly and drove away with Gu Man Man. On the way, Gu Man Man was still a bit nervous and also felt a little embarrassed. Thinking about her past actions, she wishes she could slap herself. Jiang Shadong is really kind-hearted. If it were her, she would have been annoyed by the trouble she caused and would have secretly enjoyed seeing the other person fail. Sure enough, people have different characters and perspectives. Jiang Shadong has already returned home. Gu Zhengnan was very worried and stayed by her side. When they returned, the 3 children were already asleep and quite well behaved. Next time, don't do that again. No matter how dangerous the situation is, you must put your safety first. Luckily, this time, the kids are safe. If not, you would have suffered a lot. Gu Zhengnan scolded while helping Jiang Shadong massage her arms and legs. She rode her bike too fast today and still feels a bit tired. Jiang Shadong looked at Gu Zhennan's face and smiled. You said that, but she is your sister. If I didn't know, I wouldn't care. But if I saw something wrong, I would step in. How could I not? That would be so cruel. Gu Zhennan's heart moved. He knew Jiang Shadong was doing all this for him. Maybe this is what people call loving someone so much they care about everything related to them. Then do you not hate her? Before, she often disagreed with you and didn't respect you. She also said many bad things about you. Jiang Shadong pursed her lips and took a few seconds before speaking. I was angry at that time, but that is different from what happened today. One is past, one is present. She doesn't like me, and we can still argue and be rivals. But I can't just watch a young girl be hurt or tricked. That would affect her for life. What if you save her, but she still doesn't appreciate it? Jiang Shadong raised an eyebrow. Then it has nothing to do with me. I do good, she does bad. I don't need her thanks. I just need to get past this in my heart. Gu Zhennan was touched. Shadong, I am so lucky to marry you in this life. I must thank the twist of fate 6 years ago that led us to meet. If not, we wouldn't be married. I would have missed you. They looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Just then, Gu Zhennan heard some movement outside the yard. He quickly stood up to check. He saw that Gu Hongwei and Gu Man Man had come over. Dad, why are you here so late? Gu Hongwei didn't answer and led Gu Man Man into the house. Seeing his sister had come, Gu Zhennan realized something. Sure enough, after entering, Gu Man Man went to stand beside Jiang Shadong. Jiang Shadong sat up, no longer lying down. Seeing Jiang Shutong's face, Gu Man Man suddenly felt very ashamed. She lowered her head and stammered. Second sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I want to apologize for my past actions. Today, you almost lost your baby trying to save me. I am very grateful. I was too narrow-minded before and said many bad things about you. I know I was wrong. From now on, I will change. I hope you can accept my apology. Gu Man Man was sincere. Jiang Shadong could feel her genuine guilt. People really grow after experiencing things. Today, Gu Man Man suddenly seemed much more mature. At that time, she was so scared, but after being rescued, she felt so grateful. Jiang Shadong would never know that when she and her people barged in, she was like a goddess in Gu Man Man's eyes. Okay, I accept your apology. From now on, be more careful in everything you do and be cautious of others. Don't let yourself be tricked again. Gu Man Man is straightforward and has a simple girl's mindset, which is why she was so badly deceived. If she had a little more awareness, she wouldn't have been so easily manipulated by Gu Rongrong. Hearing Jiang Shudong say this, Gu Man felt even worse inside. She choked up in front of Jiang Shudong. Second sister-in-law, you've been so kind to me. I feel terrible for saying such things before. I really shouldn't have. I promise I won't do that again. After saying this, Gu Man couldn't hold back and started crying. Gu Hongwei and Gu Zhengnan watched from the side. Instead of feeling sorry, they felt comforted. Gu Man has finally grown up. Jiang Shutong also felt a bit awkward. If Gu Man was still as naive as before, she would have scolded her and maybe even hit her. She wouldn't hold back. But now, seeing Gu Man crying and sniffling in front of her, she didn't know what to do. Gu Man sat there for a while, muttering to herself. Eventually, Gu Hongwei couldn't take it anymore and took her away. All right, that's enough. It's getting late, and your second sister-in-law needs to rest. If you stay here, she won't be able to sleep. Let's go back first. Gu Man then left, looking back several times. After Gu Hongwei and the others left through the gate, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but feel amused. Your sister doesn't seem that bad. Maybe she's finally gotten her head straight. She said a few sensible things tonight. I really hope she can turn over a new leaf. Hearing Jiang Shutong praise her sister, Gu Zhengnan couldn't help but laugh. You're quite good at talking. But I think she's also starting to understand things. If she doesn't learn from this lesson and keeps acting foolish, she'll be truly hopeless. After saying this, Gu Zhengnan went to bed. They talked for a little while, and Jiang Shutong, feeling very tired, soon fell asleep. The next morning, Gu Zhengnan got up early again, arranged everything, and rode his bike to see Jiang Shutong off. Today, the machinery factory had already contacted the research institute. The partner had come to inspect the factory and thought it was very good. The workers had a strong work atmosphere, and the cultural environment was also nice. When the appropriate machines are developed and ready, production will become much easier and more efficient. The research institute also agreed, mainly because of Guo Jingnan's influence, with Jiang Shutong acting as a bridge to facilitate the connection. Everything went smoothly and we easily secured the project. Zheng Jiangwo has been feeling proud these days, walking around with a swagger and speaking confidently in front of the party secretary and political commissar. Everyone understood that since he brought this project to the factory, he was doing a great job, no questions asked. During the factory's mobilization meeting, Zheng Jiangwo publicly praised Jiang Shutong. Now, everyone knew Jiang Shutong was a major contributor. The secretarial staff couldn't keep their mouths shut. They all knew that Jiang Shutong had collected the information herself. Using this information, she managed to take over the partnership from the first machinery factory. No one dared to underestimate Jiang Shutong anymore. Women should be strong. This female comrade is truly impressive. Zhang Xiaomai also felt happy for Jiang Shutong, but she was still worried about yesterday's incident. During lunch, Jiang Shutong was already waiting at the door. Seeing Jiang Shutong come out, she hurried over and whispered, Shutong, how did yesterday's matter turn out? Was it resolved? Is your sister-in-law okay? Jiang Shutong briefly explained what happened yesterday. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaomai's face turned pale. She hadn't expected such a dangerous situation. You really shouldn't have gone. Luckily, it only caused some early labor. The baby is fine. Otherwise, risking yourself for that person isn't worth it. Sometimes it's better to be a little selfish, Jiang Shutong sighed, but my sister-in-law has also changed her ways. Last night, she came to apologize late at night, and she seemed sincere. I decided to forgive her, especially because of Zhengnan. He's been so good to me, I can't just turn away. They talked as they entered the cafeteria. During lunch, Zhang Xiaomai whispered to Jiang Shutong, I heard that Wang Dali and Wang Saixia are planning to get married soon. They're making arrangements now, just inviting relatives for a few tables. Jiang Shutong frowned, surprised at how eager they were. They can't wait a month? After your divorce, they want to marry right away. I think Saixia's belly is pretty big now. She'll give birth in a couple of months. Zhang Xiaomai nodded and said, Anyway, I don't envy at all. Maybe Wang Saixia has good luck. If she has a son, the whole family might spoil her. That might not be true. Now Wang Dali is just burning the boiler, earning only a little money each month. When they divorced, you took all the money. Life for them is really tough. Just then, Wang Dali helped Wang Saishiao inside, looking like Wang Saishiao was a young lady of high status, walking with someone holding her arm. Behind them, Wang's wife followed carefully, like a maid. Jiang Shudong saw this and couldn't help but chuckle softly, thinking that Wang Saixia doesn't have a princess's life and is even pretending to be one. Now, Wang family thinks she is carrying a son and treats her like a treasure. If she can't have a boy later, she might be sent away immediately. After dinner, Zhang Xiaomai packed some food for her two daughters. They had been doing homework at home and didn't want to come out. When they reached the dormitory entrance, they saw her eldest daughter crying and sniffling, hugging a man. Zhang Xiaomai was startled and hurried over, asking, "Big girl, weren't you supposed to stay at home? Why did you come down?" The eldest daughter pouted and said, "Mom, I wanted to help you throw out the trash, but they bullied me and said I am a child without a father." Zhang Xiaomai felt uneasy. The children were still young, and at this age, they didn't understand right from wrong. Seeing she had no father, they probably thought she was easy to bully. The man holding her daughter spoke up, "Since your mother is here, I'll go first. Comrade Zhang Xiaomai, remember to take good care of the children. The brat who bullied her earlier has already been taught a lesson." Zhang Xiaomai held her daughter's hand and looked at the man across from her. It was none other than Lu Maoyuan, the head of the security section, who had come over recently to help break up a fight. She quickly nodded and thanked him. "Section Chief Lu, thank you so much." Lu Maoyuan waved his hand. "No need to thank me. Hurry back with the kids." Zhang Xiaomai nodded and took her daughter upstairs. Jiang Shudong originally wanted to rest in her dorm, but seeing this, she decided to follow Zhang Xiaomai home. Zhang Xiaomai's house was quite spacious. She told the two children to eat on the side, and Jiang Shudong sat on the sofa, unable to resist starting a chat with Zhang Xiaomai. "Wait, do you have plans for the future? Do you still want to get married again? If you raise two children alone, it will be hard, but not having a father for the kids is also something to consider seriously." Jiang Shudong has strong opinions on this because when she was raising her three sons alone, they were often bullied because they didn't have a father. Growing up without a father can affect children in some ways. At first, the three kids were very insecure. But after she married Gu Zhenan, the children had a father and they became more confident and happier when playing with other kids. So Jiang Shudong believes that a father's role is very important. No matter how capable a mother is or how much she loves her children, she can't replace a father. Zhang Xiaomai feels uneasy too. The children are still young, and there's a long way to go. They shouldn't be bullied all the time. How painful must it be for the two daughters to hear every day that they are children without a father? "I don't know. I've been divorced once, so I don't dare to marry again. What if I meet someone like Wang Dali? It's better to be alone. Life is a bit harder now, but at least it's not as tough as before." Jiang Shudong sighed. Zhang Xiaomai's words make sense. You can't be too optimistic, but you shouldn't be too pessimistic either. "I thought the same before, and now I'm happily married to Zhenan. There are good men out there. You just need to be careful and choose wisely." Zhang Xiaomai nodded. "I'll take my time. If I find someone suitable, I'll consider it. If not, I'll just focus on my daughters. Others look down on me for raising two girls. Who wants to help raise someone else's children, right?" She sighed bitterly. For some reason, Jiang Shudong suddenly thought of Lu Maoyuan. "I actually think Director Lu is pretty good. He used to be in the army, so he's got the right mindset. It's just a pity he's been divorced once and has a son." Hearing Jiang Shudong mention Lu Maoyuan, Zhang Xiaomai was surprised. "Shudong, aren't you rushing into a relationship? Don't look at Director Lu's divorce and his son. I've heard he's quite popular because of his good salary and benefits." Jiang Shudong smiled. "You're not bad either. You're raising two daughters, and he has a son. That makes a perfect family with children of both genders." Jiang Shudong was just speaking casually, since she had a good relationship with Zhang Xiaomai and didn't need to think too much. Mainly, Section Chief Lu was a good person, honest and helpful. He also took care of Zhang Xiaomai's daughter. When her daughter was bullied, many people probably saw it, but no one did anything except Section Chief Liu, who stepped forward. I think you should thank Section Chief Liu later. He's connected, and since both girls are at the factory, he can help look after them because he's in the security department. Zhang Xiaomai wasn't really interested in this, but when Jiang Shudong said it, she hesitated and nodded. All right, I'll make some food later and send it over as a thank you. By then, the two children had finished eating. Jiang Shudong said goodbye and left. She went back to her dorm to rest for a while because she still had to work in the afternoon. While Jiang Shudong was sleeping peacefully, Bai Bing from the Research Institute was plotting something sneaky. Ever since she found out Jiang Shudong was pregnant, she felt worse and worse inside. To her, Gu Zhengnan, who was abstinent and not interested in women, should stay pure and untouched. But now Jiang Shudong was pregnant, which meant they often spent time together. Just thinking about it made her feel strange. How could someone like Jiang Shudong, who was so lowly, be close to Gu Zhengnan? If Jiang Shudong gave birth to the baby, their relationship would become even stronger, and Bai Bing would lose her chance. She used to admire Gu Zhengnan since school and even dreamed of being his wife. Now that they were working together every day, she was finally close to him, but a woman had taken her place. Bai Bing was unwilling and couldn't accept it. Thinking it over, she decided to target the three children. They were quite smart, and it wouldn't be easy to scare them. She planned to talk to the kids and make them understand how Jiang Shutong's pregnancy affected them. But Bai Bing was clever and worried that if she was caught again, things wouldn't be so simple. Soon, she found her target, Wu Ailian. At noon, a few women sat together eating. Bai Bing approached them directly and started chatting about the Gu family. Honestly, I think Jiang Shutong is pregnant again. If she has another child later, can the three kids handle it? Wu Ailian paused and then nodded. That's true. She's already had 3 children, and she wants more? Even a sow can't have that many. Also, those 3 kids are said to be Gugongs, but who knows if that's really true? Bai Bing thought to herself, isn't it just perfect when someone is feeling sleepy and someone offers a pillow? After everyone finished eating, Wu Ailian was about to leave, but Bai Bing followed her straight to her room. Wu Ailian had a good impression of Bai Bing. They could talk quite well. As they talked, they started to team up and criticize Jiang Shudong. Wu Ailian already had complaints about Jiang Shudong, and Bai Bing hated her even more, so they quickly agreed. I don't know what she's so proud of. She just relies on that belly of hers. If she can't get pregnant, would Gugong even care about her? I think those 3 kids definitely aren't little Gus. When Gugong was young, he wasn't even dating anyone, so how could he have a child with her? Besides, you know Gugong's personality. He wouldn't have premarital. But the child in Jiang Shutong's belly is definitely Gugong's. Wu Ailian wasn't good at much, but she could analyze this well. Bai Bing thought her reasoning made sense. Auntie, you're hitting the nail on the head. Jiang Shutong is always so mean. She treats you badly, and I can't stand her either. Wu Auntie, if the child in her belly is lost, do you think Gugong can still stay with her? When Bai Bing said this, Wu Ailian was startled and looked at Bai Bing cautiously. Comrade Bai Bing, what do you mean by that? Bai Bing chuckled, nothing much. I was just saying it casually. But I think if the 3 kids find out, they'll worry. Don't forget, even though they're young, they understand a lot. If they find out their mother is pregnant and their brother doesn't want them anymore, they'll be upset. Wu Ailian was stunned for a moment, then smiled. That's hard to say. In our village, there was a couple who had a son, then got pregnant again. The relatives came and said they should have another brother and that the family's property wouldn't be enough for all of them. But there was no real property, just 2 broken-down houses. Guess what happened to their eldest son? Bai Bing also became interested. What happened? During her mother's cooking, she pushed her mother, causing her to fall. Her mother then had an accident and couldn't have children anymore. The family belongings were left only for her. Bai Bing listened eagerly, but was secretly planning. Do you think those 3 kids would do something if they found out? After speaking, she saw Wu Ailian fall silent, lost in thought. A faint smile appeared on Bai Bing's face, knowing her plan had succeeded. Once a seed is planted, it can grow wildly. Wu Ailian already hated Jiang Shudong. If she had a way to get revenge, She wouldn't let it go. After a while, Bai Bing left. Wu Ailian lay on her bed, unable to sleep, thinking about Jiang Shadong. She was so angry that if her pregnancy was lost, it would be very bad. Thinking this, Wu Ailian quickly made up her mind. In the afternoon, Gu Zhengnan picked up the children and let them play in the yard. He went back to his lab. Recently, he was busy with work and couldn't pick up Jiang Shadong. Wu Ailian saw the 3 children playing at the door and took some candy from home to give them. Uncle's wife brought you some candy. The oldest boy was drawing on the ground and looked alert when he saw Wu Ailian. We don't eat candy. The youngest, who was a bit greedy, wanted to eat but didn't dare because his older brother said no. Wu Ailian forced a smile and twitched her mouth. Eat it, it's sweet. She sat down nearby and lowered her voice. Do you know your mom is pregnant? When she has a son, she won't hurt you anymore. Then, you 3 will be unwanted children, hungry and cold, very pitiful. The oldest snorted. You're talking nonsense. Why wouldn't mom love us after having a baby? Wu Ailian looked serious. Your dad suspects that you 3 might not be his children. I heard from others that your mom had a child with another man. You're not your dad's real children. Now, your mom is pregnant with her own child. She probably prefers her own baby and won't love you. When that happens, she might kick you out and then you'll have no mom. The youngest heard this and was so scared his eyes turned red. 3 6-year-old children don't understand much. When they heard their mother had a baby brother, they didn't like him and felt scared. Fortunately, the oldest was quite sensible and didn't believe what Wu Ailian said. You're talking nonsense. Mom and Dad won't abandon us. Wu Ailian snorted coldly. Auntie is just telling you this for your own good. Actually, as long as the baby in your mom's belly is gone, the 3 of you will always be mom's precious children. The youngest wiped his tears and looked hesitantly at Wu Ailian. There's a baby in mom's belly. How could it be gone? Wu Ailian smiled and then whispered, Mom's pregnancy isn't stable yet. If you accidentally push her and she falls hard, the baby in her belly might be gone. Then you won't have to be afraid anymore, because Mom and Dad will always love only you 3. The youngest nodded first, then shook his head strongly. No, that won't do. Mom will be hurt if she falls. Wu Ailian grew impatient. I've already told you this. If you're not afraid of being sent away by Mom and Dad, then don't do it. Don't tell anyone about this, or I'll find someone to sell you 3 to the wrong people. She made a fierce face, scaring the children. Seeing they were frightened, Wu Ailian swaggered back to the yard. The 2 younger children looked at their older brother with worried faces. Big brother, does Mom really not like us anymore now that she has a baby brother? Some kids at school said the same today. The youngest started crying. I don't like the baby brother anymore. I don't like him at all. I don't want a brother. The oldest quickly comforted them. Don't think like that. Mom loves us. We are her precious children. The middle child hesitated, but at the factory, Aunt Zhang had a baby, and she didn't like her older children anymore. The oldest was silent. It was true, such things happened at the factory. Although they were young, they had heard their mother talk about it. For a moment, he was unsure what to think. What should we do? Maybe we should tell Mom not to have any more babies, not a brother or a sister. Big brother frowned and said, No way, don't talk nonsense, and don't listen to Aunt Wu's stories about pushing Mom. That sounds so painful. We'll talk about it later. Big brother spoke seriously, finally calming down his 2 younger brothers. After work, Jiang Shadong took the bus to the night school. Today, Jiang Qianqian was there too. Everyone went inside laughing and talking, but no one dared to talk to Jiang Qianqian. Because of what just happened, everyone still felt scared inside. When Jiang Qianqian saw Jiang Shadong come in, her expression changed a little. Before, most of the male classmates at night school liked to surround her, but since Jiang Shadong arrived, they all paid attention to her instead. Although she wasn't interested in these men, she still felt unhappy inside. Some people saw Gu Zhengnan riding his bike to pick up Jiang Shadong and couldn't help but ask curiously, Jiang, your husband is so handsome. Where did you find such a partner? You're so lucky. By the way, Jiang, where does your husband work? Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Jiang Shadong casually replied, he works at the research institute. Oh, he's in scientific research. That's impressive. Jiang Qianqian listened more and more strangely, then stood up and walked over. Jiang, that night when you rode your bike and the man in the white shirt was your husband, Jiang Shutong didn't expect Jiang Qianqian to come over and talk to her voluntarily. A flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. What's it to you? She was friendly and cheerful with other classmates, but with Jiang Qianqian, she showed no respect at all. Others didn't dare to bother Jiang Qianqian because they were afraid of her. But Jiang Shutong didn't care about her. Jiang Qianqian's face darkened. How dare you talk to me like that? I tell you, Jiang Shutong, I'm not someone you can mess with. You better watch your mouth. Jiang Shutong rolled her eyes. I don't want to answer your questions, thank you. Can you stay away from me? I'm worried I might accidentally spit on your clothes when I talk, and then you'll want me to pay for the clothes. You might even blackmail me. When she said this, everyone around couldn't help but laugh quietly. Jiang Qianqian's face stiffened. She raised her hand as if to hit Jiang Shutong. Jiang Shutong immediately grabbed her arm.
What?
Still want to hit me? Do you think this is your home? Do whatever you want. Jiang Qianqian stared intently at Jiang Shutong's bluish pupils, feeling more and more annoyed the longer she looked. Jiang Shutong, I remember you. Just wait and see. Jiang Qianqian withdrew her hand and gave Jiang Shutong a meaningful look. Jiang Shutong slightly frowned, thinking to herself, in a society governed by law, what more could she want? After class, Gu Zhengnan didn't come over. Jiang Shutong felt a bit disappointed but understood that Gu Zhengnan was probably busy with work lately, so it was normal he couldn't come. She decided to walk to the bus stop and take the bus home. After class, Jiang Qianqian didn't leave immediately. Instead, she waited at the door for a while. When she didn't see the man from last time, she waved to Li Fei. Let's go. Take me home. Li Fei responded and happily started the car. When they arrived at Jiang's house, Li Fei wanted to follow inside, but Jiang Qianqian stopped him. That's enough. Don't come in. You don't need to pick me up from night school these days. My older brother is back from abroad, and he can pick me up. Li Fei looked a little sad. Qianqian, isn't that a bit unkind? I have nothing to do anyway. Let me pick you up. Jiang Qianqian looked at Li Fei for a moment before speaking. Li Fei, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't have romantic feelings for you. No matter how good you are to me, I won't date you. Li Fei's smile was more painful than crying. Although he had been rejected many times, he still didn't want to give up. I know. It's okay if you don't like me. I'm just happy to be with you. Jiang Qianqian slightly curled her lips. So, are you willing to do anything for me? Li Fei was stunned and then nodded.
I'm willing.
What is it? Jiang Qianqian leaned close to Li Fei's ear and muttered softly. After she finished, Li Fei frowned. Qianqian, this isn't good. We're in our country, not abroad. You just came back, so you shouldn't be so showy. Besides, you're a woman, and there's no deep hatred between us. What you're doing isn't appropriate. Hearing Li Fei's refusal, Jiang Qianqian's face immediately changed. Still saying you only have me in your heart? You won't even help me with this small thing. I see your sincerity now. Fine, if you're not willing, there's no need to say more. Jiang Qianqian's attitude became more firm as she turned and entered the yard. Li Fei stood still for a moment, then sighed and drove away. After Jiang Shutong returned home, Gu Zhengnan hadn't come back yet. The three children were still awake. When they saw Jiang Shutong, they clung to her very closely. Jiang Shutong held them for a while, then planned to put them to sleep. The oldest child suddenly brought in a basin of foot wash water. Mom, you've worked hard. We'll wash your feet today. Jiang Shutong was surprised. Usually the children were obedient, but today they seemed even more well-behaved than usual. No need. I can wash my own feet. It's late now, go to bed quickly. The youngest, pouting, almost started crying. Mom, Xiao Hao is helping you wash your feet. If you don't agree, I won't sleep. The three children secretly discussed. If what they heard was true, that Mom might not like them as much after having a new baby, they decided to be extra good to her now, so she would be nice to them later. So, the little ones insisted on helping Jiang Shutong wash her feet. The second child even climbed onto the bed to massage her back. Jiang Shutong chuckled. You three little ones. Why are you being so nice to Mom all of a sudden? You don't need to do this. You're already very good. It's late. Go to sleep now. But no matter what Jiang Shutong said, the children wouldn't listen. They finished washing her feet and reluctantly went back to the next room. Even these young children knew how to help her relax. Jiang Shutong felt deeply touched. The children were so thoughtful. What should she do? As a mother, she was overwhelmed with emotion. After waiting for Gu Jingnan for a while and seeing he hadn't returned, Jiang Shutong drifted into a light sleep. She wasn't feeling very comfortable while sleeping. Her stomach ached a little, and her chest felt a bit swollen. These were common early pregnancy symptoms. When Gu Jingnan returned, he saw Jiang Shutong sleeping soundly on the bed, curled up like a little cat. Worried about waking her, Gu Jingnan washed up outside. Recently, his work had become very intense, and overtime was unavoidable. He couldn't pick Jiang Shutong up often, which made him feel quite guilty. After finishing his chores, he carefully got into bed. As he pulled back the blanket, a cold breeze came in. Jiang Shutong, still drowsy, opened her eyes and saw Gu Jingnan had come back. She immediately hugged him tightly and spoke with her eyes closed. Why did you come back so late today? Were you busy? Gu Jingnan hugged her and said, I've been busy lately. You've worked hard. You still have to take the bus tonight. Don't talk, just sleep early. Jiang Shutong said a few words to Gu Jingnan. She was already a bit awake now, so she opened her eyes and briefly told him about the 3 children today. You say something is strange about those 3 kids. I feel it's a bit odd. But Gu Jingnan didn't think much about it. The children are usually very sensible. Recently, Jiang Shutong has been working hard, so it's normal for the kids to feel sorry for her. The kids are sensible. They know to care about you. I really wonder when they'll wash my feet. Seeing Gu Jingnan full of envy, Jiang Shutong couldn't help but chuckle softly. Later, you give them some treats, bribe them, and get them to wash your feet. You should experience it too. Gu Jingnan saw Jiang Shutong smile and reached out to tickle her waist. All right, I'll do as you say. It's late. Go to sleep quickly. You have work tomorrow. But Jiang Shutong lost her sleepiness. She reached out and drew circles on Gu Jingnan's chest, playing while talking about Jiang Qianqian, whom she met at night school. This woman is quite fierce. I think she's holding a grudge because I said a few words to her last time. Hearing how unreasonable this woman was, Gu Jingnan felt a bit worried. From now on, I'll pick you up at night, just to be safe. It's not safe for you alone, especially since you're pregnant. But that's not necessary. Don't worry. I'm quite cautious. I really dislike this woman. She's back from abroad, so what? That doesn't mean she can look down on us. If she looks down on our country, she should just leave abroad. Gu Jingnan sighed. Now, there are all kinds of people. She's so arrogant, she'll get into trouble sooner or later. If someone reports her, she'll definitely end up in detention for ideological education. Although the most tense years are over, the country won't encourage this kind of attitude. Once reported, it's certain she'll face consequences. But this woman dares to be so arrogant. She probably has a strong backing. They talked for a while longer. Gu Jingnan's eyelids were getting heavy, but Jiang Shutong was getting more energetic. Before long, she reached out to pull down Gu Jingnan's sleep pants. Gu Jingnan was already dozing off, but he suddenly awake and quickly protected his pants. Stop messing around. What are you doing? Jiang Shutong's eyes sparkled. Why are you so petty? I asked around, and it's okay to be intimate during pregnancy, as long as the baby bump is stable. Just be a little careful. Gu Jingnan's face turned red with frustration. He thought, what is this woman always thinking about? That's nonsense. You can only consider intimacy after you recover from childbirth. Until then, forget it. And who did you ask about this? Aren't you afraid others will laugh at you? Gu Jingnan stubbornly held onto his pants, refusing to back down. Jiang Shutong was annoyed. I don't care who I asked. I just know. If you don't believe me, ask the doctor yourself and see what they say. Gu Jingnan looked at Jiang Shutong in disbelief. You're asking the doctor? My goodness, you can't ask about such things. People might laugh at you. Jiang Shutong thought Gu Jingnan was old-fashioned. There's no reason to be embarrassed. If you want to ask, just ask. You're a coward.
Don't you want to?
If you're too shy to ask, I'll ask for you. Okay, enough talking. Time to sleep. I'm tired. After arguing for a while, they finally went to bed. Seeing Jiang Shadong was truly asleep, Gu Zhengnan finally loosened his pants. He thought, from now on, I should wear a belt when sleeping just to be safe. Early the next morning, the three children woke up early and started washing their faces and brushing their teeth in the yard, without needing Gu Zhengnan to remind them. Seeing how well they were doing, Gu Zhengnan praised them a little, and the children were quite happy. They need to behave better in the future. Only then will mom and dad not dislike them and treat everyone equally. Their older brother said so they must listen to him. Among the three children, the oldest is the most sensible and is their main support. So they listened to whatever he says. Wu Ailian kept secretly watching the neighbor while having breakfast. She wondered why the three children hadn't acted yet. She had told them yesterday, and kids usually can't hold back. They should have done it already. But after Jiang Shadong and the others finished eating and left, the three children still hadn't made a move. Wu Ailian was so angry she patted her thigh. Her mother-in-law, standing nearby, couldn't help but frown and ask, "Did someone bully you again?" Wu Ailian wouldn't tell her mother-in-law the truth. "No, don't talk nonsense." Next to her, Zhou Adong gave his wife a sidelong look and snorted, then got up and left. After going to work, Jiang Shadong felt quite relaxed. She had finished signing contracts in the past 2 days, and there was little work at the factory. Everything was moving in a positive direction. In the secretary's office, someone was struggling to write a speech. Jiang Shadong was always willing to help and never kept her advice to herself. To be honest, Jiang Shadong was very good at this. Her speeches were simple, clear, and suitable for formal occasions. There was a young girl in the secretary's office named Su Shuangshuang. She was diligent and eager to learn, and she was quite close to Jiang Shadong. Compared to others, Jiang Shadong often gave her extra tips. She probably wouldn't stay long at the mechanical factory. When she leaves, someone else will take her place. She hoped Zheng Jiangwo wouldn't worry too much, and that she could at least have a speech she was happy with. Seeing Jiang Shutong's generosity, Su Shuangshuang felt grateful. Near the end of the workday, she carefully approached Jiang Shutong and asked, "Sister Jiang, can I treat you to lunch? Thank you for helping me today." Jiang Shutong thought that Jiang Xiaomai would probably wait for her to eat together, so she politely declined. "We're in the same office, so it's only right. No need to be so formal. You don't have to treat me." Jiang Shutong stood up and patted the girl's shoulder. Su Shuangshuang's face fell, and she felt a bit disappointed. She really liked Jiang Shutong. She was so beautiful, gentle, and helpful. She had never met such a kind older sister. Jiang Shadong was about to leave when she saw Su Shuangshuang looking disappointed. She felt a little sorry for her. "Even if I don't need you to treat me, we can go to lunch together. Would you like to go to the cafeteria with me?" Hearing this invitation, Su Shuangshuang was happy again. She happily followed Jiang Shadong out. Outside the office, she saw Zhang Xiaomai. "Xiaomai, let me introduce you. This is our office's comrade Su. The three of us will have lunch together today." Zhang Xiaomai smiled. "Sure, let's go."
I'm hungry.
The three of them chatted and laughed as they went to the cafeteria. Jiang Shutong didn't ask Su Shuangshuang to pay for the meal. While eating, they talked and laughed. Suddenly, Jiang Shutong remembered something and asked Zhang Xiaomai, "Aren't you going to deliver food to Comrade Lu? Have you delivered it yet?" When she mentioned this, Zhang Xiaomai looked a little embarrassed. "I haven't gone yet, and I feel a bit shy. I plan to make dumplings for lunch this afternoon. Shutong, you should come to my house and eat the dumplings before leaving." Jiang Shutong doesn't have to go to night school that urgently. Zhang Xiaomai already invited her, and she didn't refuse. "Okay, I'll have the chive and egg filling." After saying this, Zhang Xiaomai realized it might be awkward not to invite Su Shuangshuang, so she quickly added, "Little Su, you should come too." Su Shuangshuang naturally wouldn't agree and quickly shook her head to refuse. "No need, Sister Zhang. I have something to do this afternoon. I need to leave early after work. Thanks for the invitation." After eating, Zhang Shutong planned to go back to her dorm to rest. As she left the dining hall, she saw a familiar figure nearby, none other than Gao Qinglin. Since the last incident, Zhang Shutong hadn't seen him for a long time. Now that she saw him, she noticed he seemed less proud. He used to stand there looking like a gentleman, but now he looked somewhat lonely. Zhang Shutong also heard that Gao Qinglin was demoted. Although he wasn't fired, it was probably hard for him to accept. He had already reached a high position, but now he was just an ordinary employee. He was likely being excluded by others at work. They could have still been friends, but because of Gao's parents' influence, they could no longer even be casual friends. Zhang Shutong looked away and walked straight toward her dorm building. Gao Qinglin didn't say anything. He just stood there, staring intently at Zhang Shutong. Lately, this had been very painful for him. He used to be a proud factory director's secretary, but now he was just a small clerk, listening to others mock him every day. Thinking about Zhang Shutong's cold attitude made him feel uncomfortable inside. If only they had been more understanding back then, he wouldn't be so miserable now. What started as love had turned into hatred. Especially now, seeing Zhang Shutong living so well and even shining in meetings, he felt even worse inside. But he never reflected on his actions or how much trouble he caused Zhang Shutong. He didn't want Zhang Shutong to have a good life. He wanted to see her fail. He heard Zhang Shutong was pregnant again. Gao Qinglin clenched his fists, his eyes dark and mysterious. During lunch, I rested in my dormitory. In the afternoon, after work, Zhang Shutong went straight to Zhang Xiaomai's house. Today, she didn't plan to attend night school anymore. Anyway, going to night school was just an excuse. The college entrance exam was in 2 months, so that explanation was enough.
No one would doubt it then.
Zhang Xiaomai had already bought all the ingredients early and was now chopping dumpling filling at home. When Zhang Shutong arrived, she didn't sit idle. She helped roll the dumpling wrappers nearby. Honestly, you might as well not send the food. Just call them over to eat at your place. It's hot and fresh. When you send it over, it's all lumped together. It's better to dip it in vinegar and enjoy. If it were just Zhang Xiaomai alone, Zhang Shutong definitely wouldn't suggest this, worried about others' gossip. But now she was here, so there was nothing shameful about it. Moreover, Lu Maoyuan helped Zhang Xiaomai. What's wrong with treating him to a bowl of dumplings? Zhang Xiaomai hesitated a bit. Is that appropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Don't overthink. I'm here, after all. Zhang Xiaomai wiped her hands on her apron and stood up hesitantly. Then I'll go to the security department and talk to them, see what they say. Go ahead, go ahead. I'm about to start making dumplings. Zhang Xiaomai took off her apron and left. Zhang Shutong started making dumplings. Today there were pork and scallion fillings as well as chive and egg fillings. Zhang Xiaomai had spared no expense, buying plenty of meat. After Zhang Xiaomai left, she kept thinking about how to start the conversation. She hadn't interacted much with men before and was worried her words might be inappropriate. When she arrived at the security department, Lu Maoyuan was talking to his subordinate. Seeing Zhang Xiaomai standing at the door looking around, he hurried out. Comrade Zhang, are you looking for me? Seeing Lu Maoyuan come out, Zhang Xiaomai quickly nodded. Director Lu, I made dumplings today. Would you like to come to my house and have some? After saying this, Zhang Xiaomai felt it was a bit inappropriate and blushed as she explained. Director Lu, you took care of Nizi yesterday, right? I wanted to thank you by inviting you to a meal. If you're willing, come to my house. Secretary Jiang is also there. If you don't want to come, I can bring some to you later. Seeing how flustered Zhang Xiaomai was, Lu Maoyuan couldn't help but smile. Since you went out of your way to invite me, how can I refuse? Let's go. I just finished work anyway. I didn't expect Director Lu to be so straightforward, and Zhang Xiaomai also felt relieved. At this moment, the security team members were all leaning against the windows, watching the scene. When they saw the two of them walking together, someone looked surprised. Isn't that the female worker who just got divorced recently? Why is our section chief walking with her? Who knows? What's going on here? Everyone was talking quietly, full of curiosity. Zhang Xiaomai was quite well known in the factory, and Lu Maoyuan was also an important person. How did two people who seemed so different end up together? Zhang Xiaomai already felt regret. When she came, she didn't think much about it. If she had known she would be watched, she would have just brought the dumplings over. But Lu Maoyuan didn't say anything, and she didn't feel like speaking up again. When they reached the dormitory building, Zhang Xiaomai finally felt a bit relieved. Just then, Wang Dali was helping Wang Saixia walk down from upstairs. He looked up and saw Zhang Xiaomai with Lu Maoyuan. Wang Dali was stunned and couldn't help but ask loudly, "Zhang Xiaomai, where are you two headed?" Zhang Xiaomai didn't expect to run into Wang Dali. Her face darkened. "None of your business." Wang Dali looked at Lu Maoyuan and then at Zhang Xiaomai, feeling very angry. They had just divorced not long ago, and now Zhang Xiaomai was already hanging out with another man, who was also the section chief. How could this woman be so shameless? Was she just rushing to cling to someone? Zhang Xiaomai, you're really shameless. We just divorced, and you're already hooking up with someone else? Don't forget, you have 2 daughters. What are you doing taking a man into your house? Hearing this, Lu Maoyuan also felt very upset. Before Zhang Xiaomai could speak, he stepped in first. "Comrade Wang, your words are really harsh. What do you mean by hooking up or not? Not to mention, my relationship with Zhang is clear. Even if we had something, it's none of your business. You cheated during your marriage, and now that Zhang has divorced you, she can be with whoever she wants." Lu Maoyuan's words matched what Zhang Xiaomai wanted to say, and she couldn't help but feel grateful to him. Wang Dali was trembling all over. In his mind, he thought it was okay for him to cheat, but not for Zhang Xiaomai. And since they had just divorced, Zhang Xiaomai should stay faithful for the sake of her 2 daughters and grow old alone. But just a few days later, she was about to bring another man home. However, since he was in the wrong and couldn't argue with Lu Maoyuan, he spat and went downstairs with Wang Saixia. Outside the dormitory building, Wang Saixia was upset and pointed at Wang Dali, scolding him loudly. "Wang Dali, what do you mean? You already divorced her and you're still worried about who she's with? Why are you so quick to judge? If you still have feelings for her, don't marry me. Go find your ex-wife." Recently, Wang Saixia had become more arrogant. Wang Dali broke out in a sweat and hurriedly tried to soothe her. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaomai felt embarrassed and apologized to Director Lu. "Director Lu, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble." Lu Maoyuan smiled and didn't take it seriously. "It's okay, no problem." They went inside. Jiang Shutong had already made a lot of dumplings, and some were boiling in the pot. Seeing Director Lu come over, Jiang Shutong cheerfully called out, "Director Lu, please sit down first. The dumplings will be ready soon." Zhang Xiaomai washed her hands and helped fold dumplings. She thought Lu Maoyuan would wait nearby to eat, but he rolled up his sleeves and also went to wash his hands. "Many hands make light work. I can't fold dumplings well, but I can roll the dough. You two can just fill them." Jiang Shutong was surprised that a grown man could also roll dumpling wrappers. Zhang Xiaomai looked at him curiously. Lu Maoyuan smiled and said, "No choice. I have to play both father and mother. The kids like dumplings, so I learned how to make them." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaomai suddenly remembered she forgot to call Lu Maoyuan's son to come over. She couldn't just leave the kid at home while the adults ate here. "Niz, go call Brother Xiao Fei to come and eat dumplings." Lu Maoyuan quickly stopped her. "No need. I'll bring some back for him later, but it's better to eat now." Zhang Xiaomai was firm, and Niz went out to call him. Soon, the dumplings were ready, and everyone sat down to eat. Lu Maoyuan's son, though he lost his mother early, was well taught by Lu Maoyuan and was very polite during the meal. Everyone enjoyed the meal happily, and Jiang Shutong looked at Director Lu with new respect. Although she initially thought that a male comrade who had served in the army was reliable, she didn't expect him to be so dependable. If Jiang Xiaomai really could be with him, life would definitely be good. After dinner, Jiang Shutong helped Zhang Xiaomai wash the dishes, then went back home. Meanwhile, Gu Zhengnan rode his bike straight to the night school. Today he wasn't too busy, so he planned to pick up Jiang Shutong, but she didn't come to the night school today. Just as Gu Zhengnan was about to leave, Jiang Qianqian saw him. "Sir, wait a moment." Gu Zhengnan heard someone calling him and instinctively turned around. He saw a beautiful girl walking toward him. He frowned, thinking he didn't know her. Jiang Qianqian approached him and, upon seeing his face, became very excited. "Hello, do you remember me?" Gu Zhengnan looked at her face for a while, then shook his head. "Comrade, you must have mistaken me for someone else." Jiang Qianqian felt a bit disappointed. "No, I'm sure I didn't mistake you.
We met abroad.
I was shopping with my friend in a mall when we were attacked by a criminal. You and a male comrade helped save us." After Jiang Qianqian reminded him, Gu Jingnan finally had a faint memory. Yes, that did happen abroad. But that was several years ago, and he had long forgotten.
Besides, it was just a small act of kindness at the time.
It seems that was the case. Gu Jingnan remembered a little, but his expression remained very indifferent, clearly not interested in the matter. Jiang Qianqian also sensed this and felt somewhat disappointed. "Comrade, can you tell me your name?" "I still don't know the name of my lifesaver." Jiang Qianqian smiled generously and stared intently at Gu Jingnan. Gu Jingnan was too lazy to chat with her here. Since Jiang Shutong didn't come to the night school, she was at the factory. He needed to go to the machinery factory to pick up his wife. It was just a small act of kindness. "No need to thank me. My name isn't important. I have something to do, so I'll leave now." Gu Zhengnan said this and got on his bike without even glancing at Jiang Qianqian. He rode straight to the machinery factory. Seeing this, Jiang Qianqian's face turned green. What kind of person is Jiang Qianqian? Grandpa and Grandma come from a big family abroad. Grandpa is a veteran official, and my father is a high-ranking leader. My 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters all love her very much. How can this man have such an attitude toward her? Gu Zhengnan doesn't care about all this. When they arrived at the machinery factory, Jiang Shutong had just gone back, and Gu Zhengnan had to leave again. When Gu Zhengnan returned, Jiang Shutong felt a bit speechless. "I should have called you earlier. Sorry for bothering you these few times. You don't need to pick me up at night anymore. I can manage alone." Gu Zhengnan found it funny. They kept missing each other. "It's okay, just good exercise. I've been busy lately and haven't gone for a run much." Jiang Shutong smiled and told Gu Jingnan to go take a shower. After riding so long, he was all sweaty. After taking a shower, Gu Jingnan saw the 3 kids helping Jiang Shutong wash her feet again. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious. "You're really living a carefree life." The eldest looked at Gu Jingnan, then grabbed a basin nearby. "Dad, I'll wash yours too." Seeing this, Gu Jingnan felt warm inside. But Jiang Shutong and Gu Zhengnan both felt it was awkward to have the 3 little ones washing their feet every day, so they firmly told them to go sleep in the next room and not bother. As the kids left, they looked worried. After the children left, Gu Zhengnan squatted down to help Jiang Shutong wash her feet. Jiang Shutong pulled her feet back, feeling a bit shy. "That's enough. You don't need to wash me. I'm grown up now. I can wash my own feet." Gu Zhengnan stubbornly pulled her feet back. "After you're pregnant, your belly will get bigger and you won't be able to do things like washing your feet. Let me do it." As he spoke, Gu Zhengnan suddenly remembered the woman from tonight. "Describe her to me. The last time you mentioned Jiang Qianqian, what does she look like?" Jiang Shutong didn't expect Gu Zhengnan to ask this and was a bit surprised. "Why suddenly ask about her?" Gu Zhengnan briefly explained what happened tonight. "I want to see if she's the same woman I saved abroad." Jiang Shutong was stunned. She didn't expect such a coincidence. "Really? Such a coincidence? So you met her abroad years ago?" Gu Zhengnan sighed. "Looks like you're right. It really is the same person. I didn't realize she was like this back then." Jiang Shutong smiled and asked, "What if you knew back then that you wouldn't save him?" Gu Zhengnan shrugged and replied, "It's not that simple after all. He's a fellow countryman." After washing his feet, Gu Zhengnan helped Jiang Shutong dry her feet and suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, in a few days, it's the old lady's birthday. Everyone will gather to celebrate her. If you're not busy, prepare a gift. We can go together to the party." Jiang Shutong nodded and said, "Sure, you don't need to worry about that. I'll handle it. By the way, my mom is coming tomorrow. Let's tidy up the room next door so we can move in directly." When Gu Jingnan heard that his mother-in-law was coming tomorrow, he was very happy. Recently, he had been busy every day with the kids, and he felt tired. If his mother-in-law came, things would be easier, and he could spend more time on his research. There are 3 small groups working on this project, so Gu Zhengnan felt a lot of pressure. He wanted to finish the research as soon as possible. He is a very determined person and doesn't allow himself to fall behind in work or life. They talked for a while and then went to the next room to turn on the light and tidy up again. Fortunately, they chose the courtyard, which has many rooms. If they had chosen a dormitory, living with so many people would be difficult. The courtyard is spacious and convenient for living. The only problem in winter is that they need to light a stove. After tidying up, they finally went to sleep. Early the next morning, Wu Xiuling arrived, carrying a bundle with some daily necessities inside. Zhang Shudong was very happy to see her mother coming. Now she could finally eat her mom's cooking. She didn't hesitate and immediately took 30 yuan and put it into Wu Xiuling's pocket. "Mom, this is your salary for this month. I'm giving it to you early. There are some coins in the basket at home. You can use them to buy groceries. When they run out, I'll add more." Wu Xiuling refused but was convinced by Zhang Shudong. After a simple arrangement, they felt relieved and went to work. Wu Alian saw a stranger coming next door and was curious. She watched for a while, then thought that Zhang Shudong and Gu Zhengnan weren't home, so she went over to greet Wu Xiuling proactively. Knowing that Wu Xiuling is Zhang Shutong's mother, Wu Alian felt a bit disdainful. She thought that Zhang Shutong's mother was not impressive either, dressed so simply, clearly not from a wealthy family. However, since Wu Xiuling came over, it would be even harder for those 3 children to act out. She had planned to scare the children today, so she needed to find the right time. After school in the afternoon, Wu Xiuling picked up the 3 children. She was in the kitchen cooking and told the children to go outside and play. She knew Zhang Shudong liked eating date cakes, so she specially steamed a batch today, ready for Zhang Shudong to eat when she returned. Recently, the 3 children didn't feel like playing. They were always thinking about their mother, feeling that she didn't like them after having the new baby. So they didn't play outside much and just sat somewhere, lost in thought. Wu Alian seized the chance and approached directly, threatening and intimidating the 3 children again. "Why aren't you helping? When your mother's baby grows up, you won't be able to get rid of it even if you want to." The youngest, cowering, had red eyes. "But we are trying our best. Every day we help Mom wash her feet and do chores. Does that mean she doesn't like us?" Wu Alian's eyes twitched as she thought about her lazy, annoying son, feeling more jealous. "Of course she doesn't like you. Doing chores is useless. I told you, the method I mentioned works. Listen, Aunt Wu is doing this for your own good. If you don't act now, your mom might sell you to human traffickers. Before you know it, they could secretly get rid of you, and then she can focus on caring for her younger brother." While talking, Wu Alian exaggerated the consequences of being kidnapped, like having their hands and feet broken and being forced to beg, or staying in the countryside doing farm work for life. Not only did the youngest start crying, but even the usually calm oldest had tears in his eyes. They didn't want to be sold to traffickers, nor did they want to leave their parents. But they couldn't bear to hurt their mother. Wu Xiuling had just steamed the date cakes and was about to call the children back for water when she saw the woman talking to the children earlier approaching them. Wu Alian was so engrossed in her words that she didn't notice Wu Xiuling coming over. When Wu Xiuling entered, she heard Wu Alian scaring the 3 children. It sounded like she was telling them to push Zhang Shudong and make her have a miscarriage. Wu Xiuling's face immediately changed. She sternly scolded, "What are you talking about here? What are you saying to my child?" Hearing Wu Xiuling speak, Wu Alian's face turned pale. She turned her head and saw that Wu Xiuling had already come over. She stood up and forced a nervous smile. "Shutong's mom, don't misunderstand. I was just joking with the kids." Wu Xiuling's face turned cold. How could she joke about such things? It was clearly serious. "Stop talking nonsense. Joking doesn't mean telling the kids to push their own mother and make her have a miscarriage. You're scaring them and trying to get them kidnapped? What are you thinking?" Wu Alian quickly looked around, feeling nervous. If others heard this, it wouldn't look good. All right, be quiet. We're neighbors. I was just joking with your kids. Is that so bad? If you keep shouting, others will laugh at us." At this moment, the 3 children stood up, crying and holding onto their grandmother's legs. Grandma, will Mom really not like us when she has her baby brother? Will she sell us to kidnappers? Boo-hoo, I don't want to be sold. I want to stay with Mom forever. Seeing the youngest crying so hard his nose was red, Wu Xiuling was furious. She grabbed a stick from the nearby firewood pile and hit Wu Ailian. You heartless woman. You're old and still scaring children. Who are you? You're supposed to be a family member of the research institute. With your poor manners, how dare you bully my granddaughter? I won't stand for it. Thinking about what Wu Ailian had said, Wu Xiuling felt scared. If the children really did what she said, and Jiang Shutong ended up having a miscarriage, it would be a terrible sin. Soon, neighbors nearby heard the commotion and gathered around. Wu Ailian's parents also came out. Seeing their daughter-in-law being hit, they hurried over to help. The neighbors quickly stepped in to stop the fight. After separating everyone, they asked carefully and found out that Wu Xiuling was Jiang Shutong's mother, here to help take care of the children. Ma'am, let's talk nicely. We're neighbors. Why did you start a fight on your first day here? Grandmother Wu Ailian also nodded in agreement. There's no way someone can be so mean. On her first day here, she already hit my daughter-in-law. Truly, if you have a daughter like hers, you'll have a mother like her. None of them are good people. Wu Xiuling's eyes turned red with anger. Seeing so many people around, she decided to speak out about what had happened earlier. Everyone, judge for yourselves. If you were in my place, could you stay calm? My daughter is pregnant, and she's being encouraged by her to hurt my daughter-in-law. She even threatened to sell the 3 children to traffickers. The children are only 6 years old. How evil must someone be to do such things? Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. If Wu Ailian did such things, it was too cruel. She was pregnant and trying to use children to cause her to have a miscarriage. Although the 2 families had argued before, it was still a matter within the same community. It shouldn't be so extreme. Most importantly, the 3 children are only 6 years old. Wu Ailian was telling them all sorts of nonsense, which was really terrible. Wu Ailian refused to admit it. It's not me. I didn't say anything. You can't blame me unfairly. A few people questioned the 3 children, and all 3 said Wu Ailian was the one who told them. Adults can lie, but children usually can't. These little kids wouldn't be able to make up such stories. Everyone looked at Wu Ailian with disapproval. Just then, Gu Zhenan and Zhou Aiden returned. As soon as they entered the community, they saw a crowd gathered at the gate. When they looked closer, they realized 2 families were fighting. Gu Zhenan knew his mother-in-law's personality. If she wasn't pushed to her limit, she wouldn't have argued with others on her first day here. He quickly went inside and asked Mom what's going on. Wu Xiuling saw her son-in-law coming and felt more confident. She briefly explained what she had heard. Now Gu Zhenan understood everything. No wonder the 3 little ones had been acting strange lately. They kept trying to please them. It was all because Wu Ailian had told them those terrible things. If it was anything else, Gu Zhenan wouldn't mind. But when it came to his wife and children, he wouldn't tolerate it, no matter who was involved. He protected the 3 children behind him and stared fiercely at Wu Ailian. Wu Ailian's heart trembled. She wanted to argue back. Gu Zhengnan spoke firmly. Aunt Wu, I will report this to the authorities. Let the leaders decide how to handle it. As a family member, your duty is to settle the background matters and let Academician Zhou focus more on his work. But since you came to the family residence, you haven't known your responsibilities and have repeatedly provoked trouble. Today, I need a clear explanation. If this continues, my wife's safety will be at risk. Since Gu Zhengnan said this, he was clearly serious. Zhou Weidong's face was as dark as a pot. He really couldn't understand how he married such a foolish wife. Not only was she foolish, but she also had a bad heart. She even encouraged their 3 children to harm her own mother. If this news got out, what would others think of him? Moreover, Gu Zhengnan's attitude was obvious. He was serious. If the matter got out, it would be disastrous. Others wouldn't think Wu Ailian was at fault. After all, she was just a rural woman with little education. People would only think he didn't discipline his wife well. Zhou Aidong grew angrier the more he thought about it. He turned around and, in front of everyone, slapped Wu Ailian. The slap was loud, startling everyone into gasps. "Look at the mess you've made." Zhou Adong was so angry, he clenched his teeth. If it weren't for this woman giving birth to his children, he wouldn't want to continue. She couldn't help him, and she was always holding him back. Wu Ailian was stunned after being hit. This was the first time Zhou Aigua had ever hit her. Now she realized she had caused a big problem. Gu Zhengnan was already under the attention of the leaders at work. If he took this matter seriously, the leaders might punish Zhou Adong. Because Wu Ailian was just a woman, and Zhou Adong was the head of the family, in the end, they would hold him responsible. Although she knew she had caused trouble, Zhou Adong hitting her in front of so many people was hard for Wu Ailian to accept. "Zhou Adong, how can you hit me?" Zhou Aidong's face twitched with anger. "If I don't hit you, what else will you do? Apologize to Engineer Gu right now. You're getting more and more confused." At this moment, Jiang Shutong also returned. Seeing a crowd gathered at the door, her heart sank, and she hurriedly ran over. When she arrived, she saw her mother with a pale face, confronting Wu Ailian. "Mom, what's wrong?" Seeing Jiang Shutong come over, Wu Xiuling angrily explained what had happened. At first, Jiang Shutong didn't understand why the three children had been so obedient lately, feeling something was strange. Now she finally knew the reason. Wu Ailian was behind it. She was bullying such young children. How could she be so cruel? Thinking about how the children had been scared these past 2 days, Jiang Shutong felt very sad. She had just recently explained to the children that the new baby was coming and asked them not to be afraid of the new life. But despite her efforts, Wu Ailian's actions had ruined everything. She even tried to scare the children by threatening to have kidnappers take them away. How dark is her heart? Jiang Shutong always thought Wu Ailian was a rural woman who might not have gone to school and was a bit scheming. She didn't think she was that bad, just someone trying to get small benefits. But she never expected Wu Ailian to be this evil. Seeing the three children with red eyes, Jiang Shutong's anger couldn't be contained. "Aunt Wu, if you have a problem, come and talk to me. Why are you bullying my children? They are only 6 years old. How can you be so malicious? Does my pregnancy affect you in any way?" Jiang Shutong truly couldn't understand. Why spend time scheming on such bad things? Couldn't she do something better? Gu Zhengnan held Jiang Shutong's hand gently to comfort her. "Don't worry. This will be handled seriously." He turned to Yang Hao and said, "Haozi, go find the leader and ask him to come over to help solve this problem." Yang Hao nodded and ran off quickly. Zhou Adong and others saw that things were serious and quickly tried to speak up. "Little Gu, if this is about punishment or fines, we accept. Can we avoid involving the leader? It might cause trouble. There's no need to argue with a rural woman. She's just short-sighted." At this moment, Bai Bing also heard the commotion and came over. She didn't expect Wu Ailian to be so useless. She couldn't even handle such a small matter, and now everyone knew. The problem was, Jiang Shutong's pregnancy was still fine, but she had been caught. She was truly good at causing trouble and making things worse. Seeing Yang Hao go to call the leader, Bai Bing sensed something was wrong and tried to slip away quietly. Wu Ailian was now at her wit's end, worried about shifting blame. She looked up and saw Bai Bing acting suspiciously. Seizing what seemed like a lifeline, she ran over and grabbed Bai Bing's arm. "Where are you trying to run to? Bai Bing, you've caused me so much trouble. Now Xiao Gu wants to call the boss over to handle this. What am I supposed to do?" Everyone was watching the scene unfold. They didn't expect Wu Ailian to pull Bai Bing out like this. What does Bai Bing have to do with it? She's just a young girl, acting out of desperation and biting back. Bai Bing was startled and panicked when Wu Ailian grabbed her. She struggled and shouted back, "Are you crazy? Let me go. What I did has nothing to do with you. If you ask me how to handle it, I don't know." Bai Bing's face turned red with embarrassment as she just wanted to leave quickly. Wu Ailian's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect Bai Bing to change her attitude so fast. Clearly, it was her idea to start this trouble. If she hadn't suggested it, she wouldn't have had such thoughts. "How is it not your business? This was clearly your idea." If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have dared to provoke those kids. Now that something's happened, don't think you can wash your hands of it. Wu Alian's hands clutched Bai Bing's arms tightly, like claws, then she pulled Bai Bing in front of Jiang Shadong and the others. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Gu, you really can't blame me for this. Bai Bing told me to do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come up with so many plans. Bai Bing's face was flushed with anger as she tried to break free. Brother Gu, don't listen to her nonsense. I really don't know what's going on. Bai Bing refused to admit anything. She hated Wu Alian for being so useless. If others found out what she was really like, how could she keep her job? I swear to heaven, she made me do it. Otherwise, I'd be struck by lightning and die. Wu Alian was truly desperate. After swearing, she immediately started fighting with Bai Bing. Bai Bing wanted to leave quickly, but Wu Alian wouldn't let her. The two fought fiercely. Jiang Shadong, Zhe watched coldly from the side. This was definitely related to Bai Bing. Otherwise, Wu Alian wouldn't be so reckless. She was just saying Wu Alian might be up to something, but she's not so clever without a mastermind. At this moment, Yang Hao arrived with the leaders. The leader briefly looked into the matter and then frowned deeply. Fortunately, Wu Alian didn't have the chance to act. If she had harmed Jiang Shadong and caused her to have a miscarriage, it would have become a criminal case. After all, there was a small life inside Jiang Shadong. After thinking for a long time, the leader finally spoke. AI Deng, can you handle your family issues? If you can't, the research institute might have to let you go. Otherwise, if someone gets hurt, who can fix it? When the leader said this, Zhou AI Deng's legs went weak. What did he mean? Was he considering transferring her to another position? Director, AI Lien knows she was wrong, but she was also misled. She's just a rural woman who can't read much, and she doesn't understand these things. Bai Bing taught her everything. At this point, Zhou AI Deng couldn't care less and pushed Bai Bing forward. Bai Bing still refused to admit it. Director, I swear I didn't do this. I have nothing to do with Zhang's pregnancy. I didn't mean to do anything wrong. Everyone thought her explanation made sense, but many knew Bai Bing liked Gu Zhinan. If that was true, her actions could be explained by her feelings, since she had a reason. Seeing that Bai Bing was still trying to deny it, Wu Alian couldn't hold back and started shouting. Shut up. How can you say it's not you? Everyone knows you like little Gu. Even though he's married now, you're still not over it. Didn't you just come over recently to do his laundry? Helped him cook and take care of the kids? Your intentions are obvious. You're just trying to make them fight, so when they divorce, you can take advantage. I tell you, Bai Bing, you caused me so much trouble, and you want to blame me? That's impossible. Bai Bing was completely overwhelmed. It felt like her clothes had been taken away, and now she was standing there exposed in front of everyone. Although her feelings were indeed like that, saying it out loud was too shameful. Loving a married man is wrong in itself. Love doesn't care about who came first, but it must respect morality and dignity. As an educated person, Bai Bing's actions were truly shameless. She still wanted to deny it, but Wu Alian's mother-in-law stepped forward, trembling as she pointed at Bai Bing. How shameless you are. You dare to deny it. I clearly heard everything. If you hadn't encouraged my daughter-in-law, she wouldn't have done such terrible things. This was almost proof enough. Bai Bing's face lost all color. She looked at Gu Zhinan with a pleading gaze, hoping he would stand up and say something for her. Unexpectedly, Gu Zhinan looked directly at the director and said, Director, since you've already helped us today, I have something else to report. Bai Bing hasn't been focused on her research. She has repeatedly opposed my wife and even encouraged others to harm the baby in my wife's belly. I really can't work with someone like her. I plan to remove her from our team. Please arrange this. Gu Zhinan didn't even glance at Bai Bing. He spoke openly in front of everyone. He didn't want to work with her anymore. Just being in the same research room made him feel sick. Bai Bing's legs went weak, and she sat down on the ground. Senior brother, what do you mean by that? We've worked together in the team for a long time, and we know each other well. You can't let personal matters affect work. That's too selfish. The director frowned, sharing the same opinion. He also knew Bai Bing's parents. If this happened, he wouldn't be able to explain to them. He sighed and tried to mediate. Jinan, Bai Bing was wrong this time, but personal issues shouldn't affect work. If we have to replace Bai Bing, who will take her place? Even if we bring in a new person, they won't be able to get up to speed quickly. You need to stay calm and think long-term. I promise I will give you an explanation today. Just trust me. Gu Jinan frowned, his attitude firm. Director, if you can't handle this, I will consider leaving the research. Working with someone like her isn't responsible for my wife or the baby. I can't stay calm in the lab. If that's the case, find someone else to take over. I'll look for other projects in different teams. His message was clear. If Bai Bing didn't leave, he would. At most, he wouldn't work at this research institute anymore. There are many research institutes across the country. Talented people like him are in high demand. As long as he wanted, others would pay him well to join their team. The director was very upset when he heard this. Gu Zhengnan had helped them solve many difficult problems in their research. Now, the project they were working on was almost finished. If Gu Zhengnan left at this point, who would take responsibility? Bai Bing had some status, but compared to Gu Zhengnan, she was not even worth mentioning. The director stepped a few steps toward Gu Zhengnan and then smiled as he spoke. Look at you, kid. After all these years, you're still so impulsive. I was just giving advice. Since you've said so, I've thought it over carefully. This matter has a pretty bad impact. I'll transfer Comrade Bai Bing to another team and quickly find replacements for you. The current project is almost done, so you can't just abandon it now. Bai Bing's face turned even paler. She knew she was done for. Gu Zhengnan was really going to kick her out of the team. No matter which team she was assigned to later, she would definitely be looked down upon. She, who was usually proud, couldn't accept this at all. But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't fight against the director's power. Bai Bing's problem was solved for now, but only Wu Ailian remained. The leader's simple message was to have Zhou Adong send his daughter-in-law back home and not cause trouble here anymore. Adong, you should arrange this. I think your wife is quite used to living in the countryside. Let her go back to the village. What do you think? Zhou Adong had dealt with family matters, so that was the end of it. Otherwise, Gu Zhengnan wouldn't let go of this issue easily, and he wouldn't know how to handle it. Wu Ailian was not stupid. She understood that the leader wanted them to go back to the countryside. She didn't want to go back. Life there meant not even being able to eat meat. Wasn't that risking her life? Feeling sad inside, Wu Ailian no longer cared about her pride. She suddenly knelt down in front of Jiang Shadong and the others. Xiao Jiang, I beg you. Auntie knows she was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I really don't want to go back to the village. Don't make things difficult for our old Zhou family. I was the one who made the mistake. I'll kowtow to you. Won't that be enough? Jiang Shadong didn't like Wu Ailian to begin with. Seeing her kneel, she quickly stepped aside to avoid her. Wu Ailian, who was quite old, kneeling like this felt like she was shortening her own life. This woman was really interesting. When she made mistakes, she used moral pressure. How could her face be so thick? Gu Zhengnan also looked at her with disdain. Annie, isn't this a bit much? When you make a mistake, you cry, cause trouble, and threaten to hang yourself. You kneel before Shadong. Who are you trying to embarrass? The director's face turned pale. Seeing the chaos in the family courtyard, he felt even more annoyed with the Zhou family. Academician Zhou, can you control your wife? Is this how you solve problems? Kneeling here, kowtowing to the sky, to your parents, are you trying to make things difficult for everyone? If you can't handle this, I might have to transfer you to another research institute. The family courtyard used to have good manners, but now look at what it's become. Zhou Adong quickly helped his wife up and said to Wu Ailian, Enough, are you done causing trouble? It's enough. Tomorrow, you and the kids will go back to your hometown with your parents. I will send money to you on time every month. When Zhou Aidong's mother heard she was going back to the countryside, she refused to accept it. When she first came out, she showed off in the village, eager for everyone to know her son had taken her in. Now she's moved up here, and after living here for a short time, she's about to be sent back. How can she face anyone then? Before anyone could react, Zhou Aidong's mother suddenly shouted loudly. Are you trying to force me to die? Fine. I'll die in front of you all. When I'm gone, don't bother my son and daughter-in-law anymore. After saying this, she suddenly ran toward a nearby tree and crashed into it with a loud bang. Her head hit the trunk, swelling immediately, and blood started to flow down her face. Everyone was shocked. The old lady was already quite old. If she caused a serious accident, it would be a big problem. Jiang Shutong's heart tightened. Initially, Wu Ailian and her family were at fault, but if the old lady died here, it might be considered their fault. No one had time to think about anything else. People quickly carried the old lady to the clinic. Jiang Shutong was also worried.
If the old lady was fine, it was okay.
But if she died here, they couldn't bring it up again. Even if they were victims, they would have no way to explain. Guzingan also realized this and went to the clinic with them. Fortunately, she hit the tree, not the wall. She only had a mild concussion, and she was fine. The director saw this and didn't dare to mention sending them back to the countryside anymore. If the old lady really died in their research institute, it would damage their reputation. After leaving the clinic, the director called Guzingan and Jiang Shutong aside. Xiao Jiang and Xiao Gu, it's not that I, as the leader, am neglectful. I would definitely handle the situation properly. But now this incident has happened. Even if you feel a little wronged, we have to put things on hold for now. After all, it involves someone's life. If this gets out, it won't just harm the research institute's reputation but also affect you. I hope you understand. I will think of other ways to mediate and see if I can find a solution. Basically, this issue isn't really about the leaders. They are doing their best to handle it fairly. If they continue to trouble the other party now, it would be unreasonable. So Jiang Shutong quickly nodded. Director, I really appreciate your help. Let's not talk about this for now. We can't let it escalate to someone getting hurt. But Aunt Wu's actions were really too much. The director agreed and nodded, then comforted them a few words before leaving. Gu Zhengnan and Jiang Shutong, both looking tired, went home. The three children were also frightened. Currently, Wu Xiuling was feeding them. Seeing Jiang Shutong and the others return, she couldn't help but ask.
Shutong, how is it?
Is the old lady okay? Jiang Shutong shook her head. She's fine, just a minor concussion. Wu Xiuling set the bowl aside, but still felt upset inside. Those people are so unreasonable, it's really disgusting. Jiang Shutong sighed and sat down, her eyes sharp as she looked at the three children. While Bai Bing and Wu Ailian are indeed unpleasant, are the three children doing the right thing? When something like this happens, their first thought isn't to tell their parents, but to speculate privately. Jiang Shutong was very disappointed in this. She had already told the children many times that no matter what happens, they must tell her immediately. But she also understood that children have their own thoughts. They're still young and can't be judged by adult standards. I ask you, if someone is intimidating you behind your back, why didn't you tell Mom? Xiao Laoda, you answer. You're the older brother. I told you before, if something happens, tell Mom right away. What did you do? Xiao Laoda's eyes were red, and he looked at Jiang Shutong with a sad expression. Why didn't he go to ask Mom? Because he was scared inside.
I'm sorry, Mom.
I should have told you earlier, but I was afraid. I was worried that if you had a baby, you might really not want us anymore. As he spoke, the youngest child's voice started with tears. Seeing this, Jiang Shutong's usual sternness softened. She quickly went over and hugged the three children in her arms. Mom will say it again. No matter when, you three are the most important people to me. Even if I have a younger brother or sister, it won't change my love for you. Say these words once each, and when you remember them, you can go eat. The three children threw themselves onto Jiang Shutong and burst into tears. Mom, we're sorry. We were wrong. We won't do it again. Jiang Shutong felt both angry and sad. After thinking it over, she realized that the children weren't at fault. They are only 6 years old and don't understand much. The real problem lies with those who have bad intentions. Gu Zhenan also stayed nearby, comforting them for a while until the children finally calmed down. Once she was sure they wouldn't act on impulse again, Jiang Shutong allowed them to eat. Wu Xiuling still felt uneasy. She was glad she came today and caught this in time. Otherwise, it could have led to a serious problem. If the children had really done something like that, Jiang Shutong might have had to have an abortion, and the baby in her belly would definitely not have been saved. Mom, thank you for your hard work today. I didn't expect you to encounter such a thing on your first day here. Wu Xiaoling sighed. There are always jealous people around. They see you living well and want to cause trouble. Luckily, I overheard everything today, so no serious consequences. In the future, you should spend more time with the children. It's too dangerous otherwise. Jiang Shadong and Gu Zhenan nodded repeatedly. They all sat together to eat, but their mood was low. After dinner, Jiang Shutong comforted the 3 children for a while, then they obediently went to sleep next door. Wu Xiaoling initially wanted to sleep in the same room with the children, but she found they didn't need her, so she went to tidy up her room and sleep there. Jiang Shadong and Gu Zhenan lay in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. As they thought more about the incident, the more uncomfortable they felt. I'm sorry, Shutong. Bai Bing's actions were probably for me. Gu Zhenan wasn't stupid. Bai Bing's intentions were obvious. It seemed she wanted to cause trouble between them. However, she simply couldn't understand how such a person could exist in the world. Everyone else was married, yet she was eager to become a mistress. Later that night, Jiang Shutong finally fell asleep. The next morning, the 3 children looked noticeably better. The elderly lady next door had gone home. The doctor said she needed 2 days to rest and couldn't get out of bed for now. Wu Ailian felt a bit relieved. Although her mother-in-law had a concussion, at least they had stayed in the city. As for her husband's job, there probably wouldn't be any changes for a while. Gu Zhengnan usually biked to take Jiang Shadong to work. After dropping her off at her office, he left. When she arrived at work, Jiang Shutong focused fully. Even though she had been upset lately, she knew she had to be very serious about her work. There were some expense reports from her department that she needed to deliver to Zheng Jiangwo for approval and signatures. Recently, Zheng Jiangwo was very proud. He was humming in his office when he saw Jiang Shutong coming. He took the reports and approved them one by one. Little Jiang, you're doing a great job. Our factory workers are much more motivated now. Thanks to you. Jiang Shutong smiled. It's not just me. It's your good management. The workers should thank you. Without you, we wouldn't get so many allowances. Zheng Jiangwo liked this about Jiang Shutong. She was good at talking and never took credit for herself.
Such a subordinate was the best.
He planned to work for another 2 years and then retire honorably, leading the mechanical factory to new heights. After finishing her tasks, Jiang Shutong poured Zheng Jiangwo a pot of tea and then returned to her office. Su Shuangshuang saw Jiang Shutong come back and came over to her, asking for help to revise her speech. She also put some snacks she brought into Jiang Shutong's cabinet. Shitangji, I brought you these. The chocolates are from abroad. They're really tasty. I bother you every day, and I feel a bit embarrassed. Jiang Shutong glanced at the chocolates and knew they weren't cheap. Su Shuangshuang's family probably had some means. This girl was quite likable, hardworking, eager to learn, and thoughtful. Jiang Shutong helped her revise her speech. She finished work early today. She didn't go to night school yesterday, so she had to go today. Not going again wasn't an option. As she arrived at the bus stop, Jiang Shutong saw a crowd gathered at the intersection. She went over and saw a truck and a red flag car had collided, and the crash looked quite serious. The red flag car was deformed, and faint flames flickered inside. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Are you all fools? Stop watching and get out of the way. The oil inside might explode, and you could get hurt." Hearing this, the crowd immediately backed away. Jiang Shutong saw thick smoke billowing and felt a little scared. After taking a few steps, she noticed a young woman inside the car, trapped by the deformed door. It seemed she was barely conscious. Jiang Shutong looked at the door, wanting to help, but remembered her recent near-miss with a miscarriage and felt a surge of fear. However, if she didn't help now, the young woman might be burned alive. She was a life, after all. Others didn't dare to approach, and Jiang Shutong didn't want to pressure anyone else. She knew this was dangerous, and no one wanted to risk their life. She wasn't a hero, but when she saw someone in trouble, her instinct was to help. Knowing time was running out, Jang Shutong clenched her teeth and pulled the door. The people around shouted loudly, "Move aside. This is dangerous. You might lose your life." Summoning her strength, Jang Shutong finally managed to create an opening. She quickly grabbed the young woman's arm and pulled her out. Just as she dragged her to the roadside, the car suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Smoke billowed high into the air. If it had been 10 seconds later, the woman wouldn't have survived. Jang Shutong sat down nearby, catching her breath. At that moment, the truck driver arrived. The woman opened her eyes faintly and saw Jang Shutong's beautiful blue eyes looking at her. She wanted to say something but only opened her mouth before losing consciousness again. The truck driver quickly came over to check. Seeing that the woman was not seriously hurt, he let out a sigh of relief. "Take her to the hospital immediately for emergency treatment." Jang Shutong didn't want to get involved at first, but now that the truck driver was here, she decided to leave everything to him. The truck driver was so anxious that he stomped his foot. "I have goods on this truck. If I leave, they might be stolen. Comrade, could you please take someone to the hospital or help call 120? I really can't leave right now." Jang Shutong looked at his truck, which seemed to be loaded with a lot of eggs. Although some people are quite considerate at this moment, the driver was right. If no one watches, the goods could be stolen easily. There was no choice. Jang Shutong had to find a phone booth and call 120. She waited there until a vehicle arrived to take her away along with the injured woman. You have to pay for treatment. If no one pays, how can they be treated? Jang Shutong clenched her teeth, thinking that she was already in this situation. She didn't mind spending a little more money. After all, a life was at stake. The woman was driving a red flag car. Could she really not afford to pay a bit? At the hospital, Jang Shutong paid the fee, and the woman was taken inside. By then, Jang Shutong was ready to leave, but the family of the injured hadn't arrived yet, and there were other matters to handle. Soon, the police came and contacted the woman's family. A tall man in a neat suit, wearing fine leather shoes and gold-rimmed glasses, arrived. He looked quite refined. When he learned that Jang Shutong was the one who saved his sister, he looked very grateful. "Comrade, I heard you saved my sister. Thank you so much. How much did you pay for her treatment?" "I will pay you back." Jang Shutong didn't refuse. She took out the payment receipt and handed it to the man. He paid her and then took out a business card from his bag, handing it to Jang Shutong. "This is my card. Could you please leave your contact information? I want to visit my sister personally." The man looked eager because the woman had already been taken out. Jang Shutong smiled. "No need to thank me. Just a small favor. You go ahead and do your work." After saying that, Jang Shutong stood up and left. The man wanted to chase after her, but when he saw his sister being taken out, he hesitated, worried about her, and finally didn't pursue her. Meng, are you okay? Does anything hurt?" The woman opened her eyes. Her pupils were also light blue. Seeing her older brother come over, she weakly said, "My arm hurts." The doctor quickly explained, "Your arm is broken, but it will heal with some rest. You also have soft tissue bruises elsewhere, and your head was stitched up with 3 stitches. The hair on the back of your head was shaved, but there's no serious problem. Rest for a while and you'll be fine." The man sighed in relief, glad that his sister was okay. He wanted to find the truck driver to settle the matter. This accident was entirely the truck driver's fault. Fortunately, a kind person helped save his sister, or it could have been a tragedy. He had heard that at the time, the situation was very dangerous, and no one dared to help. Only one female officer stepped forward, risking her life to pull his sister out of the car. "Rest first. Your parents will come soon. I need to go to the police station." The young woman nodded and then tugged on the man's sleeve. "Big brother, what happened to the girl who saved me?" The man smiled. "She has already left. Did you get her contact information?" Others might not realize how dangerous the situation was, but she knew she was conscious. That girl rushed over and forcefully pulled the car door. At that moment, she rekindled her hope for life.
You don't need to worry about that now.
Rest first. Later, I'll take you to meet that girl. Hearing this, The woman finally relaxed and went to sleep. Jiang Shutong came out now, and it was already very dark outside. She definitely couldn't attend night school, so she decided to go straight home. Fortunately, she had called ahead and explained. She couldn't go every day, and it wouldn't be right to skip too often. On the bus, Jiang Shutong noticed her palm was cut. She was too anxious earlier to feel the pain, but now that her nerves settled, she realized it hurt. Anyway, she felt a sense of achievement for being able to save someone. When she got home, Wu Xiuling had already fed the 3 children and covered the leftover food with a lid, keeping it warm by the stove. "Child, why are you only back now? Hurry and eat. The food has cooled." Guo Zhengnan also returned at this time. He was about to ride his bike to pick up Jiang Shutong. "Wash your hands first. I'll bring the food over." Guo Zhengnan went straight into the kitchen. Jiang Shutong went to wash her hands, grimacing from the pain, thinking she should use iodine to disinfect later. During dinner, Jiang Shutong's way of holding chopsticks was wrong. Guo Zhengnan immediately noticed. "What's wrong with your hand?" Jiang Shutong was feeling a bit scared now and didn't dare tell Gu Zhengnan the full truth, worried he would get angry. After all, something had just happened a few days ago, and if Gu Zhengnan knew she hurt herself trying to save someone, he would probably be even more upset. "It's okay," Jiang Shutong replied casually, trying to cover up. But Gu Zhengnan had already frowned and reached out to open her hand, noticing a cut on her palm. "How did this happen? What's going on?" Seeing Jiang Shutong look guilty, Gu Zhengnan's expression grew more serious. "I told you before to be careful. Why did you go out today and end up like this? How did you get hurt?" Jiang Shutong couldn't hide it anymore and explained briefly. Learning how dangerous the situation was at the time, both Gu Zhengnan and Wu Xiuling became more worried. "You girl, are you trying to be brave? How could you do that? What if the car had exploded? You're too impulsive." Gu Zhengnan's face also looked worried. It was almost a disaster just 10 seconds away. "Where do you get such courage? Next time, think more before acting. I just told you helping others is good, but your safety comes first. What if the car caught fire early? Not only would you fail to save anyone, but you'd also put yourself in danger. If something happened to you, what would I do with the kids?" He was right. Every word was true. Jiang Shutong lowered her head. "I know, but it was a life. I couldn't just stand by. If you had been there, would you have ignored it?" Gu Zhengnan was stunned by her question. If he encountered such a situation, he would also rush to help without hesitation. It's just his nature. Impulsiveness can sometimes overpower reason. Thinking this way, Gu Zhengnan felt more at ease. Jiang Shutong was like that. People like them couldn't just watch someone die without trying to help. "All right, I'll feed you now. How are you going to eat with that hand? Let's forget about this incident. Just be more careful in the future." After speaking, Gu Zhengnan took her chopsticks and fed her some rice. Wu Xiuling watched from the side, unable to hide a small smile. Truly, her son-in-law loved his daughter very much. After Jiang Shutong finished eating, Gu Zhengnan took her by the hand and led her back to the bedroom. He carefully took out a first aid kit from the cabinet and gently applied medicine to her wound. Jiang Shutong winced in pain, letting out a sharp sound. Gu Zhengnan said impatiently, "What can you do about the pain? Just bear with it. It's because you're always so impulsive." Jiang Shutong didn't dare to speak anymore. After applying the medicine, she reluctantly got into bed. "I don't know what's wrong. Recently, I keep running into these kinds of things. You know, I'm a kind-hearted person, so isn't this just helping me accumulate good karma?" Even at this point, Jiang Shutong still joked around, and Gu Zhengnan couldn't do anything but shake his head at her. "That's all you can think of. Just think of it that way. Accumulate good karma for yourself and live a long life." Hearing Gu Zhengnan mention this, Jiang Shutong blinked and asked, "Then how long will you live?" Gu Zhengnan thought for a moment. "I'll live to be 101. Jiang Shutong frowned and sat up straight. "Really? You want to live 1 year longer than me?" Gu Zhengnan sighed. "If I follow behind you, I can take care of you for a lifetime. If I leave first, I'd be worried about leaving you alone." Jiang Shutong didn't expect Gu Zhengnan to say that and was stunned. "Take care of me for a lifetime?
Yes.
As long as I'm alive, I'll take care of you.
I mean what I say.
You can just supervise me in the future. Zhang Shutong was touched. She reached out to hug Gu Jingnan, forgetting her injured hand, which made her grimace in pain. Gu Jingnan quickly took her hand and blew on it gently. All right, go to sleep now. Just rest for a while. The wound couldn't be bandaged yet. The more it was wrapped, the slower it healed. Leaving it exposed would help it recover faster. Meanwhile, Zhang Qianqian went to night school. After class, Li Fei still came to pick her up. Zhang Qianqian looked a bit unhappy. Didn't I tell you my brother would come to pick me up? Why are you here again? Li Fei frowned. Your third sister had an accident. Big brother went to the hospital. No one else in your family is free. Hearing that her third sister had an accident, Zhang Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. What happened? Is it serious? Zhang Qianqian quickly walked to the hospital bed and saw her third sister's head wrapped in bandages. She hurriedly asked, Third sister, are you okay? Who was so careless to hit you with a car? It's so terrible. People like that should be locked up for life. Zhang Mengmeng smiled and said, Qianqian, don't worry. I'll be out of the hospital in a couple of days. Zhang Qianqian pouted and said, Li Fei told me you were hurt, and I was so scared, I almost fainted. I'm glad you're fine. At this moment, a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes spoke up. Third sister said that luckily, a kind person saved her at the time. Otherwise, we might not have seen her today. Fang Wanru, with red eyes, looked like she had just finished crying. Zhang Qianqian sighed in relief. That means my third sister is blessed. Soon after, a serious-looking middle-aged man with a square face entered the room. It was Zhang Qianqian's father. After confirming his daughter was not seriously hurt, he quickly embraced the beautiful woman beside him. Wanru, you must have been scared, right? Don't worry, Meng Meng is fine now. Zhang Fuhai patted the woman's back, showing that the couple loved each other very much. Fang Wanru sniffed, and although they had been married for many years, their love remained strong. The family sat down to discuss. Zhang Qianqian insisted on finding the female hero who saved her today. Don't worry, kid. Your older brother is already investigating. Soon, we'll find out who she is. When that happens, our whole family will go thank her. She saved your life, and your dad and I are very grateful. Fang Wanru spoke softly, comforting her daughter gently. Zhang Qianqian frowned slightly. There's no need to make such a big fuss. If the other person has bad intentions, they might seek revenge. Hearing this, the beautiful woman frowned slightly. Qianqian, you can't say that. If she really was that kind of person, she wouldn't have left without leaving her contact information. Zhang Qianqian nodded reluctantly, but said nothing more. Meanwhile, Zhang Shutong didn't know that her family had already started investigating her. She had fallen asleep long ago. Thanks to Wu Xiuling's help, the couple felt much more relaxed. After dinner, Zhang Shutong left early. On the way, Guo Zhengnan talked with her about Bai Bing. Bai Bing was transferred out of their group and assigned to Zhou Aidong's team, which was considered a good match for her. When Zhang Shutong heard this, she thought the leader's arrangement was quite good, but she wasn't sure if Bai Bing would continue to cause trouble in the future. How charming is Gu Jingnan. Even though he is a child, he's still so persistent. She warned herself not to get involved and ruin her reputation, or she would regret it too late. When she arrived at the office, shortly after entering, Zhang Shutong was pulled aside by Su Shuangshuang. Shutong, you probably don't know yet. I heard that yesterday, the factory director and the deputy director argued and had a big fight. It was quite unpleasant. Zhang Shutong no longer lives at the mechanical factory, so she wasn't very familiar with what was happening there. Why did they argue? Su Shuangshuang looked uncomfortable and hesitated to speak. Finally, she lowered her voice and said, It seems it was because of Deputy Director Chao's wife. Hearing this, Zhang Shutong perked up her ears. Wow, this is a big scoop. What happened to Deputy Director Chao's wife? Su Shuangshuang licked her lips. It seems she is the wife of Deputy Director Chao. She used to want to marry Director Zheng, but when he married someone else, she married the Deputy Director instead. Yesterday, his wife knitted a scarf to give to Director Zheng, and the Deputy Director saw it. That's when they started arguing. Zhang Shadong frowned slightly, thinking this person was quite interesting. Can a scarf be given casually? Or was it handmade? Thinking about it, this was more considerate than her own husband. With the weather turning cooler, it was indeed time for a scarf. That's how it is. Okay, I understand. After sitting down, Zhang Shutong kept pondering in her mind. She was sure the deputy director's wife was interested in Zheng Jiangwo. Otherwise, at her age, she wouldn't be doing such things. Young people aren't usually so romantic. But she thought Zheng Jiangwo was quite reliable and probably wouldn't get involved in messy relationships. He had a good relationship with Xie Shufang. However, having the director and deputy director fighting like this in the factory was really embarrassing. In the morning, when she went to the director's office, Zhang Shutong indeed saw Zheng Jiangwo looking unhappy. For Zheng Jiangwo, this was an unprovoked trouble. He didn't want that scarf at all. Besides, all those messy things had happened many years ago, and now they were being brought up again. Because of this, he was scolded by his wife when he got home that evening. The problem was he never intended to accept that scarf. Now everyone thinks he made the deputy director look bad. Even Zhang Shudong heard about it, and soon the whole factory knew. Of course, the news also reached Liu Tianxiang. Life in the office department had become miserable for him. He used to act all high and mighty in the secretary's office, bullying others, but now in logistics, he had to follow Manager Liu's orders and couldn't live freely at all. Thinking about his past glory and comparing it to his current downfall, Liu Tianxiang not only hated Zhang Shutong but also started to resent Zheng Jiangwo. He had been worrying so much lately that his hair was almost falling out, yet he still couldn't think of a way to deal with them. When he heard that the factory director and the deputy director had a fight yesterday, an idea suddenly came to him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, he thought. Since the deputy director and Zheng Jiangwo were on bad terms, he could side with the deputy director and find a way to remove Zheng Jiangwo from his position. It was strange. After being Zheng Jiangwo's secretary for so many years, he hadn't managed to find any real evidence against him. Even now, if he wanted to bring Zheng Jiangwo down, he had nothing solid to use. But even without evidence, there were other ways to act. If Zheng Jiangwo lost his position, Zhang Shutong would surely lose his secretary job too. The most likely person to take Zheng Jiangwo's place would be the deputy director, and that promotion path made sense. Thinking of this, Liu Tianxiang decided to visit the deputy director after work to see if they could become allies. After finishing her work at noon, Zhang Shutong went to Zhang Xiaomai's house again. Yesterday, Wang Dali had his wedding, but not many people showed up. It was said that several tables of food were left untouched. Some people, even after receiving invitations, simply didn't go. People nowadays still had their own sense of right and wrong. Just like Wang Dali, he was like a pest. Anyone who got close to him would ruin their reputation. Everyone disliked him and didn't want to deal with someone like that. Because of this, Wang Saixia was quite upset and felt embarrassed. Zhang Shudong had thought that since Wang Dali married someone else so soon, Zhang Xiaomai would feel uncomfortable. But to her surprise, Zhang Xiaomai seemed quite cheerful today.
You look so happy.
Is there something good happening? Zhang Xiaomai glanced at Zhang Shudong and couldn't help but smile. Shudong, remember I invited Section Chief Liu over for dumplings? This afternoon, he invited me to dinner and said he would cook homemade noodles with sauce himself. He asked me to bring my 2 daughters. Should I go or not? Zhang Shutong's eyes lit up when she heard this. She thought, this might be a good chance. When someone invites you to dinner, you invite them back next time. Soon you get to know each other better. Usually, Zhang Xiaomai invited Liu Maoyuan to dinner because he helped her out. He then invited her in return. From Zhang Xiaomai's point of view, she would have to invite him again later. Does this cycle ever end? Zhang Shutong winked at Zhang Xiaomai and said, Do you still need to ask me? You already have your answer, right? Zhang Xiaomai blushed and said, You know I can't hide anything from you. I thought since he already said it himself, I should go. It would be rude not to. Plus, I've never tried food made by a man before. I want to see if it's good. Zhang Shutong teased her with a smile. Xiaomai, be honest. Do you really think Director Liu is that nice? Zhang Xiaomai pursed her lips and said, "He is a good man, but I don't have any other thoughts. I don't think I'm good enough." As soon as she finished, Zhang Shatong patted her on the back firmly. "Why don't you think you're good enough? You're so capable and pretty. Who could say you're not good enough? Don't always underestimate yourself, okay?" They joked and laughed for a while. When Jiang Shatong saw that the two children had fallen asleep, she left. After work in the afternoon, Jiang Shatong hurried to the night school by bus. Recently, her hand was injured. She couldn't hold a pen properly. It finally scabbed over, but whenever she clenched her fist, the scab would break again. It was really painful. When she arrived at school, she started paying close attention to the lesson. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaomai had already taken her two children to Director Lu's house. Director Lu also lived in the staff compound, but not in a dormitory building. Instead, he had a small house with a yard where he grew many vegetables. Seeing Zhang Xiaomai bring her two daughters over, Lu Maoyuan quickly greeted them. "Sit for a while. It'll be ready soon. The noodles will be ready once the dough is kneaded." Lu Maoyuan's parents were also there.
They smiled warmly at Zhang Xiaomai.
Her two daughters were well-behaved and looked like her, but they lacked confidence. They were always nervous wherever they went. Fortunately, Lu Maoyuan's son was very outgoing. Soon, he started playing with the two girls. Zhang Xiaomai wanted to step forward to help, but Lu Maoyuan's mother directly stopped her. "Xiao Zhang, just let him do it. Today, he prepared all the jiazhong noodles. You'll get to taste his skills later. Come, sit and chat with Grandma." Xiao Zhang was surprised and no longer insisted. She sat across from the old lady. Soon, Lu Maoyuan finished making the jiazhong noodles, and everyone sat together to eat. Xiao Zhang took a bite and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Very tasty, Director Lu. I didn't expect you to have such cooking skills." Hearing Xiao Zhang's compliment, Lu Maoyuan's son chuckled. "Auntie Zhang, you don't know. My dad is good at making jiazhong noodles, but the rest of his cooking isn't very good." Lu Maoyuan shrugged. "Can you give your dad some credit?" His son looked at him. "Dad, you should be honest." After saying that, the adults nearby couldn't help but laugh, and Xiao Zhang also smiled happily. Lu Maoyuan tilted his head and saw Xiao Zhang's bright, beautiful smile. Xiao Zhang was already quite pretty, but because she had a hard time living in the Wang family and had been through a lot, she looked tired before. Now that she had eaten well and felt less pressure, she looked even more beautiful. That smile just now was so lovely, it was dazzling. Xiao Zhang also noticed Lu Maoyuan staring at her, and for a moment, she didn't know where to put her hands. Lu Maoyuan's ears turned red, and he quickly looked away. The old lady beside them saw this scene and smiled knowingly. After dinner, Xiao Zhang insisted on washing the dishes before leaving with her two daughters. On the way back to the compound, they ran into Lu Tianxiang, who looked sneaky and seemed to be up to something. Xiao Zhang told her daughters to go home first, then followed a little later. Soon, she saw Lu Tianxiang go to the deputy director's house. Although curious, Xiao Zhang didn't think much and simply went back home. Today, Qiao Zhang was in a very bad mood. He was upset because, after so many years, his wife still couldn't forget Zheng Jiangwo and was secretly knitting a scarf for him. What made him angrier was that, as her husband, he had no part in it. At that moment, he acted impulsively. Now, rumors are spreading badly in the family compound, saying that Zheng Jiangwo was unfaithful. Today, when he went out for errands, he could feel that others were looking at him differently. Because of this, his wife cried and went back to her parents' house yesterday. Now, he is alone at home. He was drinking alone when someone arrived. Looking up, he saw Lu Tianxiang. "Little Lu, why are you here?" Lu Tianxiang entered the room and closed the door behind him. "Deputy Factory Director, I came to talk to you about something. Since you're drinking, I thought I'd sit and have a drink with you. Hope you don't mind." Qiao Zhang was feeling upset. Seeing Lu Tianxiang wanting to drink with him, he happily agreed. They sat down and clinked their glasses. After a while, they had drunk several glasses, feeling a bit tipsy. Lu Tianxiang started talking casually with the Deputy Factory Director. "Deputy Factory Director, I also heard about what happened yesterday. Director Zheng was too much. How could he do such a thing? A woman would naturally be shy and proud. If he hadn't done something secretly, why would my sister-in-law knit him a scarf? That's impossible. You shouldn't blame your wife for this. The real problem is that Director Zheng isn't trustworthy. He's just trying to embarrass you. I was really angry when I heard about this and wanted to stand up for you. Chao Jiang was already upset about the situation. Hearing Lu Tianxiang's comforting words, he felt it made sense. He thought about how his wife had been with him for so many years, had children, and couldn't possibly still have feelings for Zheng Jiangwo. It must be that Zheng Jiangwo, after so many years of marriage, had lost passion and was trying to his wife. Maybe the scarf was something Zheng Jiangwo asked his wife to knit for him. If you say it like that, it seems reasonable. He also believed his wife wasn't that kind of person. But now that things are like this, there's nothing to say. If he told others, they wouldn't believe it. Besides, Zheng Jiangwo probably wouldn't admit it. Lu Tianxiang continued to support Chao Jiang, speaking passionately. Deputy Factory Director, today there's no one else here. I'm not worried about others hearing. I really think Zheng Jiangwo is not capable. I've been his secretary for so many years, and he just replaced me with a younger, prettier one. That Jiang Shetong has some ability, but no matter how capable she is, she's still a woman. Can she really do the same as a man? It's obvious he just prefers someone young and beautiful. I must say, your abilities are much better than his. You should have taken this position a long time ago. Hearing Lu Tianxiang say this, the deputy factory manager's drunkenness was mostly gone. Such things shouldn't be said openly behind someone's back. If others hear it and spread it, it wouldn't be good. But Lu Tianxiang's words really touched him. Everyone who wants a career hopes others will praise their skills. Also, he started at the same level as Zheng Jiangwo. Why is Zheng the factory director now, while he can only be a deputy? His wife no longer supports him, and he feels he's lost completely.
You can't say that.
Zheng is in that position for a reason. I can't be better than him. Lu Tianxiang clinked glasses with Chao Jiang again. Come on, he's not better than you. If you became the factory director, our factory would be better than it is now. Deputy director, tell me honestly, do you want to bring Zheng down and take that position yourself? Lu Tianxiang looked at Chao Jiang intensely, worried he might not see his expression clearly. For a moment, Chao Jiang's eyes flickered, clearly moved. Before, he didn't feel this strongly, but after what happened yesterday, he really wants to prove himself. He wants his wife to see he's no worse than Zheng Jiangwo. Choosing him back then was the right decision. Even though he thought this, Chao Jiang didn't say it openly. He quietly considered his options. Lu Tianxiang and Zheng Jiangwo were definitely enemies. Lu used to be the factory director's secretary, now just a small staff member in the logistics department. He harbored a lot of resentment. Today, what he said was probably honest, not influenced by anyone or meant to test him. Xiao Lu, some things can only be thought about. Soldiers who want to be generals are good soldiers, but we can't do anything about it. Everything has to follow the rules. I can't just move up because I want to. Lu Tianxiang shook his glass of wine, a cold smile on his lips. Deputy Director, why not work with me? I have a way to bring him down. My simple goal is this. If Zheng Jiangwo can't be the factory director, Jiang Shetong can't be the secretary either. If you get promoted, can you help me return to the secretarial office? At this, Chao Jiang was truly tempted. Thinking about the cold treatment he received today, he clenched his teeth and quietly asked, "What method do you have? Tell me." Lu Tianxiang's eyes lit up, knowing that the deputy factory director had been persuaded by him. He leaned close to Chao Jiang's ear and explained his plan. After speaking, he looked very proud. By then, I will definitely be able to take away his position. The factory director's seat is not stable for him. Chao Jiang was also shocked by Lu Tianxiang's methods. It was somewhat crazy. No, we can't do that. It's too outrageous. Lu Tianxiang's face darkened. Brother Chao, I have no choice. I've been his secretary for so many years, and I have no leverage over him. He never breaks the law or embezzles. If you want to do it through other means, there's no chance. This is the only way. Just a moment ago, He called him deputy factory director, but now he called him brother, which made their relationship closer. Chao Jiang also started to see Lu Tianxiang as one of his own. But if this gets found out, it will be trouble. Lu Tianxiang couldn't help but laugh. How will they find out? Where would they look? He has only 3 eyes, and he can't find out about this. He'll just have to swallow the loss. It's a bit mean, but it works. Brother Chao, big things require boldness. You need to be ruthless. Otherwise, you'll be under his foot your whole life. Are you willing? Even after you retire, your pension will never be as high as his, and your wife will always think he's better than you. Lu Tianxiang's words moved Chao Jiang. Let me think about it. If we really do this, we must be 100% sure. Otherwise, it will be trouble. We might end up taking the fall. Lu Tianxiang looked determined. If you want to succeed, you have to dare to fight and do. Besides, we can't be blamed if things go wrong. Don't worry, it will be fine. By the end, both of them were a bit drunk. It was very late, and Lu Tianxiang staggered away. At the same time, Zhang Shudong finished her class and planned to take the bus home. As soon as she left, Zhang Yuanshan came over to pick up his sister. When he stopped his car, he saw a familiar figure walking away. Just as he wanted to get a closer look, she was already gone. Jiang Qianqian came out of the classroom, annoyed, and sat in the front passenger seat. Brother, I'm so annoyed. Zhang Yuanshan turned his head. Didn't Big Brother come to pick you up? What are you annoyed about? The people here are just a bunch of narrow-minded frogs at the bottom of a well. You don't know, but there's a very annoying female student who always argues with me. Today during class, the teacher asked a few questions. Both Zhang Shudong and Jiang Qianqian rushed to answer, but only Zhang Shutong's answer was accepted. Jiang Qianqian is very competitive. She wants to be the best in everything and feels upset because Jiang Shutong came and took the spotlight away from her. Jiang Yuanshan smiled and patted her head. You can't say that. We are all classmates, just raised with different education. Everyone is very talented. Since you're new here, you should get along well with your classmates. You won't be in night school for long, and soon you'll have the college entrance exam. Don't cause trouble with others. Big Brother knows you're the most obedient. After speaking, Zhang Yuanshan started the car. He was already investigating Jiang Shutong's background, but since surveillance isn't widespread now, it's still quite difficult to find out more. When Jiang Shutong got home, Guo Zhengnan and her mother were still awake, and the lights were on. She went inside and saw that someone else was there. It was her younger brother, Zhang Yaozu. He was burying his head in Wu Xiuling's arms, crying uncontrollably. Seeing this spoiled kid made Jiang Shutong feel annoyed. Mom, why did he come here? Jiang Shutong looked disgusted. Wu Xiuling also looked upset. She couldn't imagine her son coming over on his own. Although she had given up on her son emotionally, he was still her biological child. She couldn't say she had no feelings at all. Zhang Yaozu is only 12 years old. He's not very old, but not very young either. As the only son in the family, he's been spoiled since he was little. Plus, Zhang Dahai's bad attitude at home influenced him. The kid learned by example. Now crying and coming to her, he was upset because ever since Zhang Dahai married Wu Xiuyun, she no longer treated him as well. Sometimes, when Zhang Dahai wasn't home, Wu Xiuyun would hit him. He was covered in bruises and swellings. Although Zhang Dahai would come back and complain, Wu Xiuyun would soothe him with a few words and everything would quickly go back to normal. What made him most miserable was that Wu Xiuyun was now pregnant and became the family's favorite. Even the grandparents didn't care for him as much anymore. Because Wu Xiuyun found an old Chinese medicine doctor to check on her, it seems she is pregnant with twins, specifically 2 sons. Jiang Yaozu is not very smart, and now he is even more disliked. Today, Wu Xiuyun also hit him again. It's understandable that Wu Xiuyun hit him. Now that she is pregnant, if she ends up having 2 sons and Zhang Yaozu is still around, Zhang Dahai might leave all the money to her children. He would probably also share some with Zhang Yaozu, so she wants to get rid of the baby now. Moreover, Zhang Yaozu was originally born to Wu Xiuling, so why shouldn't she care for him? When Zhang Yaozu left the house, He lost one shoe, and his feet were sore. After hearing Wu Xiaoling explain what happened, Zhang Shadong felt no sympathy for her brother. Instead, she felt strangely relieved. He deserves it. Didn't he think Wu Xiaoyun was good before? He even looked down on his own mother. Now he's getting his comeuppance. Although Jiang Yaozu is still young, he is not stupid and knows Zhang Shadong is annoyed with him. Mom, I really know I was wrong. I don't want to go home. Can I stay with you? I promise to be good and listen to you from now on. I'm very hungry. I haven't eaten enough for a week. Jiang Yaozu looked pitiful. Zhang Shadong snorted coldly. Why didn't you do that earlier? How did you treat Mom before? Now you just say you're sorry and think it's enough? Don't think that because you're young, you can do whatever you want. After she finished speaking, she looked at her mother across from her. Mom, just send him back. We agreed when we divorced that I would take care of him. Wu Xiaoling felt a bit sad, but thinking about what her son had said before, she also felt cold. If she forgave him so easily, she would only be letting him take advantage of her. All right, I'll send him back. Wu Xiaoling stood up as she spoke. Zhang Shadong looked at Jiang Yaozu. Give him some food. After he eats, send him back. No shoes, no way. I'll find him a pair of shoes. Zhang Shadong saw that her mother was reluctant, so she added 2 more words. Wu Xiaoling was happy inside. She quickly arranged some food for Jiang Yaozu and changed his shoes. No matter how much he cried and fussed, she still sent him back. Jiang Yaozu was truly regretful now. If only he had stayed with his mother from the start. Wu Xiaoyun is a bad woman who changes her mind faster than flipping a book. After returning home, Zhang Dahai, without thinking, gave Jiang Yaozu a hard punch. I tell you, your mother now isn't Wu Xiaoling but Aunt Li Xiaoyun. I heard you made her angry again today and almost caused her to lose the baby. You're such a big kid. Why are you so naughty? Be more careful in the future. If anything happens to the baby in my sister's belly, I won't forgive you. Jiang Yaozu was about to break down. Clearly, Wu Xiaoyun was the one bullying and mistreating him. How did it become that he was the one being unruly? He sniffled and went back to his room. That night, tears soaked his pillow as he cried himself to sleep. Wu Xiaoling returned home still worried and thinking about everything. Zhang Shadong understood. Since she became a mother, she understood why some mothers spoil their children so much. After all, they are part of themselves, and they really can't bear to let go. Mom, it's okay to let him suffer a little now. If he doesn't suffer, how will he change? He's grown so crooked over the years. If you take him in now, he won't change easily. I don't mean to stop you from caring for your brother, but we need to find the right time. Wu Xiaoling was unsure. After all, he was still living with her daughter and son-in-law. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring Jiang Yaozu over now.
Thank you, Shadong.
Sorry for the trouble. Zhang Shadong waved her hand. No need to think too much. Just go to sleep. Wu Xiaoling went back to her room, washed up, and lay down. Zhang Shadong lay on her bed, chatting with Gu Xingnan about gossip. Previously, Gu Xingnan never liked talking about these things. He thought they were pointless and uninteresting. They were just trivial matters. But since marrying Jiang Shadong, he found talking about these things quite interesting. Director Zheng doesn't seem like the kind of person involved in these emotional entanglements. I didn't expect that even at his age, he has such complicated feelings. That's right. But he's not very old, just middle-aged. Gu Xingnan smiled and reached out to touch Jiang Shutong's belly. Who knows when your belly will start to show? Jiang Shutong blinked. What? Are you eager to touch me? Man, you've exposed yourself. Gu Xingnan quickly retracted his hand, as if he were a thief. Can you stop talking nonsense? What are you thinking of me? Jiang Shadong shot him a sidelong glance. All right, stop pretending. You say you're pure and reserved, but is that really how it is? Don't think I haven't noticed what you've been secretly doing lately. Gu Xingnan's face immediately turned red. He pointed at Jiang Shadong and said through clenched teeth, Can you give me some face? Jiang Shadong chuckled softly. Isn't that normal? Everyone has needs. It's okay, I understand. After saying that, Jiang Shadong directly pressed herself against Gu Xingnan. Xingnan, I asked around. My pregnancy is stable now, so it's fine for us to be together. Just be careful. Jiang Shudong was honest about this. She really asked someone, her friend Zhang Xiaomai. Zhang Xiaomai was very shy. When Jiang asked her, her face turned red, but she still answered hesitantly. Women carry babies for 10 months. It's not realistic to hold everything in that long. Not all pregnancy periods are dangerous, and some can be managed carefully. Sometimes, not only men have needs, women do too. Who did you ask about this?
Who told you?
Stop using your tricks. No matter what you say, I won't agree. Gu Zhengnan suddenly stood up sharply, then got off the bed. He unfastened his belt and tied his sleep pants. Jiang Shudong was stunned. When Gu Zhengnan got into bed, she twitched her lips. Big brother, you're going too far. What are you doing? Gu Zhengnan wrapped himself in a blanket. I need to show my determination. If you keep thinking about this, I'm telling you, forget it. Jiang Shudong was so angry her lips trembled. She had never seen such a man. Your belt isn't working well. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll ask the workers at the factory to weld you a metal belt. When you come back at night, wear it. I'll lock it and hide the key. She thought Gu Zhengnan would laugh. But instead, he didn't smile and started to seriously consider her idea. That's not impossible. But can you not say it's made for me? Jiang Shudong was completely frustrated. She reached out to pull Gu Zhengnan's belt. I don't believe you can outsmart me. Are you going to give in or not? Gu Zhengnan broke out in a sweat from Jiang Shudong's actions. Shudong, calm down. I'm doing this for your own good. You can't just act recklessly. Jiang Shudong worked hard all afternoon and was exhausted, realizing she was no match for Gu Zhengnan. This man was very strong. If he hadn't been gentle with her, she wouldn't even be able to lift Gu Zhengnan's arm. In the end, Jiang Shudong got angry, snorted coldly, turned away, and ignored Gu Zhengnan even when sleeping. Gu Zhengnan quietly moved closer, holding her in his arms. All right, you can sleep now. At first, Jiang Shudong was still upset, but she was too tired and soon fell asleep. The next day after lunch, Gu Zhengnan went home, put on a mask, and found a hat. Then he quietly went to the health clinic. He booked an appointment, entered the consultation room. The doctor was surprised to see him so fully armed, thinking he had the flu and might spread it. What's wrong, comrade? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Zhengnan cleared his throat, feeling embarrassed, as if he was about to dig a hole in the ground. But thinking about Jiang Shudong's attitude yesterday, he gathered his courage and asked, Doctor, I want to ask you something. Go ahead. The doctor already guessed the answer. Usually, a man dressed like that might find it hard to talk about certain issues. Seeing Gu Zhengnan hesitating, the doctor nodded knowingly. Is it that area? I can give you some medicine to help improve things. Gu Zhengnan's face turned green. What was wrong with him? The doctor was quite straightforward. He didn't care anymore and asked directly. My wife is almost 2 months pregnant. Can we have now? Should we be gentle? The doctor frowned and looked displeased. What's wrong with you? Your wife is helping you have a baby. Can't she handle 10 months? If she knew you were so fixated on this, she'd feel terrible. As a man, I must criticize you. This behavior isn't right. The doctor started lecturing him loudly. Gu Zhengnan didn't get a chance to speak. After the doctor finished, Gu Zhengnan weakly said, Doctor, it's not that I want to have. It's my wife's idea. I'm worried about the risks, so I came to ask. She's already upset with me about this. The doctor was very surprised. Nowadays, women are shy and reserved. Even if they have certain needs, they find it hard to talk about them. He didn't expect that these women would be so bold, even during pregnancy, to have such thoughts. Usually, men are the ones who ask about these things and women don't want to. But now, the situation has reversed. He awkwardly cleared his throat. Well, as long as the pregnancy is stable and you both pay attention, it might be okay. But remember, don't do it too often. Gu Zhengnan felt relieved. All right, I understand. Thank you so much. After saying that, Gu Zhengnan left. As soon as he stepped out of the clinic, he bumped into Yang Hao. Yang Hao had a cold these days, with a runny nose, and wanted to come get some medicine. Others wouldn't recognize Gu Zhengnan, but since they were in the same team, Yang Hao could tell who he was. Gu Zhanan looked down, trying to sneak away, but Yang Hao grabbed his sleeve. Boss, what's wrong? Why are you here at the hospital? Actually, there wasn't much wrong. Gu Zhanan just felt guilty. No, nothing. I have something to do, so I'll go first. He then left quickly. Yang Hao watched his back for a while. The boss's aura was different today. Why did he seem so guilty? Besides, going to the clinic isn't something shameful. Why was he covering up so tightly? Could it be that the boss, taking advantage of his wife's pregnancy, came to fix something down there? That must be it. I heard many married men do this kind of procedure, which is good for their partners. Yang Hao thought this, and went into the clinic. In the afternoon, when Gu Zhanan went to the research lab, he noticed a few male colleagues looking at him strangely. What's wrong? Do I have gold on my face? Just say what you want. Yang Hao, standing nearby, teased him with a mischievous smile and nudged him with his elbow. Boss, you don't have to push yourself so hard. Maybe you should take a couple of days off. I heard that after that procedure, you need to rest. And don't worry, no one will laugh at you. Gu Zhanan looked confused. What are you talking about? What procedure? Yang Hao raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to get that thing cut? A few seconds later, Gu Zhengnan realized what was happening. He immediately looked annoyed and patted Yang Hao on the back. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? When did I get cut? I think you need to get cut, not me.
Yang Hao frowned.
You're dressed so carefully. What are you going to the clinic for? Gu Zhengnan's face turned red with anger. He couldn't tell the truth, so he pointed at Yang Hao's nose and said, You're working overtime today. Don't even think about leaving before 10. Yang Hao let out a loud groan. Boss, I know I was wrong. I won't talk nonsense anymore. Can I not work overtime today? I want to go home early. But Gu Zhengnan ignored him. If he didn't show him some attitude, he felt like he was going to lose his temper. Jiang Shutong didn't know about this. If she found out Gu Zhengnan was misunderstood to be going to get a cut, she would probably laugh herself silly. That evening, when Jiang Shutong went to night school, Jiang Qianqian greeted her with some cold sarcasm. Jiang Shutong thought this person was strange. She hadn't done much, just a few words of advice that day, and she was already being resented. She ignored Jiang Qianqian and took the bus home directly. When she arrived, the 3 children were already asleep. Wu Xiling was nearby knitting a sweater. Soon, the weather would turn cold, and she wanted to knit 3 sweaters for her grandchildren. Jiang Shutong went inside and told her mother a few words before returning to her own room. When she entered, Gu Zhengnan was lying half reclined, reading a book. When he saw Jiang Shutong come back, he put the book aside. I've heated some water for you. It's in the thermos. You can wash up first. Jiang Shutong actually wanted to take a shower. She hadn't washed for 2 days. Now, she could only go to the bathhouse. Usually, at home, she just wiped herself down. It wasn't as convenient as at the Gu family. Okay, I just want a quick shower. Can you bring the basin from the yard? Gu Zhengnan brought the basin from outside. Jiang Shutong checked the water temperature, took off her clothes, and washed quickly. After getting into bed, she still felt cold and couldn't help but shiver. So cold. My teeth are chattering. Jiang Shutong leaned her face close to Gu Zhengnan. Seeing her teeth chattering, he found her adorable and hurriedly covered her with a blanket. He thought about installing a water heater in the future so it would be easier to shower at home. Gu Zhengnan's body was very hot, and Jiang Shutong felt less cold. After a while, Jiang Shutong sensed something unusual and couldn't help but give a mischievous smile as she looked at Gu Zhengnan. Why didn't you wear a belt today? Gu Zhengnan visibly tensed up. Since Jiang Shutong was so curious, and since they had only been together once, it wasn't a big deal. The doctor also said there was nothing serious, just to be careful. So he had already washed up and was lying on the bed. Do you want me to fasten it for you? Jiang Shutong seemed to realize something and winked at Gu Zhengnan. Are you thinking about that? Gu Zhengnan cleared his throat and avoided her gaze. Well, if you really want it, I don't mind. I even asked the doctor about it today. His voice grew softer as he spoke, and he started to regret it, recalling the awkwardness of today. This matter had caused him a lot of trouble. Everyone thought he had gone to get something cut off. Jiang Shatong was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. She couldn't imagine how a serious person like Gu Zhengnan could talk to a doctor about such a thing. Seeing her laugh so hard, Gu Zhengnan felt embarrassed and annoyed. Are you done laughing? I asked the doctor about it for you. How can you mock me now? Jiang Shatong held back her laughter, her beautiful eyes curling into crescent moons, making Gu Zhengnan feel his heart flutter. This woman was so charming, especially now, with her wet hair tucked behind her ears, her face unadorned but stunningly beautiful. For a moment, Gu Zhengnan felt his mouth go dry. Jiang Shatong couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing again, asking, "Can you reenact what happened? I'm really curious how you managed to bring it up." Seeing her so happy, Gu Zhengnan silently sighed and briefly recounted his conversation with the doctor. When he told her that the doctor initially thought he couldn't do it, Jiang Shatong laughed even more, calling it a lovely misunderstanding. Finally, after managing to stop laughing, Gu Zhengnan said softly, "On the way out, Yang Hao bumped into me. I don't know what he was thinking, telling everyone I went to get something cut off when I returned to the lab." Jiang Shatong blinked a few times, then finally reacted and burst into laughter, hitting the bed. Gu Zhengnan looked helpless until Jiang Shatong finished laughing, then they got to the main topic. "If you laugh for another 2 hours, it's time for us to sleep. So, do you want to be affectionate?" Jiang Shatong wiped away her tears of laughter. "Yes, I do. Come on." Gu Zhengnan didn't waste words. He got up and turned off the light. The neighbors next door had 3 children, and Wu Xiuling and the others didn't dare make too much noise. Compared to before, the time was much shorter. Jiang Shatong lay on the bed, her eyes charming and soft. "Zhengnan, I feel like you're getting less capable." Gu Zhengnan clenched his teeth. "A man can't say he's not capable. I'm just being considerate of you." Jiang Shatong teased Gu Zhengnan a few more words, then soon fell asleep. She was just being stubborn. Gu Zhengnan was still very strong in this area. Gu Zhengnan couldn't sleep. He was a bit worried, afraid that Jiang Shatong might have some trouble. What if something really happened? Going to the clinic in the middle of the night, if others found out, how could he face people? But luckily, Jiang Shatong showed no signs of anything unusual, so Gu Zhengnan felt relieved. Tomorrow was a day off work, so Jiang Shatong rested. She slept in late. When she woke up, Wu Xiuling was warming up food on the stove. Jiang Shatong felt life was just too wonderful. Although 30 yuan a month wasn't a lot, it was truly relaxing. No need to take care of children, no need to cook. She didn't plan to go out today. She wanted to chat more with Wu Xiuling. She moved a small stool and sat in the yard, chatting while enjoying the sun. Wu Xiuling was still knitting a sweater. Jiang Shatong saw this and felt a bit jealous. "Mom, why isn't there one for me? I want a sweater too." Wu Xiuling looked at her with affection. Okay, I'll knit one for you too. What color do you want?" "I just want a brown one." While they were talking, they saw Gu Man coming over. She stood at the door, looking a little shy, holding several bags. Jiang Shatong saw her and immediately stood up. Man, why are you here?" Since the last incident, Jiang Shatong didn't dislike Gu Man as much. Gu Man had also become more polite and less rebellious in front of her. "Second sister-in-law, as the weather is getting cooler, I went shopping at the department store a few days ago and bought jackets for the 3 children. Since I found out today that you don't have to work, I brought them over specially." Jiang Shatong didn't expect Gu Man to be so thoughtful now, even knowing to buy clothes for the children. She felt pleased and thought she hadn't wasted her effort in saving someone ungrateful. It seemed Gu Man was still salvageable. "I didn't mean to trouble you. If the sizes fit, it's no problem. They should be able to wear them." Jiang Shatong was very considerate and took out the clothes to check. The fabric felt good, and she guessed it must have cost quite a bit. Gu Man felt a little embarrassed and greeted Wu Xiuling beside her. Jiang Shatong then brought out a stool for Gu Man to sit on. "Stay for lunch, then leave after eating." Gu Man naturally didn't refuse. She came today mainly to get closer to Jiang Shatong. Recently, she had been thinking carefully. Jiang Shatong was a good person. She couldn't let her kind-hearted sister-in-law down. Although showing kindness proactively might not always work, she had to try. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shutong bore no grudges and was quite kind to her.
Her father was right, she really had a broad mind.
After sitting down, Gu Manman chatted casually with Jiang Shutong and the others. At noon, Gu Zhinan also came back for lunch. Wu Xiuling cooked some rice and stir-fried a few dishes, and the aroma was very tempting. Since the children were growing, they needed to eat meat. Without meat, they might become short in height later. Wu Xiuling was frugal but didn't skimp on food, so the meals were quite good. Next door, Wu Ailian and others smelled the meat and were drooling. They thought Jiang Shutong was already quite extravagant, but it turned out her mother was even more wasteful. Coming over every day eating meat, how much wealth could they possibly have to sustain such spending? Because of the old lady's suicide attempt, Wu Ailian's issues weren't pursued, fearing it might cause a serious conflict. On the surface, it seemed unaffected, but in reality, Zhou Aidong's reputation in front of the leaders had definitely taken a hit. After Gu Zhinan returned with the children at noon, the three kids quickly tried on their new clothes. They fit well and felt comfortable. Jiang Shutong patted her eldest son's shoulder. "Tell your younger brothers and sister thank you." Gu Zichen nodded and walked over to Gu Manman to say thank you. Gu Manman usually disliked them, but now she found them very cute. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch the little third child's cheek. Soft and tender, the skin felt wonderful. Everyone was gathered together for a meal, and the atmosphere was quite good. However, Jiang Shutong noticed that Gu Zhengnan seemed troubled. Although he was smiling on the outside, she could tell something was bothering him. After eating, Gu Manman stayed for a little while longer before leaving. Back in her room, Jiang Shutong immediately asked, "Tell me, why are you unhappy today? Did something happen?" Gu Zhengnan was surprised that Jiang Shutong could see through him and widened his eyes. "You noticed that?" "Of course I did. Don't forget who I am. We've been married for a long time. I know you well. Just tell me, what's wrong?" Jiang Shutong sat on the edge of the bed as she spoke. Gu Zhengnan sighed. "It's about Bai Bing. She was transferred to Zhou Aidong's team, and I didn't expect her to take our research results with her." Hearing this, Jiang Shutong felt uncomfortable. Currently, Gu Zhengnan's team was working on a project with several other groups. Although there were some differences, many of the research results were shared. Gu Zhengnan was quite capable and had his own methods, making his research more advanced. Bai Bing, now on that team, took their research data out of revenge. She wanted to get back at him. Zhou Aidong was also shameless. To achieve her goals, she used Gu Zhengnan's research results. Gu Zhengnan felt very upset about this. He was quite proud of his work, and he couldn't believe Bai Bing would do such a thing. She's just a minor player. How could she understand so much? Jiang Shutong didn't look down on her, but Bai Bing was usually not busy with serious work. She spent her days competing with Gu Zhengnan and trying to break up his family. Talking about this, Gu Zhengnan was even more speechless. Bai Bing wasn't very capable at first, but on her last day at work, she stole research materials from their lab. She then handed them over to Zhou Aidong. The original data was destroyed, and now they couldn't do anything about it. They felt helpless and frustrated. Everyone in the group was very angry, especially Yang Hao, who wanted to ask Bai Bing for an explanation. However, Gu Zhengnan stopped him. "Zhengnan, what do you plan to do? Are you just going to let this go?" Jiang Shutong knew Gu Zhengnan well. After suffering such a big loss, it was unlikely he would stay silent. Gu Zhengnan snorted. "We can't make a fuss openly about this. Even if the leaders find out, they won't say much. At most, they'll say it's about sharing research results, since it's a win-win situation. But they shouldn't think that stealing our research will make them ahead of us. I will make sure they see the gap between us." The items Bai Bing took were only part of the whole. It was like a puzzle. Taking a few pieces wouldn't complete it. Without enough ability, what difference does it make if they take some? At first, Gu Zhengnan didn't take it seriously. Since they wanted to do this, he decided to play along. Jiang Shutong gave Gu Zhengnan a thumbs up. "That's really clever, killing two birds with one stone. They thought stealing your work would make them better than you, but they ended up losing. It must be heartbreaking for them." In scientific research, everyone has a bit of a competitive streak. Success depends on talent, and no matter the environment, competition exists. Gu Zhengnan nodded. You're right. That's exactly how I think too. Zhang Shutong encouraged Gu Zhengnan a few more words. Gu Zhengnan no longer felt upset. After resting for a while, he happily went back to work. But just as he left the residential area, he bumped into Bai Bing. Seeing Gu Zhengnan, Bai Bing still felt resentful. Actually, if Gu Zhengnan had just spoken a few kind words, she would do anything he asked. Gu Zhengnan felt deep disgust for Bai Bing. He was about to walk away quickly, but she stopped him. Senior brother, do you know why I did this? It's not really to help Zhou Adong. I just can't swallow this insult. Why did you treat me like that? You know how I feel about you. I am a woman. I have feelings, I have dignity. But what did you do? You were so cold and heartless. Bai Bing, seeing no one around, completely let herself go. She spoke with tears in her eyes, as if Gu Zhengnan had bullied her. Gu Zhengnan was fed up. Are you done talking? How is abandoning my wife and children and fooling around with you not being heartless? Do you even know what you're saying? I told you I think you're so I want to give you some face. If you know what's good for you, just step aside quickly. Bai Bing didn't expect Gu Zhengnan to still have this attitude. Her heart almost broke. She shared her research results with Zhou Adong mainly to get Gu Zhengnan's attention. But now that Gu Zhengnan knows, he doesn't mention it at all, making her feel like a fool. Zhengnan, I really don't want to do this. If you let me return to the team, I am willing to be undercover. Gu Zhengnan was completely shocked. He couldn't understand how Bai Bing's mind worked to say such things. Seeing Gu Zhengnan silent, Bai Bing hurriedly said, You know about this. I won't tell anyone else. I can steal Professor Zhou's research results for you. Just transfer me back to the team. Brother, I do all this for you. If you treat me a little better, I wouldn't dare to betray you. Gu Zhengnan felt like the sky was falling. He realized there really are such people. If this had happened before, she would definitely be called a traitor and despised by everyone. She was spying on both sides, acting like a police officer. You're useless in the head, just donate it to someone who needs it. After saying that, Gu Zhengnan didn't even look at Bai Bing and walked away quickly. Bai Bing watched Gu Zhengnan's tall figure, gnashing her teeth in anger. It seemed no matter what she did, Gu Zhengnan wouldn't look at her properly. Whether she showed love or malice, it seemed the same to him. On the way, Gu Zhengnan's mood sank to the bottom. Having someone like her around was really unlucky. When they arrived at the lab, everyone was not very motivated, especially Yang Hao, who was straightforward and hot-tempered. After hearing the news today, he wanted to confront Bai Bing. If Gu Zhengnan hadn't stopped him, he might have even hit her. Seeing everyone looking so listless, Gu Zhengnan clapped his hands. Let's not work today. I'll hold a meeting. Don't lose confidence because of this small setback. With me here, we won't fall behind others. Next, we'll divide the work according to my plan. I promise our research will be the best. No matter what tricks others try, they won't succeed. Gu Zhengnan spoke very confidently. Having faced similar situations abroad, he had seen all kinds of strange things. What monsters and ghosts. He wouldn't be defeated by such difficulties. Everyone felt encouraged when Gu Zhengnan spoke like that.
Exactly.
Thinking that stealing our hard work can make them ahead? They should look at themselves. People who steal others' work are the most shameless. That's right. If they had the ability, would they do such things? Honestly, it's because they are not capable that they resort to these sneaky tricks. But it's funny, I always thought Professor Zhou was a good person, but now I see he's just like the others. Everyone took turns expressing their dissatisfaction. Gu Zhengnan didn't stop them. He believed that venting anger was necessary, otherwise, he couldn't focus on work. Seeing everyone release their frustration, Gu Zhengnan finally told them to get back to work. Sure enough, after Gu Zhengnan's encouragement, everyone regained their motivation. Since the Zhou party group knew their current progress, they had to quickly plan the next step. In the afternoon, Zhang Shutong was free. While the three children were at school, she took Wu Shilling on a bike ride to the department store. Her grandmother's birthday was coming up, and she hadn't prepared a gift yet. Last time she found out she was pregnant, someone gave her a set of gold jewelry. Now that her grandmother was celebrating her birthday, she couldn't be too stingy. She couldn't afford to be as wealthy as the elderly couple, but she wanted to give something nice. They biked to the department store. Jiang Shadong and Wu Shilling browsed on the second floor, where there were watches and jewelry. Jiang Shadong looked around and immediately liked a pearl necklace. It would look great on her grandmother, elegant and stylish. The pearls were real, not farmed, big, round, and natural. She asked about the price. It was acceptable. It was a bit expensive, but not too much. Jiang Shadong bought a complete set, a pearl necklace, a bracelet, and a pearl ring. After buying them, she looked at her mother. Wu Shilling's neck and hands were empty, no jewelry at all. Jiang Shadong thought carefully. Her mother probably never had a good life. Jiang Dahai was so stingy that he didn't buy her jewelry when they married. Over the years, Wu Shilling had almost no decent jewelry. A pang of sadness hit Jiang Shadong. She didn't ignore the flicker of admiration in her mother's eyes. She knew her mother liked these things too. "Comrade, take a look at that necklace next to it." The sales clerk knew Jiang Shadong was a big customer and immediately smiled as she brought it out. Jiang Shadong pointed at Wu Shilling's neck. "Mom, this looks nice. Try it on." Wu Shilling kept shaking her head. No, let's go quickly. I don't like necklaces." Jiang Shadong knew she didn't dislike it. She was just worried about spending money. At that moment, a sharp female voice came from nearby. "Some people are just born poor and can't afford precious jewelry. Just wear a red string." After saying that, a sneering laugh followed. Jiang Shadong turned around and saw that the speaker was Wu Xiuyun. Her belly was slightly rounded now, and Jiang Dahai was standing beside her, holding her like a palace servant supporting the Empress Dowager. Wu Shilling's face turned pale. No matter what, seeing this scene made her feel upset. Her own sister was involved with her husband, and she had tolerated it for so long. "Who just spoke? Did you just come from eating dirt? Why does your mouth smell so bad?" Jiang Shadong raised her hand and waved it in front of her nose, showing disgust. The sales clerk almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Wu Xiuyun felt embarrassed and very unhappy. "Who said I ate dirt?" Jiang Shadong covered her nose. "Whoever said it knows. Why are you so upset? Did I really hit the mark?" Wu Xiuyun was furious and complained to Jiang Dahai. "Dahai, did you hear that? She's insulting me. Aren't you going to do anything?" "I don't care. Today, you have to buy me a necklace." Jiang Dahai glared fiercely at Jiang Shadong and took Wu Xiuyun to the counter. "Look, if you like something, tell me. I'll buy it for you, no matter the price." Wu Xiuyun felt proud again and deliberately winked at Wu Shilling. "Some women are just plain old and not attractive to men. You just have to accept it." Wu Shilling stood there, wanting to leave with Jiang Shadong and not waste time on such people. But Jiang Shadong refused to leave and stood beside her mother. Wu Xiuyun looked at the necklaces inside and was mesmerized. She immediately spotted a jade bracelet nearby. She was originally going to buy a necklace, but this bracelet was so beautiful, crystal clear and shiny, clearly made of good material. "Big C, I want to buy this bracelet." Jiang Dahai glanced at the bracelet and didn't take it seriously. He thought it was just a piece of stone. How expensive could it be?
At most, a few dozen yuan.
"Young lady, how much is this bracelet? Can you wrap it up for me?" The saleswoman was so happy she couldn't hide her smile. She didn't expect today's customers to be big clients. They just bought it. The bracelet costs 880 yuan, which is quite expensive. "Okay, sir, I will wrap it up for you now. The total is 880 yuan. Jiang Dahai took out his wallet. When he heard the last part, he was stunned. 880 yuan? It's just a broken bracelet. Why is it so expensive? He didn't have that much money saved up. Spending 880 yuan on a bracelet was crazy. Wu Xiuyun's face changed. She didn't expect the bracelet to be so costly either. But Jiang Shadong and Wu Shilling were watching nearby. If she didn't buy it, she would lose face. So she forced herself to say, "Dahai, 880 is 880. I like it. You buy it for me. We can afford it. At this moment, Jiang Dahai didn't care about his pride. Wu Xiaoyun was about to give birth soon. She would need money to raise the child. Spending all their savings on a bracelet meant they might have a hard life later. Why buy it? Spending over 800 yuan on a bracelet? Are you crazy? Jiang Dahai said this with a dark face, then looked at the saleswoman. I tell you, this is a scam shop. A bracelet costs over 800 yuan? It has gold edges. The saleswoman was unhappy to hear that. Their prices were not high, they had good quality. You get what you pay for. There were bracelets nearby that only cost a few dozen yuan. How could they compare? If you can't afford it, just don't buy. Why attack their products? The saleswoman pursed her lips. Comrade, you can't say that. All our jewelry is worth what it costs. The bracelet you like is made of jade, with good water and quality. It's a fine piece. At this price, it's not expensive. If you think it's too costly and don't want to buy, you can look at the cheaper ones over here, which cost only a few dozen yuan. Jiang Shatong chuckled softly nearby. Jiang Dahai's face was hard to show, and Wu Xiaoyun felt even more embarrassed. Jiang Dahai, what do you mean? There are others around. Are you trying to embarrass me? What did you say today? You said I liked a piece of jewelry, and you would buy it for me. Now, why are you denying it? If you keep acting like this, I will have the baby I am carrying aborted. I won't have children with you anymore. Jiang Dahai's face turned pale. Even if Wu Xiaoyun threatened him, he wouldn't spend over 800 yuan to buy that bracelet. It's not that I don't want to buy it for you. Don't you think we should spend money wisely? Look at this bracelet here. It only costs 60 yuan. It looks similar to the one before. Let's buy this one. Wu Xiaoyun's eyes turned red with anger. Wu Xiling was honest and didn't say much, but Jiang Shudong didn't let them go. Oh, pretending to be rich, you can't even come up with 800 yuan, and you're here criticizing others. It's really embarrassing. If I cared about you, I would definitely buy it for you. That's just how it is. Wu Xiaoyun stomped her foot in anger. Dahai, listen to me. If you don't buy it for me today, I really don't know what to do. Seeing Wu Xiaoyun causing a fuss, Jiang Dahai also got angry. Do you not know our family situation? Where can I get that much money? Stop wasting time. Do you want to buy this bracelet for 60 yuan or not? If not, we'll go home directly. I might save some money. In the end, Wu Xiaoyun had no choice but to pick a bracelet costing 60 yuan. But she quickly tried to save her dignity. What's so funny? Even 60 yuan isn't cheap. It's just a bracelet to wear and have fun. Jiang Shudong raised an eyebrow. If you can't afford it, that's all you can say. Wu Xiaoyun snorted. You can afford it, you can afford it. Why don't you buy it? Why are you pretending to be so grand? It's like you have more money than us. After saying that, she looked at Wu Xiling beside her. See? That's your fate. Your own man doesn't like you. Having a daughter is useless. I saw someone just bought a set of jewelry. That wasn't for you, was it? Looks like your own mother doesn't take you seriously. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shatong stepped forward directly. Comrade, take out that 800 yuan bracelet and let my mom try it on. The sales assistant immediately smiled happily and took out the bracelet. Wu Xiling refused to agree, but Jiang Shatong just glared at her. Wu Xiaoyun couldn't believe it. She was about to leave, but now she froze in place. The sales clerk helped Wu Xiling put on the bracelet. I must say, high-quality jewelry is truly valuable. This bracelet now costs over 800 yuan, and in 10 or 20 years, its value could increase by 100 times or more. For Jiang Shudong, buying it for her mother was just an investment. Since property can't be freely bought and sold now, investments are limited to stamps and similar items. She didn't buy anything big this year, so it was a good choice. Not at all, comrade. Look how good your mom looks with it on. Her skin looks better too. Jiang Shudong nodded. It is beautiful. Wrap it up. I'll buy it. Wu Xiling was anxious. Shutong, no, this is too expensive. Why are you buying something so costly? It's a waste of money. Jiang Shutong sighed. Mom, you've worked hard all your life. What's wrong with a bracelet that costs over 800 yuan? I have money now and I want to buy it for you. No one can stop me today. She took out her purse and paid directly. The bracelet, worth over 800 yuan, was placed on Wu Xiuling's wrist. Wu Xiuyun watched nearby and was about to get furious. Jiang Shudong really spent over 800 yuan to buy a bracelet for Wu Xiuling. That's a lot of money. How is she so generous and wealthy? Next to her, Zhang Dehai looked very unhappy. If he hadn't fallen out with Jiang Shutong, he probably wouldn't be much different from her father. He wondered if Jiang Shutong could buy him a watch worth a few hundred yuan too. Thinking of this, Zhang Dehai felt very bitter inside. When Jiang Shutong was leaving, she didn't forget to provoke Wu Xiuyun. There's no need to rely only on men to have a good life. Children can help too. But I think neither of those fits your situation. Just keep that cheap 60 yuan bracelet. It suits your status better. As Jiang Shudong and her mother walked away, they could hear Wu Xiuyun's angry voice. They probably wouldn't sleep well tonight, their anger fully spent. Outside the mall, Wu Xiuling felt more and more distressed. You're just angry, and you spent so much money? I wouldn't even wear such an expensive bracelet. Jiang Shudong smiled. Mom, I told you, buying this bracelet for over 800 yuan means we've made a profit. Who would spend so much money to buy a bracelet? Jiang Shutong quickly explained, You don't understand this. I have some knowledge of jewelry. This jade is very good quality, and its value increases over time. It could be worth hundreds of times more later. So, don't think you're losing out by buying this. It's an investment. Wu Xiuling was stunned by her daughter's words. Is this really true? Could it really increase 100 times? If 800 yuan becomes 80,000 yuan, she couldn't believe it. Thinking of that number, Wu Xiuling felt her throat go dry. Don't lie to me. Jiang Shutong clicked her tongue. Mom, when have I ever lied to you? Just trust me. Over the years, I haven't given you anything really valuable. You gave up your job for me and suffered a lot at home. I want to repay you. Whether it's in bracelet worth 800 yuan or 80,000, you deserve it. Just wear it happily. Her voice choked up at the end, and Wu Xiuling's eyes also turned red. With such a daughter, what else could she worry about? If a man isn't good, just leave him. Having children is enough for her. Thank you, Shudong. Why are you still thanking me? Let's go home. Mother and daughter happily rode their bikes back. When they arrived, Gu Zhengnan was cooking in the kitchen, and the three children were playing outside. Seeing Jiang Shudong and her mother, they all ran over excitedly. On the way back, Wu Xiuling was still nervous. If Gu Zhengnan found out that Jiang Shudong spent over 800 yuan on a bracelet for her, her son-in-law might get angry. Most people wouldn't accept this. Jiang Shudong had some money, but not much. Gu Zhengnan had more savings. Maybe that 800 yuan included some of his money. The more Wu Xiuling thought about it, the more anxious she became. She didn't want her own actions to cause problems between the couple. Soon, Gu Zhengnan finished cooking, and everyone went inside to eat. Wu Xiuling covered the bracelet with her sleeve, afraid Gu Zhengnan would see it. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shutong spoke directly. By the way, Zhengnan, this afternoon I went to pick out a gift for Grandma. I bought a set of pearl jewelry and I also bought a jade bracelet for my mom. Hearing this, Wu Xiuling's face turned pale. Thank you. I've been so busy lately I haven't had time. Maybe I should go with you next time. Jiang Shudong bit her lip. The bracelet I bought for my mom was quite expensive. It's made of jade and cost over 800 yuan. Wu Xiuling's heart sank completely. Her face turned pale, and she lowered her head, waiting for Gu Zhengnan to get angry. But after a few seconds, she heard nothing. When she looked up, she saw Gu Zhengnan casually respond. There's a reason why it's expensive. If it's costly, the material must be good. If Mom likes it, just buy it. The money you give me is for you to spend. Our family isn't short of money. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. Wu Xiuling looked at Gu Zhengnan in disbelief, her voice trembling. Zhengnan, that bracelet cost 800 yuan. Gu Zhengnan looked up. Yes, jade is naturally expensive. Over 800 yuan is normal. Don't worry about being scammed. Wu Xiuling held back her feelings but couldn't anymore. Aren't you angry? Gu Zhengnan smiled, finally understanding what Wu Xiuling was worried about. Mom, what's there to be angry about? I'm happy. Shutong helped me handle all these things, so I don't have to worry. A few years ago, she raised 3 children alone, endured so much hardship. When it comes to her, you've also suffered a lot. Now, it's not just an 800 yuan bracelet, it's worth 5,000 yuan. If you want it, I'll buy it for you. When he said this, Wu Xiuling was stunned. Even Jiang Shutong beside her looked at Gu Zhengnan with disbelief. She didn't expect him to say such words. Some men only talk nicely, but when it comes to spending a lot, they run faster than anyone. It was like her previous boyfriend, who insisted on opening a family card for her. She agreed. The limit was 50,000 yuan. One day, her card was limited, and she spent 20,000 yuan shopping. That guy was furious and scolded her over the phone, calling her shameless and a gold digger. She had laughed at the time, but she never thought Gu Zhengnan was not like that kind of disgusting man. Even if she spent money, it was okay. Gu Zhengnan usually doesn't spend much money. He's quite frugal. Earning 800 yuan isn't difficult for him in a month or two. Zhengnan, you're really a good kid. If Shutong can marry you, I'll be at ease for the rest of my life. Jiang Shutong felt happy inside. She believed that whether it was about friendship or love, things should develop slowly. Only over time can people truly understand each other. When she first married Gu Zhenan, she didn't like him at all. She thought he was a cold person. But now, after living together, she realized he was actually quite good. He had good values, was kind to his wife and children, and cared about them. Mom, I'm lucky to marry Shutong. You can wear this bracelet peacefully. Don't worry or feel guilty. It's what we as a couple should do. Wu Xiuling finally felt at ease and stopped worrying. She happily started eating. After the meal, she excitedly went to the kitchen to wash dishes. While washing, she couldn't help but lift her arm and look at the bracelet again. She had said she didn't like it earlier, but that was a lie. How could she not like it? It was so beautiful and cool to the touch.
It looked very fancy.
She had never owned anything so nice before. She never thought she would wear a bracelet worth over 800 yuan at her age. If the people in the old neighborhood knew, they would be very jealous. As Jiang Shutong passed by the kitchen, she glanced at her mother and couldn't help but smile. Back in her room, Jiang Shutong went to Gu Zhenan and kissed his face several times. You really made me look good today. My mom must be so happy. Gu Zhenan also smiled. We should make her happy. It's tiring to take care of the kids and cook. Buying her a bracelet is the right thing to do. My money is your money, and your money is your money. You can spend it however you want. Do whatever you like. Jiang Shutong felt even happier. I'll remember what you said. I'll do the same in the future. Just wait. When I make a lot of money, I'll support you. She was thinking about starting her business next year. She wanted to become the first person to earn 10,000 yuan. When she made big money from her business, she wouldn't care about 800 yuan anymore. Gu Zhenan almost choked on his saliva. Supporting her? This woman really dares to say anything. Do we still need to support each other in this relationship? Jiang Shutong nodded. Doesn't that sound more exciting? You'd be so impressive, being a kept man with women supporting you. Gu Zhengnan looked at Jiang Shutong with difficulty and said, Comrade Jiang, your thoughts are very dangerous. Jiang Shutong felt happy inside and gently kissed Gu Zhengnan's face like a chick pecking at rice. Gu Zhengnan thought the 800 yuan he spent was worth it and couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Wu Xiuling was not so happy because the 800 yuan bracelet caused a big argument at home after a fight in the mall. Jiang Dahai had already been demoted and was now even more disliked at the factory. Everyone avoided him. Wu Xiuling was too greedy, wanting more and more things, which made Jiang Dahai feel overwhelmed. If he had known things would turn out like this, he wouldn't have divorced Wu Xiuling. At least Wu Xiuling saved him money. When they were together before, it seemed good because Wu Xiuling was like a hardworking cow, and he could enjoy life with her. But now, being with Wu Xiuling, he felt more and more unlucky. When they got home, they argued fiercely. Wu Xiuling even threw dishes and chopsticks around. Jiang Yaozu stayed in the room, covering his ears tightly and not daring to make a sound. After washing the dishes, Wu Xiuling happily went to bed, feeling so joyful she couldn't sleep. She kept touching her wrist, and by the time she fell asleep, it was very late. The next morning, Wu Xiuling was more diligent in cooking. She specially made scallion and egg pancakes, which were salty and delicious, smelling wonderful. Zhengnan, eat more. Mom made plenty of pancakes. Each of you can have 2. Gu Zhengnan smiled at Wu Xiuling and started eating heartily. Soon, Gu Zhengnan and the others went to work. Wu Xiuling took the children to school, humming a song, then started doing housework. She swept the yard and tidied up the vegetable garden again. Wu Ailian had recently stopped causing trouble because, after what happened last time, she was a bit scared. Zhou Adong also said that if there was a next time, they would get divorced. Men are her everything. How could she live without him? So she didn't dare to cause trouble for the Gu family anymore, but she still held a grudge in her heart. Seeing Wu Xiuling working in the neighboring yard, her eyes narrowed. Suddenly, she saw the bracelet on Wu Xiuling's arm shining in the sunlight. Although she was curious, she felt shy to ask because the 2 families were now enemies. After finishing her chores, Wu Xiuling took a bowl of roasted sunflower seeds and went outside. She had bought some raw seeds yesterday and roasted them herself. Since she was new here, she wanted to get along well with the neighbors. At least, she needed to make some friends and be familiar with everyone, so it would be easier to get along in the future. Seeing Wu Xiuling's kindness, everyone was friendly and took a few handfuls of seeds without hesitation. These seeds are really good. Did you buy them? They look so full and fresh. I think dry roasted seeds taste better. They're more fragrant and addictive. A few women sat under a tree, eating seeds and chatting happily. They didn't have any bad feelings about Wu Xiuling. She was so friendly and reached out to them first. It was nice to get to know her. As they talked, they noticed the bracelet Wu Xiuling was wearing. Big Sister Wu, your bracelet looks nice. How much did you pay for it? Is it made of jade? One woman asked first. Everyone looked over curiously. It's not jade, it's jadeite. My daughter bought it for me yesterday. Everyone became even more curious. They leaned in to look closer. The more they looked, the more amazed they were. Wearing it really suited her, and it was so attractive. No wonder people liked it so much. Isn't it expensive? It looks beautiful. Wu Xiuling usually didn't like to show off, but since her daughter bought it for her, she felt proud. She smiled and said it wasn't cheap, 880 yuan. When she said that, everyone stopped eating their seeds and looked at Wu Xiuling in shock. 880 yuan? Yes, I bought it at a department store. Everyone gasped. Spending 880 yuan on a bracelet? Jiang Shudong really spoils her. At first, they thought Jiang Shudong was being wasteful for buying such an expensive bracelet. But then they remembered that Gu Zhengnan was the one who paid for it. Jiang Shudong probably used his money. Big Sister Wu, Shudong bought you such an expensive bracelet. That shows she's very filial. But does Gu Gong know about this? Did he say anything? Some curious people couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Wu Xiuling felt even more proud. My son-in-law knows. He said if I like it, just buy it. No need to save money. Everyone listened and felt a bit envious. They were going through hard times. At this moment, Wu Ailian also came out from the main door. Seeing the lively scene, she boldly walked over. Although Wu Xiuling ignored her, several neighbors still greeted Wu Ailian. Someone who knew about the family feud deliberately caused trouble by mentioning that Jiang Shudong spent 880 yuan to buy a bracelet for her mother. Wu Ailian couldn't believe it. She had just thought the bracelet was expensive, but she didn't expect it to be so costly. She also thought Wu Xiuling was not the type to wear such valuable jewelry. No matter how expensive something is, it depends on whether your style matches. Some people can wear expensive things and still look good. Others look cheap no matter what they wear. Wu Ailian frowned and glared, clearly implying she was talking about Wu Xiuling. Wu Xiuling didn't bother to argue with her. Let me tell you, some people look poor but can afford expensive things. Others look poor and can't afford anything, and they even talk behind people's backs. Hearing this, Wu Ailian's face turned green. She really couldn't afford an 880 yuan bracelet. Wu Xiuling chatted with a few others for a while before heading back. As soon as she left, Wu Ailian immediately spoke angrily. It's just a broken bracelet. What's there to be proud of? Clearly, she's never seen real money. She thought everyone would agree with her, but instead, someone who had long disliked her responded bluntly. That's not fair. A bracelet costing over 800 yuan isn't just a trinket. How much does your husband Zhou earn in a month? It's enough for your family for years. Exactly. If my daughter spent over 800 yuan to buy me a bracelet, I wouldn't just talk about it at home. I'd tell everyone on the street that no one bought it for me. Everyone took turns criticizing Wu Ailian, making her blush. In the end, she couldn't say a word, holding in her anger and returning to her courtyard. Once home, she had to serve her mother-in-law, who was lazy and, after the last incident, claimed to be unwell. Now, she refused to do any housework. She secretly cursed her mother-in-law as an old fool and gritted her teeth to keep working. Jiang Shudong arrived at her workplace, greeted everyone, and then started her work for the day. Recently, Zheng Jiangwo's days had been tough because of his wife's issues. After returning home, Xie Shufang often gave him sharp looks. She frequently asked him sarcastically why he hadn't accepted that scarf. Seeing Jiang Shudong enter the office, Zheng Jiangwo sighed and talked with her about the current situation at the factory. During lunch, Zhang Xiaomai mentioned that she saw Secretary Liu going to the deputy factory manager's house that day. How did they end up together? I heard Secretary Liu didn't get along with the deputy factory manager before. Back then, he was close to the factory director. Jiang Shudong thought for a moment and understood. Liu Tianxiang is the kind of person who likes to stick with others. Now that he's had a falling out with the factory director, he's probably trying to flatter the deputy factory manager. Plus, since there's now tension between the factory director and the deputy, it's a good opportunity for him. He's probably just trying to flatter him. The factory director isn't paying attention to him now, so he probably can't stay in the internal affairs department. Having high ambitions but weak abilities is useless. Worrying won't help. After lunch, Zhang Xiaomai mentioned that Lu Maoyuan's parents often invite her to eat. After the last meal, they invited her again. The three kids played well together, and the two daughters also liked playing with Lu Maoyuan's son. That's great. Director Liu is a good person. Making friends with such people is beneficial. I think his family is very kind. Jiang Shudong felt this was good. Both Lu Maoyuan and Zhang Xiaomai are kind and excellent. Being remarried isn't a flaw. If they could get together, that would be perfect. Yes, I keep in touch with Director Liu, but Wang Dali isn't happy about it. He called me shameless. I really don't understand what he's thinking. Jiang Shudong felt uncomfortable inside. Is he the one with no shame? I think he's the most shameless. Don't pay attention to him. The better your life gets, the more it hurts him. Just wait and see. People who are unfaithful in marriage will face karma eventually. It's not that they won't be punished, just that the time hasn't come yet. He's not having a good time with Wang Caixia. Jiang Shudong firmly believed this. People should do good deeds. Doing too many bad things will bring consequences. They whispered for a while before going back to rest. Jiang Shudong planned to ask for a day off tomorrow to go to the big restaurant for the elderly lady's birthday. She would tell the factory director about it in the afternoon. Recently, the factory hasn't been very busy. Everything is developing steadily. She planned to stop attending night school after 2 more days. Having this excuse is enough. If someone asks, she can say she is officially studying. Otherwise, if her grades are too good, people might become suspicious. Near the end of the workday, Jiang Shudong asked the factory director for a day off, and Zheng Jiangwo readily agreed. Recently, I haven't been busy. If you have something to do, go ahead. For Jiang Shudong, Zheng Jiangwo had to take care of her. She was a moneymaker and a lively ancestor. After work, Jiang Shudong went to night school. Today, Jiang Qianqian was dropped off by her older brother Jiang Yuanshan. After sending her sister to the school gate, he saw Jiang Shudong. Jiang Shudong passed by the car and glanced instinctively. Inside, Jiang Yuanshan was staring blankly. Seeing that her older brother hadn't gotten out of the car to open the door for her, Jiang Qianqian couldn't help but turn to look. Big brother, who are you looking at? Jiang Yuanshan pointed to Jiang Shudong nearby. Is she your classmate from night school? When Jiang Qianqian saw that her brother was talking about Jiang Shatong, her face darkened immediately.
What?
Why are you asking about her all of a sudden? Do you like her? Jiang Shatong was indeed very beautiful, so beautiful it was almost too much. She was charming and even had a bit of exotic charm. Jiang Yuanshan frowned. What do you think I am? A flirt? I just think she looks a bit like our mother in her features, so I was lost in thought. Hearing her brother say that, Jiang Qianqian felt even more upset. She hated when people said that because Fang Wenru had 2 sons and 3 daughters. Her brother and sister all had eyes that matched their mother's, but she was the only one with her father's eyes. People used to say her mother's genes were very strong, and her children all had high noses and blue eyes, looking very beautiful. But when it came to her, her genes seemed to weaken suddenly. Luckily, all Jiang family children were good-looking, and she was no exception. Now, hearing her brother say that, Jiang Qianqian, who was deep in thought, felt a bit annoyed. Big brother, you're making me jealous. I am your sister. So, what if she looks like me?
She's annoying.
Didn't I tell you before? There's a girl at night school who bullies me. That's her. Hearing this, Jiang Yuanshan was surprised. Really? How does she bully you? Jiang Qianqian puffed her cheeks. You men wouldn't understand, even if I told you. She just bullies me, that's all. Jiang Yuanshan quickly comforted her. All right. You're grown up now, acting like a kid. I was just saying that casually. Go to your class now. Jiang Qianqian snorted. Big brother, go help me open the car door. Jiang Yuanshan was quite fond of her and helped open her car door. Only then did Jiang Qianqian feel satisfied and get inside. Meanwhile, Lu Tianxiang and Chao Jiang had already begun plotting. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, when everyone was asleep, they quietly sneaked into the workshop. They worked near the machines for a long time before carefully leaving. At this time, Jiang Shatong was also asleep. Tomorrow morning, they would go over, possibly to entertain guests. I heard many people came today. The old master had never been so serious about his own birthday, but the old lady's birthday was very important to him. In the morning, Jiang Shatong washed up and got ready. She even put on lipstick before leaving, looking healthier. The 3 children also wore new clothes bought by Mother Gu, looking handsome and cute. Gu Zhengnan, despite being busy, took half a day off today. When they arrived at the venue, many people had already come. The old lady, dressed in new clothes, sat happily among the crowd, smiling. Today, the Gu family was all there. Jiang Shatong finally met Gu Jingnan's many aunts and uncles. Li Wenxiu also arrived early. When she saw Jiang Shatong coming over, her face darkened. Next to her, sister-in-law Zhou Xiaodai looked at Jiang Shatong and asked with a smile, I heard Zhengnan and the others moved out. What's going on? Li Wenxiu was feeling frustrated and vented her anger on Jiang Shatong in front of her sister-in-law, making her look bad. Zhou Xiaodai glanced at Jiang Shatong and said, She doesn't look that bad. She's quite pretty, and the kids are dressed neatly. Older sister-in-law, this mother-in-law is really hard to deal with. You'd better get used to it, Li Wenxiu snorted. Li Wenxiu sighed. She's pregnant again now. If she weren't, I would have already made Jingnan divorce her. Zhou Xiaodai added a few more words, and Li Wenxiu suddenly felt like she had found a confidant. But little did she know, in others' eyes, she was just a fool. The main house was always favored by the old master. Gu Hongwei was ambitious and now a leader at the Water Resources Bureau. Unlike their son Hongbin, who couldn't compare to the eldest brother, and most importantly, his son was not promising either, so he couldn't compare to Gu Jingnan. Gu Zhengnan is the most successful grandson of the old man. He is young but has already become a key figure in the research institute and was even awarded the title of associate academician. If he keeps going like this, he will probably become a full academician soon, and he will be a talented person for the country. Not only does he have excellent treatment and benefits, but he also has great honor. The old man may not care much about money, but he definitely values honor. Over the years, he has often given resources to Gu Zhengnan, which makes the other family branches envious. When Gu Hongwei passed by, he overheard Li Wenxiu gossiping and quickly glared at her. Today is a special day. Don't talk nonsense. Li Wenxiu looked embarrassed and said nothing more. Today, Gu Zhengbei and Wang Na also came. They are very bold and thought that even though Gu Hongwei said they had cut ties with so many guests today, it wouldn't be good for their family to be seen as outsiders. Gu Zhengbei and Wang Na saw Gu Zhengnan and Jiang Shadong here and felt very angry. Soon, all the guests arrived. Everyone found a seat, exchanged congratulations, and then started cutting the cake. The cake was tall with several layers, topped with longevity peaches. Everyone took a small piece, and the scene looked lively. Today, the grandmother seemed especially energetic. Old Master Gu sat at the main seat and couldn't help but share good news. You probably don't know yet, but Shatong is pregnant again. You all need to hurry up. Having more children will make the family stronger. You understand, right? The daughters-in-law felt ashamed and lowered their heads. They wanted to have children, but they just couldn't get pregnant. It was like a curse. They finally had a daughter, but if they could have a son, they would be overjoyed. Everyone had different thoughts. The way they looked at Jiang Shatong was not very friendly. Originally, everyone was in the same situation, unable to have children, so they accepted the end of the line. The Gu family was wealthy and didn't worry about good days ahead. But when Jiang Shadong arrived and kept getting pregnant, it was hard for anyone to handle. Zhou Xiaodai looked at her daughter-in-law and sighed. She used to think she was smarter than Li Wenxiu, always arguing with her sister-in-law. But in the end, it was all a joke. She thought Jiang Shutong's belly was the only useful thing about her. In other aspects, she was probably useless. She heard she didn't even finish middle school and had little education. Thinking this, she slowly spoke. Where does Shatong work now? Is she just staying at home? Maybe I can ask around here later to see which factory still needs workers. Some positions don't require high education, and she could do those. As soon as she said this, everyone looked at Jiang Shadong. Usually, they didn't live very close, and they didn't know much about her situation because they didn't often visit. They all thought Jiang Shadong was only proud of her pregnancy and nothing else. Jiang Shadong raised an eyebrow, thinking she was the target of their words. She thought, as expected, big families always have conflicts. Everyone here had many little tricks in their minds. But luckily, she wasn't a fool, or she would be laughed at now. Auntie, thank you for your kindness, but I don't need help right now. I work at a machinery factory and everything is fine. When they heard Jiang Shutong worked at a machinery factory, Zhou Xiaodai thought, even the main family isn't doing well. Their daughter-in-law used to do hard work there, and now she's still doing tough jobs. You're pregnant and working in the workshop. Be careful not to tire yourself out. Big sister-in-law, how can you let Xiao Zhang work in the workshop? Gu Hongwei couldn't listen anymore and smiled. You misunderstood, sister-in-law. Shadong has already moved to the secretary department. After passing the exam, she's now the factory director's secretary. She has a strong learning ability. She was really underused before. Hearing that Jiang Shadong became the factory director's secretary, the others were stunned. This was too unbelievable. Did the main family really pull such strings? But if she didn't have ability, how could she be the secretary? Could anyone just become a secretary? Zhou Xiaodia's cheeks twitched, thinking Gu Hongwei and the others were quite ruthless. If someone reported this later, they might get into trouble. Favoring family members like this was too much. Jiang Shadong knew what Zhou Xiaodai and the others were thinking, but she didn't care. If it's real, it's real. If it's fake, it's fake. Gu Man sat nearby, getting impatient. She cleared her throat and said, Auntie, you don't know how amazing my second sister-in-law is. She's not only good at work, but also smart at studying. Sometimes my third brother and I can't solve certain problems, and she teaches us. My second sister-in-law also speaks foreign languages very fluently. Right now, Gu Man was Jiang Shutong's little fan, trying to make others see her in a good light. Hearing Gu Man say this, everyone sneered even more. How could that be? Even if she was flattering Jiang Shadong, it shouldn't be so exaggerated. Seeing that everyone didn't believe her, Gu Man got a little angry. Jiang Shadong just smiled at Gu Man. Soon, many people also went to the hall across the banquet. When old Master Gu went out to look, he came back with a dark face. Gu Hongwei and the others sensed something was wrong and went out to check. There were also people celebrating a birthday there, and they recognized one of them, Old Master Pei. By the way, Old Master Pei and Old Master Gu are rivals. They didn't get along when they were in the army. When they were young, they fought all the time, sometimes until they were bloodied and bruised. Now that they are retired, they still don't see eye to eye. Old Master Gu disapproved of Pei's behavior, but they still competed with each other. Since both doors were open, they could see each other easily. Soon, Jiang Shudong saw someone across the hall suddenly take out paper, ink, and brushes. A tall young woman then went over and started writing. After finishing, she held up her calligraphy. The 4 characters, "Fortune as vast as the East Sea," were written very well. Sorry for the poor work. The young woman looked modest. Old Master Pei stroked his beard and laughed loudly, saying to everyone, "My granddaughter-in-law is quite talented. She's in the Calligraphy Association. She's into culture, while I'm just a rough guy who doesn't understand much. Look at her writing, what do you think?" Everyone naturally praised her. They said she found a good granddaughter-in-law, and she would definitely be a good helper in the future. Old Master Pei felt proud after hearing the compliments. He had fought in many battles in his life and was a rough man, but he liked to enjoy elegant things. The more he lacked something, the more he liked it. This granddaughter-in-law had really boosted his reputation. At that moment, Old Master Pei suddenly saw Old Master Gu across from him. They hadn't gotten along for many years, and he didn't expect that today they would both be at the same birthday celebration. He heard that the Gu family was almost out of descendants in the next generation, which was quite sad. Also, it seemed that only Gu Jianan was somewhat successful, while others were just average. Thinking of this, Old Master Pei stood up with his cane. "That old friend is across the way. We should go over and see him. Come on, bring the calligraphy my grandson's wife wrote, so they can take a look." Old Master Pei shook his head and looked eager to show off. Sure enough, after they arrived, he first exchanged polite words with Old Master Gu, then pointed at the calligraphy his grandson's wife wrote and boasted, "Old Gu, we've all been lacking in culture. I didn't expect my grandson to find such a talented wife. What do you think of this calligraphy? Looks pretty good, right? These days, society isn't about fighting and violence anymore. In our family, you need to cultivate some culture. Otherwise, at a birthday celebration, there's nothing but eating and drinking." Old Master Pei looked proud, implying that the Gu family's people weren't cultured, especially the granddaughter-in-law, who always looked angry. If she couldn't have children, that was one thing, but their qualities were also average. Old Master Gu didn't expect him to be so shameless. He used to praise his son and grandson, but now he even had to praise his granddaughter-in-law. He barely knew how to write big characters. What was the point of waving that thing in front of him? But he was also proud and couldn't stand being mocked by his rival. He felt annoyed. "It's just a few lousy characters. You're acting like it's a treasure. Our family doesn't care for that stuff. We all know how to write." "I'm too lazy to bother." Old Master Gu didn't hold back and retorted directly. Old Master Pei's face twitched. After so many years, he still spoke so harshly. "That's honest of you. Why don't you let the younger generation come out and show some characters? Let me see. You're so old, yet still so full of bragging." Although the Gu family members all knew how to read and write, who would bother learning calligraphy for fun? They specialized in their own skills. The Gu family was part of a calligraphy association. They couldn't compare. But the words had already gone this far. If the Gu family didn't have anyone willing to step up, Old Master Gu would be laughed at. Thinking of this, the old man snorted and said to everyone, "Why don't you all come out and show some characters? Let's consider it an early birthday gift for Grandma." Everyone looked at each other, hesitant. No one wanted to step forward. If they succeeded, it would be a source of pride. If they failed, it would be embarrassing.
Who wanted to take that risk?
Seeing this, Gu Zhengnan couldn't help but frown, thinking that these two old folks are both quite old and still arguing over such a small matter. It's quite amusing. Although he hasn't studied calligraphy much, He can write a few characters. He's just worried that his writing might not be as good as theirs. After all, he's a scientist and doesn't usually study these arts. But now he has no choice. If he doesn't step up, people might think there's no one in the Gu family. When Gu Zhengnan stood up, old Master P immediately sneered, "Your family? Only this grandson of yours can be considered decent." Jiang Shutong, who was nearby, didn't want to get involved in this trivial matter. Hearing the old man's harsh words, she felt upset. The Gu family is a big family, but his words implied that besides Gu Zhengnan, everyone else is useless. But she couldn't say that outright. Everyone has their own strengths. This isn't about looking down on the old man. It's about looking down on the entire Gu family. In essence, he was just talking about a few insignificant words and about the Calligraphy Association. She never practiced much herself. The couplets her family puts up during New Year are all written by her. She really doesn't see what's so special about this small matter to show off. Thinking of this, Jiang Shutong gently held Gu Jingnan's hand. "Zhengnan, let me do it." After she spoke, she stood up directly, smiling at old Master P and saying, "Old Master, I am quite interested in calligraphy and have practiced privately. Since you mentioned it, I dare to give it a try today. If my writing isn't good, please forgive me." No one expected Jiang Shutong to suddenly step forward, but it must be said that she was very brave. Li Wenxiu, with a dark face, thought to herself, "She's going to make a scene again. Can she really write? Just stand up like that? If her writing looks like that of a primary school student, it'll be embarrassing." But since Jiang Shutong had already spoken, everyone couldn't say much. They could only wait quietly. Old Master P glanced at Jiang Shutong, but didn't take her seriously. She was so beautiful, clearly just a pretty face. Her rushing to step forward was probably just a show off. He warned himself not to embarrass himself later. Old Master P's granddaughter-in-law also looked on with disdain, clearly thinking Jiang Shutong was overestimating herself. At his command, the attendant immediately went across to get brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Jiang Shutong took off her coat, picked up the brush, and held it with a proper grip. Her posture looked quite professional. Everyone saw what happened and came over to watch the fun. Soon, Jiang Shutong started writing. When she put pen to paper, everyone's eyes changed. Calligraphy is hard to master. Each requires skill. Earlier, old Master Pei's daughter-in-law only mentioned 4 words, but Jiang Shutong wrote a whole line. "Long live the dragon and horse spirit, happiness and longevity, cranes offering peaches, endless joy." This poem has a good meaning, wishing the elderly lady good health and a long life. Jiang Shutong's calligraphy was smooth and graceful, combining softness with strength and firmness. After she finished, everyone was amazed. They thought Jiang Shutong was just pretending to be talented, but it turned out she was truly skilled. Although they didn't know much about calligraphy, comparing the 2 works, Jiang Shutong's was clearly better. Old Master Pei on the side couldn't smile anymore. What kind of vase was that? It was clearly a masterpiece. Old Master Gu saw this and couldn't help but smile happily, clapping his hands. "Little Jiang writes very well. Did you practice in private?" Jiang Shutong nodded. "Yes, Grandpa. I was interested before, so I practiced on my own." Now old Master Pei looked even more displeased. His granddaughter-in-law was part of the Calligraphy Association, and Jiang Shutong could write so well just by practicing casually. Wasn't this embarrassing for him? Old Master Gu looked proud. "Old Pei, next time bring something impressive. Look at this mess. I think my granddaughter-in-law's writing is pretty good. If you like it, I'll give you this piece." "Don't say I'm stingy." Old Master Pei couldn't smile anymore. He snorted coldly and left with his people. Seeing his rival suffer a setback, old Master Gu was very happy. He looked at Jiang Shutong's work again and again. "Although I don't understand calligraphy, this writing looks good. Let's have it framed and hang it in the living room." After the show ended, everyone sat back in their seats. They didn't know much about Jiang Shutong before, but now they dared not underestimate her. She learned calligraphy on her own and could write so well. That shows she is very smart. Maybe she will become a secretary through her own efforts. Gu Man, who admired Jiang Shatong from the start, now looked at her with stars in her eyes. Second sister-in-law, you're amazing. You can write such beautiful calligraphy. What is there that you can't do? Jiang Shatong gained attention, and the other daughters-in-law looked unhappy. But they could only hold back their feelings because they lacked the ability to compete. Gu Hongwei looked at his daughter-in-law with admiration. Jiang Shatong truly knew everything. She was skilled at everything. Today, the old man was in a very good mood. He said to everyone around, "You all should learn from Shatong. She taught herself everything and is doing so well. Even now, she's pregnant but still studying. During the day, she works and takes care of the children, and at night, she attends night school."
Who can do that?
Learning throughout life, and you're all still young. In the future, you should learn from Xiao Jiang. It was clear the old man was very pleased with Jiang Shatong, more than pleased. Everyone else could only envy her. Li Wenxiao saw Jiang Shatong making a splash again. Instead of feeling happy, she felt a bit jealous. But it was obvious she was jealous. After the banquet, Jiang Shatong and Gu Zhengnan rode their bikes back to their residential compound. The 3 children were taken away by the old man, who said he would bring them over tomorrow. As Jiang Shatong and Gu Zhengnan reached the gate, they saw Su Shuangshuang waiting anxiously at the door. Seeing Jiang Shatong return, she hurried over. "Shatong, something happened at the factory. You need to come quickly." Seeing how worried Su Shuangshuang was, Jiang Shatong was startled. She quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Shuangshuang, don't worry. Tell me slowly." Su Shuangshuang sighed. "Today, during production in the 3rd workshop, 2 workers lost their arms. They've been taken to the hospital. It's a big deal. Apparently, because of the new rules you suggested, everyone wanted to earn more money, so they worked overtime and got too tired. That's how the accident happened. You should come over first. The factory director asked me to find you. He's quite worried too." Jiang Shatong frowned. She had thought about this problem before. Even if everyone worked overtime, it should be within limits. She would ensure workers got 9 hours of sleep. Under such circumstances, they wouldn't be overly tired, and accidents like this shouldn't happen. And it was early in the morning when the accident occurred at work. How could it be? Because of exhaustion. It couldn't be blamed on worker fatigue or mistakes. But Jiang Shatong also knew that rumors had already started, and things weren't so simple anymore. Gu Zhengnan also looked worried. "Shatong, I'll go with you," he said. Jiang Seheng quickly stopped him. "No need. You just focus on your work. It's not appropriate for you to get involved in our factory's matters. Don't worry, trust me, I can handle it." As she spoke, Jiang Seheng hurriedly left with Su Shuangshuang. When they arrived at the factory, many people had gathered at the workshop entrance. Several workers, stirred up by emotions, were causing a commotion. 2 women were lying on the ground, crying and wailing. "Oh no, what will my family do now? If I lose my arm, can I still work? If it weren't for the factory's new rules, my husband wouldn't have had to work overtime yesterday, and he wouldn't have accidentally gotten his arm caught in the machine this morning." Lu Tianxiang watched the scene unfold, stirring trouble from the side. This idea was proposed by Secretary Jiang. At first, it seemed to be for our benefit, but isn't it actually harming us? What's more important, money or life? Luckily, he only lost his arm today, but what about tomorrow? Could it be worse? Lu Tianxiang's words incited the workers further. When they saw Jiang Seheng, they started speaking even more harshly. "No way, we need to report this to higher authorities." Since Secretary Jiang suggested it, she can't avoid responsibility. Jiang Seheng looked at the scene before her, trembling with anger. She had originally created the reward system for the good of the factory and everyone. Now, after an accident, they were trying to blame her. Honestly, this matter wasn't simple. The system was also approved by Zheng Zhengwo. Now that a serious incident has occurred, Zheng Zhengwo might also be implicated. If Zheng Zhengwo gets demoted because of this, it would be a real problem. Everyone don't panic. We need to investigate carefully. If it's my fault, I won't run away from it. Shuangshuang, go report to the police now. Jiang Seheng remained calm and rational. Despite being scolded by so many people, she showed no fear. Su Shuang ran back to the office to report. Lu Tianxiang watched from the side, feeling a shiver. Why report to the police? It's obvious what's going on. Do you want to collude with the authorities and blame others? I think you should just accept the punishment. Lu Tianxiang couldn't help but shout loudly. Jiang Suheng narrowed her eyes and sneered. Comrade Lu, why are you so angry? Is it because you're afraid to call the police? Lu Tianxiang's heart sank, and he dared not say anything more, worried about revealing the truth. Seeing so many people cursing Jiang Shatong, some couldn't stand it anymore. Since the system was introduced, they had been getting benefits from it. They said it was overtime work, but they didn't actually work much longer each day. It just motivated them to work more efficiently. For example, they could finish 100 items in an hour before, but now they could do 200. Even if someone worked overtime, it was only for a maximum of 2 hours a day. How can they say it's overwork? They stay up late at home messing around. If they don't sleep, can they blame others? Moreover, if they cause trouble, the system might be cancelled. Then they wouldn't be able to earn extra money. They're just trying to protect their own interests. But you can't say it like that. Isn't Secretary Jiang doing this for everyone's benefit? If an accident happens, it's due to improper operation. How can you blame her? Some reasonable people also felt it was unfair. They wondered how this could be related to that. The two groups started arguing loudly. But no matter what, this was a very difficult situation. After all, it involved real people, 2 of them. Now one has lost their arm, and in the future, they will be disabled. Without their right hand, it will be hard to do many things. Jiang Shatong felt a bit oppressed, not because of who was responsible, but because of the victims. No one wants to suffer such an unexpected disaster. Soon, the police sent officers to investigate the case step by step. Jiang Shatong was smart. She immediately checked the machine, worried someone might have tampered with it. After inspecting, she found the machine was fine. The police took statements and then left. Zheng Jiangwo was still in the hospital. After such a serious incident, as the factory director, he had to stay involved. The medical facilities were limited, and even with the arm amputated, they couldn't reattach it. The doctor stitched up both people's wounds. Jiang Shatong didn't rush to the hospital. She stayed at the factory first to comfort everyone, then went to see Zheng Jiangwo. When she arrived, she was told that both arms couldn't be saved. She couldn't help but sigh. How did something like this happen out of the blue? Zheng Jiangwo sighed and said, Actually, accidents at a factory like this are normal, but this one is quite serious. It happened just as reforms are underway, so I'm afraid it won't be easy to fix. If things get worse, not only will I be in trouble, but you might also get involved. Zheng Jiangwo is quite honest. When the accident happened, he didn't immediately try to shift the blame onto Jiang Shatong or clear himself. Instead, he thought about sharing the responsibility. If he lacked conscience, he could have claimed that Jiang Shatong suggested everything, and he just signed the papers without involvement. Then others wouldn't have much to say. But both of them had good intentions, aiming for the better development of the factory. Now, they're stuck in a tough situation, unable to speak out, with the blame unfairly placed on them. At this moment, Lu Tianxiang and Chao Jiang felt both excited and nervous. If they pushed forward and the matter escalated, Zheng Jiangwo would definitely face punishment. After all, the factory isn't controlled by one person. The party secretary and the Discipline Inspection Commission are involved. Zhao Jiangwo also has many enemies, so someone might take action without them needing to do anything. As Lu Tianxiang predicted, the next day at work, the factory held a meeting with all the leaders present. The incident was reported to higher authorities. Although no one was hurt, it was considered a serious accident. Zheng Jiangwo, as the factory director, would likely be affected. Comrade Zheng, after thorough discussion and verification, it's clear that you are connected to this incident. As the factory director, you manage everything here, but under your leadership, such a serious accident occurred, causing 2 families great hardship. After careful consideration, it has been decided that you'll temporarily step down from your position as director. The decision about your future will be made later. Although Zheng Jiangwo had already expected this, hearing it still felt uncomfortable. He's not young anymore and plans to retire in a few years. Now, just at this critical moment such an incident happened. It feels like heaven is not on his side. What can Jung Jangwo do? It's not up to him to decide. He could only nod and agree. Soon, everyone in the factory knew Jung Jangwo was removed from his position. Whether he would return as director later was uncertain. Because of this incident, the previous reward system was also cancelled and reverted to the old way. Jung Jangwo stepped down, and as his secretary, Jiang Shutong naturally couldn't avoid being affected. And the initial proposal was made by her, so Jiang Shutong was temporarily suspended. Then the factory held a meeting, and the higher-ups came down to understand the situation. After some consideration, they decided to let Deputy Factory Director Chao Jiang take over temporarily and manage the mechanical factory. Chao Jiang suppressed his excitement and finally took office successfully. Lu Tianxiang had been walking confidently these days and had finally turned his luck around. In a few days, he would be able to return to the secretary's office. When Jiang Shutong was packing her things to leave the secretary's office, she was just bumped into by Lu Tianxiang. "Oh, who is this? Isn't this Jiang's chief secretary?" I forgot, you're already dismissed. Whether you can work at the mechanical factory again is uncertain. Comrade Jiang, I told you before you shouldn't be too proud. Those who stand out too much often get into trouble. Now you believe it, right? Jiang Shutong was already upset and saw this petty troublemaker whining in front of her. She responded bluntly, "I also want to warn you. Karma is real. People who do wrong will face consequences sooner or later. I do things properly and stand straight, so I'm not afraid of this." As Jiang Shutong finished packing and was about to leave, her colleagues in the secretary's office felt reluctant to see her go because she was really kind. Over the time they spent together, everyone liked her very much, especially Su Shuangshuang, who had tears in her eyes and was crying. If Jiang Shutong left, who would help her revise her speeches in the future? She picked up her things and left the office. Just then she saw Zhang Xiaomai. Zhang Xiaomai looked at Jiang Shutong with concern on her face. "Shutong, this is so unfair. You did it for everyone's good. How could they suspend you? Why can't the higher-ups tell right from wrong? Don't be too upset. Things will turn around eventually. I don't believe good people who do good deeds should be punished. This isn't your fault or the factory director's." Seeing how worried Zhang Xiaomai was about her, Jiang Shutong felt warm inside. Actually, she wasn't too upset. Not working for a few days is fine, just like taking a short break. She would definitely continue investigating this matter. She always felt something was strange about this. If both incidents happened at the same time, it's unlikely that both people were just sleepy, right? It's too coincidental. She still suspected someone tampered with the machines, but she had no evidence now. "Xiaomai, it's okay. These are small issues, and they can be solved. I'm not worried at all." Seeing Jiang Shutong's strong heart, Zhang Xiaomai also admired her. "Yes, it can definitely be solved. Just think of these 2 days as a holiday. Rest more." After chatting briefly with Zhang Xiaomai, Jiang Shutong didn't rush to leave. Instead, she went straight to Zheng Jiangwo's house. She needed to comfort Xie Shufang and also discuss with Zheng Jiangwo how to handle this matter. When she arrived at Zheng Jiangwo's house, it was just as she expected. Very tense atmosphere. Zheng Jiangwo is a high-ranking official. His family has always lived well. Now that something like this happened, Xie Shufang must be having a hard time accepting it. Recently, many women in the family compound have been encouraging Xie Shufang to argue with Jiang Shutong, saying that if Jiang Shutong hadn't been so clever with her reforms, Zheng Jiangwo wouldn't have been affected. But can Xie Shufang really do that? After spending so much time together, she knows very well who Jiang Shutong is. This incident definitely can't be blamed on Jiang Shutong. Even if she can't return to her old position later, she can only accept her bad luck. Before, a factory director at the machinery plant was also dismissed because of something similar, but that time, someone lost their life. Actually, it wasn't really the factory director's fault, but when something goes wrong, someone has to take the blame. If it gets too big, higher-ups won't be able to handle it. When they saw Jiang Shutong arrive, they forced a smile and asked her to sit down. After sitting, Zhang Shutong put her things aside. Xie Shufang forced a smile and poured Zhang Shutong a glass of water. I think there's something strange about this. I suspect someone is deliberately pushing it behind the scenes. When Zhang Shutong said this, Zheng Zhengwo and Xie Shufang were both stunned. Little Zhang, why do you say that? Zheng Zhengwo asked nervously. Zhang Shutong explained her suspicions. If it was just one person, I wouldn't find it strange. But if two people experienced this at the same time, either they mishandled something or the machine had a problem. But they've been working in the workshop for a long time, so mishandling is unlikely. It's very possible someone is doing something behind the scenes. Hearing Zhang Shutong's guess, Zheng Zhengwo and Xie Shufang looked at each other nervously. If that was true, this matter was very frightening. Who could do such a thing? They are good people, but because they had a thought, they became disabled. These two workers have families, wives, children, and elders. How can such cruelty happen? Then what should we do? Zhang Shutong cleared her throat. Anyway, we don't need to work recently. Let's investigate this matter. If we find out the truth, the problem will be solved easily. We must find out who is behind this. Such bad people hiding in the factory could cause harm to many others. Then they analyzed who could have done this. It could be someone who hates Zhang Shutong or someone who hates Zheng Zhengwo, or a person with vested interests. Who would benefit from doing this? Zheng Zhengwo thought hard, and suddenly Chao Zhang's face appeared in his mind. The biggest winner from this incident is the deputy factory director, because Chao Zhang has just been promoted. Plus, they had just argued, so this is very likely. Zhang Shutong sat there for a long time before leaving. After taking the bus home, Wu Xiuling saw her carrying things and was surprised. Learning that she didn't need to go to work recently, Wu Xiuling frowned. What should we do? How could this happen? You're just doing it for everyone's good. Zhang Shutong was worried her mother would be upset, so she quickly comforted her. Mom, don't worry. This will definitely be solved. Taking a break is good too. Think of it as a holiday. Zhang Shutong was quite optimistic. Even if this matter isn't solved, it's okay. At worst, she will stop working at the machinery factory. She already has money. Gu Xingnan's money is enough for her to spend. Next year, she can restart her private business. In a few days, she also has the college entrance exam to prepare for, so she's very busy. She originally wanted to develop the third machinery factory well, but if people don't appreciate her efforts, she doesn't need to push herself. That evening, Gu Xingnan finished his work and came back. When he heard Zhang Shutong was resting at home, he was worried she might be upset.
Such a lousy job.
If it's too much, we just quit. I'll support you. If working makes you happy, keep doing it. If not, just stop. It's no big deal. Gu Xingnan didn't want to pressure Zhang Shutong. She had worked hard for 6 years, raising 3 children alone. Now that she's relaxed, there's nothing wrong with that. Hearing Gu Xingnan say that, Zhang Shutong felt no anxiety at all because he was right and it was not a big deal. Most of the workers' attitudes still made her feel cold. So many people complained about her starting a reward activity, but clearly, the beneficiaries were them after the event. This matter couldn't be kept secret. With such a big fuss, it spread quickly. Gao Qinglin was overjoyed when he heard about it. Now he couldn't work in the secretary's office or endure things at the machinery factory. Seeing Zhang Shutong so successful made him feel uncomfortable. He didn't expect Zhang Shutong to ruin herself so quickly. She was told she couldn't work for now, but it was very likely to be almost the same as being fired. When something like this happens, someone has to explain to the higher-ups and to the victims' families. Zhang Shutong was the one taking the blame. Besides that, the news also reached the Gu family. Li Wenxiu was pleased and said, I told you she wasn't capable.
You didn't believe me.
She only worked at the machinery factory for a short time before getting fired. It's really embarrassing for our Gu family. Gu Hongwei saw his wife like this and was also very angry. Are you out of your mind? The kids are unlucky, and you're happy about it? What kind of mother are you? Li Wenxiu snorted. What's wrong? Not allowed to tell the truth? I think our son shouldn't have married such a wife. I told you before, they should divorce quickly and let Jingnan find someone better. Now, it's too late to change it. Gu Hongwei couldn't stand it anymore, and they started arguing. Next to them, Gu Jingdong and Gu Manman watched the scene and sided with Gu Hongwei. Right now, only Li Wenxiu and Gu Rongrong didn't like Jiang Shadong. Everyone else thought she was good, especially Gu Manman, who had already betrayed her. Machinery factories aren't good places either, Dad. My second sister-in-law is so capable. Why don't you find her another job? A talented person can shine anywhere. The third machinery factory is blind. It's fine if she doesn't work there. Gu Hongwei listened to Gu Manman and thought about it carefully. Let's see how it goes. Not working for a while is okay. Your second sister-in-law is pregnant, and I heard she will take the college entrance exam soon. She can relax for now. Seeing her husband consider Jiang Shutong, Li Wenxiu felt something strange in her heart. Previously, Gu Hongwei got along well with her, but now he always criticizes her and favors Jiang Shutong. Could he have some feelings for Jiang Shutong? Although he is her father-in-law and her husband's father, sometimes she worries about accidents happening. After all, Jiang Shutong is so beautiful. She's very attractive. Thinking of this, Li Wenxiu felt uncomfortable and loudly scolded everyone. I think you're all fools. What's so good about Jiang Shutong? Now she's been fired, which shows she has problems. You all need to wake up. Have you all been fooled? Gu Jingdong also felt a bit speechless, thinking his mother was too clueless. Li Wenxiu felt wronged. Seeing everyone oppose her, she stormed out of the house. Outside, Li Wenxiu was furious. After thinking for a while, she decided to ride her bike to the second house. She didn't get along with the third sister-in-law either, only able to chat briefly with Zhou Xiaodai. When she arrived at the second house, Zhou Xiaodai was arguing with her daughter-in-law. Seeing Li Wenxiu, she quickly changed her expression. Big sister-in-law, why did you come here? Li Wenxiu saw Zhou Xiaodai and felt even more angry inside. Can I come in to talk? I need to tell you, I'm so angry. Zhou Xiaodai, who loved gossip, immediately took Li Wenxiu into the bedroom and sat on the sofa. She asked quickly what happened.
Who upset you?
Li Wenxiu said impatiently, who else? That troublemaker. She thinks her face is pretty, and she's turning the family upside down. Zhou Xiaodai clicked her tongue. Really? Your daughter-in-law just showed off at Grandma's birthday. She seemed sensible? Sensible? Nonsense. If she were sensible, Zhengnan wouldn't have moved into the research institute. I tell you, she was fired from the machinery factory. It's so embarrassing. She's done such things, and the family still supports her, especially my husband. I really can't take it anymore. When Zhou Xiaodai heard Jiang Shutong was fired from the machinery factory, she was very happy. She thought Li Wenxiu was foolish. Usually people hide such things, but she had to come and tell her. Are you saying that Big Brother is quite kind to his daughter-in-law? What kind of kindness is that? Zhou Xiaodai raised an eyebrow, asking with a hint of meaning. Li Wenxiu briefly explained the reason for Jiang Shutong's dismissal, then hesitated before saying, Let me tell you, Hongwei wasn't like this before. He used to listen to everything I said. Since Jiang Shutong married into our family, no one listens to me anymore. You saw last time, Jiang Shutong looks very charming and alluring. Do you think she might be interested because of her looks? Hearing this, Zhou Xiaodai also gasped in surprise, thinking, what kind of woman says such things? Can she really talk about this so openly? That's her father-in-law and daughter-in-law. Such words would sound terrible if they got out. No wonder the sister-in-law isn't very smart. If it were someone else, they would have already told Li Wenxiu to stop imagining things. This is too strange. How could such a thing happen?
But she chose to talk to Zhou Xiaodai.
Zhou Xiaodai is not a good person herself. She's been jealous of Li Wenxiu for a long time, thinking Li Wenxiu is quite foolish. Why else would she find a man like Gu Hongwei? And she's had several children and is so successful. In Zhou Xiaodai's mind, Li Wenxiu is ungrateful for her blessings. Now that Li Wenxiu has come to her personally, she naturally wants to stir things up more. Oh, I didn't think about it that way before, but now that you mention it, I realize there might be something to it. At the old lady's birthday banquet last time, I saw Big Brother glancing at her a few times. I was curious then. This is completely made up by Zhou Xiaodai, but Li Wenxiu is too naive and believes it immediately. Really? Did you see it? I just took a quick look. I'm not sure, I didn't pay much attention. Li Wenxiu was furious. She already had a bad impression of Jiang Shetong, thinking she was a sly woman. Now she's worried that Gu Hongwei might be interested in her too. If this gets out, what will happen? Will she still be able to live peacefully? Xiaodai, what should I do? I want to find a way to make Zhengnan divorce her. Zhou Xiaodai sighed. That might be difficult. I heard she's pregnant again? With Zhengnan's personality, that's impossible. You should talk to Big Brother carefully. Try to avoid such problems. Zhou Xiaodai intentionally said this, thinking that if the couple argued every day, the whole family would fall apart. Then she would spread this news, which would be very interesting. When others investigate, it would only be Li Wenxiu who suffers the consequences, since she was the one who revealed the information, not someone else making it up. Thinking about the chaos in the main family, Zhou Xiaodai felt happy. Li Wenxiu looked worried when she left. At this moment, Jiang Shetong still didn't know that Li Wenxiu, the foolish woman, had fixated on her and even had such strange ideas. After returning home, Li Wenxiu found that Gu Hongwei was already lying down and sleeping. She washed up, then lay on the bed, but couldn't help poking Gu Hongwei's back. Gu Hongwei was actually awake, but pretended to sleep because he didn't want to talk to her. Alright, I know you haven't slept. Are you too lazy to talk to me now? Li Wenxiu felt even more angry. Gu Hongwei had no choice. He turned his head and had just made a call to the old master to ask if the matter could be handled. It wasn't Jiang Shutong's fault. Doing good deeds also meant taking responsibility, which was quite disheartening. The old master was also working on a solution, trying to handle the situation well. Otherwise, if Jiang Shetong was fired from the machinery factory, it wouldn't look good publicly. Gu Hongwei turned over and said, "What's wrong? It's late. If you have something to say, do it quickly." "I want to sleep." Li Wenxiu pursed her lips. "I think Jiang Shetong isn't honest. I still doubt her identity. I heard she's been quite unruly, and the child she's carrying might not be Zhengnan's. I think they should get a divorce, and later we should find a good partner for Zhengnan." Gu Hongwei was speechless. He didn't expect that even now, she still wanted to persuade their son to divorce. How could a mother be so unreasonable? "I think you're crazy. If you have nothing important to say, just shut up and don't disturb my rest." Gu Hongwei was very angry. The more he acted like this, the more Li Wenxiu felt upset inside. "Gu Hongwei, tell me the truth. Do you also have feelings for Jiang Shetong? Don't forget your position. You're the father-in-law, and you're quite old. Don't you have any shame?" When she said this, Gu Hongwei jumped up from the bed immediately. His face turned pale with anger. "Are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? Is it normal for a person to have such thoughts? I knew you weren't very smart, but I didn't expect you to be this foolish. Do you realize that speaking like this could cause trouble? If outsiders or family members hear your words, how will the children think of you? As an elder, you should behave properly. I'm very disappointed in you." After saying this, Gu Hongwei directly hugged his quilt and pillow and left. He preferred to sleep in the guest room rather than sleep with Li Wenxiu. Li Wenxiu saw Gu Hongwei react so strongly and felt more confident. She couldn't sleep all night. Meanwhile, Jiang Shetong was sleeping peacefully. Not having to go to work was great. She planned to sleep in tomorrow until noon. Early in the morning, Gu Zhengnan got up quietly to avoid waking her. When Jiang Shetong woke up, it was already past 10 in the morning. Wu Xiling loved her daughter very much and even prepared her meals. Wu Ailian, upon learning that Jiang Shetong was fired, couldn't help but mock her from across the street. Some people are just good at pretending, but they're not really capable. They'll show their true colors sooner or later. "Oh, today is really a good day." As she spoke, Wu Ailian started singing. Jiang Shetong didn't take it seriously. She just saw it as a performance. When Wu Ailian finished singing, Jiang Shetong clapped her hands. "Auntie, you sang well. Why stop now? Should I throw some steel plates at you?" Wu Ailian had planned to go over to Jiang Shetong but was surprised by her reaction, which made her angry. Meanwhile, Bai Bing was happily watching. Previously, Jiang Shutong was the secretary of the factory director, which sounded impressive and suited Gu Jingnan. But now that she was fired, it was embarrassing. Someone like her didn't deserve to be with Gu Jingnan. Thinking of this, she found Gu Jingnan again at noon. Gu Jingnan planned to rest at home, but when he came out, he saw Bai Bing. He frowned slightly, hoping she wouldn't come over to talk to him. He didn't want to deal with her. Sure enough, Bai Bing followed him. Gu Jingnan clenched his teeth and ran away quickly. Bai Bing chased after him for a few steps but couldn't catch up. She was stunned. Back home, eating delicious food, Gu Jingnan felt much better. Shutong, don't worry too much. I told my family about this and asked them to help investigate. If it's quick, we should have results soon. Just think of it as a holiday. Jiang Shutong felt a little happy, thinking that if the elders got involved, the investigation would be much easier. As long as someone did something wrong, there would be clues. You can't hide the truth forever, and it would be found sooner or later. Jiang Shutong firmly believed this. At first, the police investigated for a while but gave up when they couldn't find the cause. But if the elders pressured them, the police would work hard to find out. That way, it would save a lot of effort. It's okay. Director Zheng and I are also investigating. One day, we'll find out the truth. By the way, are you going to night school tonight? Jiang Shutong nodded. Yes, I plan to go again today. I'll tell the teacher I won't go anymore and we'll just take the college entrance exam. Gu Jingnan nodded. I'll pick you up tonight. No need. After you come back, you can help the kids with their homework. I'll take the bus home. Wu Xiling can take care of the children but can't help them with homework. Gu Jingnan didn't say much. After dinner, they both took a nap, and then Gu Jingnan hurriedly went back to work. They had to speed up their progress and get ahead of Zhou Adong and the others. Otherwise, if they finished their research first, they would be caught off guard. After lunch in the afternoon, Jiang Shutong took the bus to night school. During class, she clearly felt that Jiang Qianqian looked at her with a hint of meaning. When Jiang Qianqian saw Jiang Shutong looking back, she couldn't help but squint her eyes. After class, Jiang Shutong planned to wait for the bus to go home. But after a few steps, a few people suddenly rushed out and pulled her into a nearby alley. Her mouth was tightly covered, and Jiang Shutong's eyes widened in shock. Be quiet, don't move, or we won't spare you, a man said sternly. Soon, a familiar figure appeared from the other side of the alley, none other than Jiang Qianqian. Earlier, Jiang Qianqian wanted Li Fei to teach Jiang Shutong a lesson, but Li Fei refused. Jiang Qianqian couldn't swallow her anger. Today, she found someone else, not for any reason but to give Jiang Shutong a little lesson. Seeing it was Jiang Qianqian, Jiang Shutong understood everything clearly. Jiang Shutong, aren't you very proud? Dare to call me again in front of everyone. While speaking, Jiang Qianqian took out a small knife from her pocket and deliberately waved it in front of Jiang Shutong. It's such a beautiful face. It's a pity if it gets ruined. Jiang Shutong's hand was already reaching into her pocket. Since she became pregnant, she had become more cautious, afraid of encountering bad people. Recently, she secretly made some chili spray, which is very effective sometimes, even more than a weapon. Sprayed into the eyes, even the strongest person would kneel. If Jiang Qianqian dares to attack, she will make her taste this feeling. If her eyes get hurt, she can't blame her. Just as Jiang Qianqian was about to make a move, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the alley entrance. Qianqian, what are you doing there? Jiang Qianqian panicked and quickly put the knife away into her coat pocket. That was her older brother Jiang Yuanshan's voice. Jiang Yuanshan frowned and strode over, looking at the scene with a serious expression. What are you doing? Jiang Qianqian gave a quick signal to the man, who then released Jiang Shutong. Jiang Yuanshan glanced casually, but as he looked closer, he felt this person looked familiar. After thinking for a moment, he realized it was the person who saved his sister at the hospital that day. Actually, he saw Jiang Shutong a couple of days ago at the school gate, but didn't recognize her clearly. He only glanced at her. She had just cut her hair a few days ago, different from that day's hairstyle, and with a window in between, he didn't recognize her. Now that he was so close, he could see her clearly. So it's you. Jiang Shutong looked carefully and after a few seconds, also realized. This man was the one who gave her his business card that day. What is her relationship with Jiang Qianqian? Jiang Qianqian looked at her older brother and then at Jiang Shutong, feeling confused. Brother, do you know her? Jiang Yuanshan nodded, looking a bit excited. Qianqian, this gentleman is the one who saved Meng Meng that day. Hearing this, Jiang Qianqian's face turned pale instantly. How could this happen? The person she hated most had saved her third sister. Jiang Shutong, who had just changed her appearance, had suddenly become their family's benefactor. Brother, how is that possible? Are you sure you didn't mistake her? Jiang Yuanshan shook his head and didn't reply to his sister. Instead, he looked at Jiang Shutong. This comrade, I really appreciate what you did last time. I gave you my business card, but you haven't contacted me. We've all been trying to find out about you recently. Since we've met now, could you please leave your contact information? I plan to visit your home in person tomorrow. Jiang Shutong was also a bit surprised. She didn't expect things to turn out so coincidentally. Jiang Yuanshan looked quite reasonable, so why does he have a sister like Jiang Qianqian? If he hadn't arrived just in time today, he probably would have suffered a loss. Thinking of this, Jiang Shutong didn't want to let Jiang Qianqian go. This woman is so petty, just a few arguments, and she secretly seeks revenge. Thinking of this, Jiang Shutong pretended to be panicked and helpless, trembling as she looked at Jiang Qianqian. Her lips trembled slightly, and she appeared even more pitiful. Big brother Jiang, right? I saved your sister last time. It's what I should do. We all live under the red flag. How can we stand by and do nothing? I don't want to ask for anything in return for what I did. But now your sister has brought someone to kidnap me. How do you explain this? Just now, your sister was waving a knife in front of my face and even said she wanted to disfigure me. If you hadn't arrived in time, I might already be scarred. As she spoke, Jiang Shutong's eyes turned red, and she started to cry softly. Jiang Qianqian usually presents herself as kind and positive to her family. Her family always thought she was very kind-hearted. They never expected her to do such things secretly. When she was abroad before, her teachers at school reported that Jiang Qianqian had bullied classmates. But her family didn't believe it at the time, and Jiang Qianqian was good at pretending, so the matter was let go. Now, seeing this scene, Jiang Yuanshan's heart wavered. What kind of person is his sister really? He frowned and looked at Jiang Qianqian. Qianqian, what exactly is going on? Jiang Shutong was good at pretending, and Jiang Qianqian was even better. Her eyes were now red, and she stepped forward confidently, grabbing Jiang Yuanshan's arm and shaking it. Big brother, don't listen to her nonsense. She's just framing me. I would never hurt her. I was just scaring her. She used to bully me and even tried to turn my classmates against me. I couldn't swallow my anger, so I did this. Jiang Qianqian's words, Jiang Shutong didn't believe at all. Her previous behavior didn't seem like just scaring someone. She saw the fierce look in Jiang Qianqian's eyes. She really could do such things. Jiang Yuanshan felt uncertain but still urged. Qianqian, quickly apologized to Comrade Jiang. Even if you have a disagreement, you shouldn't solve it this way. If our parents knew, they would be very disappointed in you. Qianqian had no choice but to nervously apologize to Jiang Shutong. Seeing her indifferent way of handling things, Jiang Shutong still felt a bit annoyed. But since she had connected with the Jiang family, she thought she could find ways to annoy Qianqian later. After all, Qianqian was so mean that she even wanted to cut her face with a knife. Since she was free lately, she decided to play along with her. When Jiang Shutong was about to leave, Jiang Yuanshan quickly offered to drive her. In the past, Jiang Shutong would have refused, but today, just to annoy Qianqian, she agreed happily. Seeing this, Qianqian felt even worse inside. At home, she was the favorite, and her older siblings only pampered her. She didn't expect her older brother to send Jiang Shutong back now. In the car, Qianqian wanted to sit in the front passenger seat, but Jiang Shutong, acting very politely, spoke up. She looked weakly at Jiang Yuanshan. Big brother Jiang, I'm really sorry I get carsick. Sitting in the back might make me. Can I sit in the front? Qianqian almost moved to sit there, but when she heard this, She froze. Jiang Yuanshan smiled and said to Qianqian, Qianqian, today you sit in the back and comrade Xiao Jiang can sit in the front. Qianqian's face turned pale and she looked at her older brother in disbelief. The front seat had always been her special spot, but now she had to give it to Jiang Shadong. What kind of person is this woman? Why should she sit there? Does she deserve it? Big brother, I also want to sit in the front. Qianqian stomped her foot and tried to act cute to her brother. Jiang Yuanshan frowned and spoke more sternly. Qianqian, be sensible. You're not carsick. Qianqian had no choice. Afraid her brother would be angry, she finally sat in the back with a dark face. After Jiang Shadong sat in the front passenger seat, she instinctively looked back and raised her eyebrows at Qianqian with a teasing look. Only Qianqian saw this small move. Jiang Yuanshan had no idea. Qianqian felt like she was about to explode with anger. After dropping them off at the Research Institute entrance, Jiang Yuanshan and the others left. This time, Jiang Shutong left her contact information for him, so Jiang Yuanshan should contact her tomorrow. On the way home, Jiang Qianqian was upset and didn't talk to Jiang Yuanshan. In the past, he would have spoiled her, but today's actions made him no longer indulge her. Neither of them spoke. When they got home, everyone was still awake and sitting in the living room watching TV. Jiang Mengmeng had been discharged from the hospital and was resting at home. She hadn't gone back to work. When she saw the two of them return, Jiang Qianqian looked unhappy and couldn't help but smile as she asked, "What's wrong? Did someone upset you?" Jiang Qianqian glared at her older brother and sat down next to her third sister, feeling wronged. Third sister, big brother bullied me. Jiang Yuanshan thought for a moment, but didn't tell the family what Jiang Qianqian had done today, worried they might overthink. He couldn't believe it. Probably their parents wouldn't expect Jiang Qianqian to do such a thing. He thought he could guide her properly later, and it wasn't a big deal. "Oh, Ming, I have good news to tell you. I found the girl who helped you last time. It's quite a coincidence. She's actually Qianqian's night school classmate. I met her tonight and recognized her." Jiang Mengmeng had been thinking about this. Hearing her brother, she became interested immediately. "Really? You found her? Did you get her contact info? Tomorrow, I want to visit her myself." Jiang Yuanshan nodded. "Don't worry, I have her contact info. Tomorrow we'll go. Or maybe we can book a restaurant and pick her up to talk there. It's not convenient to go to her house." Next to them, Fong Wanru and others agreed, planning to book a restaurant directly. Jiang Qianqian watched from the side, feeling more annoyed. But she couldn't say anything. Her family wouldn't listen to her. After a while, she couldn't hold back anymore. "Is it necessary to make such a big deal? Do we all have to be there? Big brother, maybe you and third sister can go instead. If she finds out her family is doing well, she might ask for money. She's not as good as you think. I've been bullied by her at night school, and she even tried to turn other classmates against me." Hearing her daughter, Fong Wanru looked surprised. "Really? That girl is like that?" Jiang Shadong is brave enough to save people from danger, but privately, her character seems poor. "Mom, of course it's true. When have I ever lied?" Fong Wanru frowned and reached out to hold her daughter's small hand. "There might be some misunderstanding. No matter what, this girl saved your sister's life. She's a benefactor to our whole family. If there's any conflict, we should sit down and talk calmly. It will all be over." Seeing her mother's exotic-looking face, Jiang Qianqian hesitated, not knowing why she just didn't want her mother to see Jiang Shutong. Maybe it's because Jiang Shutong's eyes look too much like her mother's, or perhaps because Jiang Shutong is too beautiful. "All right, then you all go tomorrow." "I won't go. I have something to do," Jiang Qianqian casually said, not wanting to flatter Jiang Shadong. Next to her, Jiang Fuhai nodded. "If you don't want to go, then don't. Your dad and I will go instead." This matter mainly required their parents' presence, along with Jiang Mengmeng. By this time, Jiang Shadong had finished washing and was talking to Gu Jianan about the incident. When she mentioned it, Gu Jianan got anxious. "Are you saying that Jiang Qianqian hired someone to kidnap you?" Seeing Gu Jianan so worried, Jiang Shutong quickly comforted him. "It's all over now, don't worry. I just find it strange how coincidental it was." The person I saved turned out to be Jiang Qianqian's sister. They will probably come to thank us tomorrow. They didn't come today because it was too late. Gu Zhanan snorted. So, isn't that just repaying kindness with evil? You risked your life to save her, and now Jiang Qianqian wants to harm you. If I had known, I wouldn't have cared when we were abroad. Such people deserve whatever happens to them. Gu Zhanan is usually kind, but when it comes to Jiang Shutong's safety, he becomes very serious. That's right. But this woman is quite good at pretending. She bullies others outside, but in front of her older brother, she acts like a gentle lamb, like she's changing faces. Jiang Shutong said as she pulled back the blanket and lay down. The weather was getting cold, but they hadn't turned on the heater yet. After getting into bed, she snuggled into Gu Zhanan's arms. She was a bit lacking in blood and energy, so when it got cold, her hands and feet turned icy. Gu Zhanan, on the other hand, was warm all over. Jiang Shutong let out a comfortable hum and then patted Gu Zhanan's chest. All right, let's not talk about this. Just go to sleep. Seeing how carefree Jiang Shutong was, Gu Zhanan admired her. He had been quite worried about her work these past few days, but he didn't expect her to be so unconcerned. However, Jiang Shutong's strong ability to handle pressure made him happy inside. As his wife, she was truly impressive. The next day, Jiang's family packed their things early, planning to visit. They thought it would be better to go in the morning rather than too early. Jiang Fuhai and Fang Wanru went along with Jiang Mengmeng and Jiang Yuanshan. Jiang Yuanshan had interacted with Jiang Shutong yesterday and was somewhat familiar with her. The group drove to the research institute's entrance, spoke with the security staff, and then were allowed inside. On the way, they attracted quite a bit of attention. Fang Wanru had blonde hair and blue eyes. Jiang Fuhai looked very official, and Jiang Mengmeng and Jiang Yuanshan were both handsome and beautiful. The family was tall and striking. At that moment, it was hard not to marvel at their good genes. Being well-born really made a difference. Jiang Shutong woke up late and was now eating breakfast inside. Wu Xiuling didn't say anything to her, letting her sleep as long as she wanted. She also decided not to use Jiang Shutong's money, but to use her own savings to support the family. While mother and daughter were talking, many people arrived at the yard gate. Wu Xiuling went out to see and was stunned. She remembered her daughter saying someone would come to thank them today, but she didn't expect the visitors to look so outstanding. And they looked quite different from them. Fang Wanru smiled at Wu Xiuling. Feeling a bit awkward, Wu Xiuling realized this woman was a foreigner and didn't speak her language, so she hurried inside to call her daughter. Jiang Shutong didn't expect so many people from the Jiang family to come. She immediately greeted everyone with a smile. Let's go inside and talk. Seeing Jiang Shutong come out, the Jiang family was also surprised. She was tall, with relaxed hair draped over her shoulders, and her eyes shone with a bright blue. Fang Wanru was stunned, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity when looking at her. The group entered the house, and Jiang Shutong noticed they had brought many valuable items, expensive cigarettes and alcohol, some health supplements, and snacks from abroad. It should add up to quite a bit of money. At that time, Jiang Mengmeng was feeling fuzzy and only briefly glanced at Jiang Shutong. Now that she truly saw her benefactor, she felt moved. After everyone sat down, Jiang Mengmeng took the lead to speak. I don't know your name, benefactor. Let me introduce myself first. My family name is Jiang, and I'm called Mengmeng. Just call me Mengmeng. Jiang Shutong nodded. Okay, my name is Jiang Shutong. The group introduced themselves to each other and became a bit more familiar. Looking at Jiang Shutong, Jiang Mengmeng couldn't help but feel emotional. I really appreciate you back then. If you hadn't gone to save that person, I might have been burned to death. I've been thinking about this the past few days and wanted to visit you in person. Jiang Shutong didn't see Jiang Qianqian and thought that since she wasn't here, she wouldn't be upset. She casually chatted a little. There's no need to be so polite. If I see someone in trouble, I have to help. That's what I should do. Just focus on recovering now and take care of your health. Seeing Jiang Shutong's gentle expression, her polite words, and her kind heart, everyone's minds were reassured. The family had already forgotten what Jiang Qianqian had said. With such a girl, How could she possibly bully others behind their back? Fong Wanru liked Jiang Shudong more and couldn't help but ask about her eyes. Isn't it fate? Little Jiang's pupils are also blue, kind of like our family members. Did your ancestors have Caucasian genes? Fong Wanru was curious and asked eagerly. This question put Jiang Shudong in a difficult spot. She wasn't sure if her ancestors had that, but she knew there were none in recent generations. Everyone was surprised to hear this, but they didn't say anything. As lunchtime approached, they invited Jiang Shudong to go out for a meal. Jiang Shudong originally wanted to annoy Jiang Qianqian. Since Jiang Qianqian didn't come, it didn't matter whether she ate or not. There's no need to be so polite. You've already given us gifts, so there's no need to invite us to eat. Although Jiang Shudong said this, Jiang Mengmeng insisted. No, that's not right. We must invite you to eat. Since we've met, it's fate. We should keep in touch. I've decided you're my friend. Having spent so long abroad, Jiang Mengmeng was cheerful and had now taken Jiang Shutong's hand, looking very warm and friendly. Jiang Shudong rarely resisted and instead felt quite comfortable. Since the other person insisted, Jiang Shudong had no choice but to agree. When leaving, Jiang's family insisted on bringing Wu Xiuling along. Wu Xiuling refused to go no matter what. Go ahead, I have something to do. I need to pick up my grandson later. Knowing Wu Xiuling had plans, they didn't insist further and took Jiang Shudong out. At the family residence, seeing Jiang Shudong standing with so many strangers, people with high noses and blue eyes, they thought she was related to Jiang Shudong, since they looked quite similar. Jiang Shudong greeted the women from the residence before leaving. The Jiang family booked the biggest restaurant in the city. Having a meal there wasn't easy, so Jiang Shudong treated it as a special treat today. Everyone sat together and soon started chatting. Jiang Shudong learned a bit about this family. It's strange. Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Mingming seem to get along well, but why is Jiang Qianqian so different? They have the same parents and were raised the same way, yet they have completely different personalities. Xiao Jiang, from now on, our two families should keep in touch more. Honestly, I really like you. I feel we get along well. You saved Meng Meng, which is a great kindness to our whole family. Honestly, I want to officially adopt you as my goddaughter. Fong Wanru genuinely liked Jiang Shudong from the bottom of her heart. She thought the girl was very kind, gentle, and very likable. Jiang Mengmeng nodded repeatedly beside her. Mom, you're right. Jiang Shudong couldn't help but laugh and cry. She didn't want to be anyone's godmother. Regular visits were fine, and Jiang Mengmeng was quite easy to get along with. She originally thought Jiang Qianqian wouldn't come today, but as she stayed at home feeling more and more upset, she realized that Jiang Shudong might be trying to please her parents when she wasn't around. This made her even more angry. So she went to the study to call Li Fei, asking him to drive her to the restaurant. Li Fei was always ready to help. He immediately took his car and went to pick up Jiang Qianqian. The Jiang family reserved a private room. When Jiang Qianqian pushed open the door, she saw her third sister patting Jiang Shudong on the shoulder, both laughing and talking happily, looking very close. Her mother was also smiling warmly as she watched them. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qianqian was about to explode. She didn't expect her family to be so close to Jiang Shudong. It's almost over. Just take a walk, and that's enough. Is it really necessary to be so close to this kind of person? Jiang Qianqian quickly called out to attract Jiang Mengmeng's attention. When Jiang Mengmeng looked up, she saw Jiang Qianqian had arrived and was a bit surprised. Qianqian, aren't you supposed to be not coming? Sit quickly. Jiang Qianqian walked over and sat down heavily next to her second sister. She felt Jiang Shudong was competing with her for their older sister. Li Fei also came in and was invited by Jiang Yuanshan to sit aside. After Jiang Qianqian sat down, she kept talking to her third sister, trying to ignore Jiang Shudong. Jiang Shudong sneered and turned to talk to Fong Wanru beside her. Seeing this, Jiang Qianqian pretended to be sick and went over to Fong Wanru to act cute.
Mom, I'm hungry.
Please order a few more dishes. Fong Wanru nodded, called the waiter, and ordered 2 more dishes. By the way, Qianqian, you said you had some issues with Shudong, right? Mom talked to her today, and it's probably all a misunderstanding. You two will shake hands and become good friends. Jiang Qianqian's mouth twitched. She didn't want to be friends with this country bumpkin. But in front of her parents, she couldn't show her true feelings, so she smiled and nodded politely. Of course. Jiang classmate saved third sister. I'm grateful to her. As she spoke, Jiang Qianqian reached out her hand to shake hands with Jiang Shatong. Seeing her like this, Jiang Shatong admired her secretly. Living behind a mask every day must be exhausting. Just as Jiang Shatong extended her hand, she suddenly felt Jiang Qianqian was squeezing her hand hard. What did she think of? She frowned and quickly pulled her hand back, looking panicked at the other side. Qianqian, what are you doing? You're hurting me. Jiang Qianqian was stunned, standing there blankly. She had wanted to accuse Jiang Shatong of squeezing her hand too hard, but Jiang Shatong beat her to it. Fang Wanru was surprised. Qianqian, what are you doing? Jiang Qianqian looked miserable, almost crying. Mom, I didn't squeeze her hand. She squeezed mine. Jiang Shatong, looking innocent, extended her hand to Fang Wanru. Auntie, look at my hand. It's all red from being squeezed. Then she looked at Jiang Qianqian and said in a very fake, sweet tone, Qianqian, if you don't like me, that's okay. I just want to know what I did to upset you. If you're unhappy, just say so. I apologize to you, even if I have to kneel before you. Please don't try to kidnap me again next time. I am really scared. I am now pregnant, and there is a child inside me. Last night, I even felt the baby move. Initially, Zhang Yuanshan wanted to keep this secret from the family, but Jiang Shatong directly told everyone face to face. Jiang Fuhai and the others also looked over, surprised, and stared at Jiang Qianqian. Qianqian, what's going on? Jiang Qianqian's face turned pale. She had planned to come today to give Jiang Shatong a warning, but she was caught off guard. Mom, this is all a misunderstanding. Jiang Qianqian hesitated for a long time, but couldn't explain herself clearly. She couldn't say that Jiang Shatong had argued with her, so she wanted to get back at Jiang Shatong. Jiang Shatong saw that Jiang Qianqian was afraid to speak and kindly spoke up. It's okay, Auntie. Maybe I just said a few words to Qianqian about a classmate issue before.
She might be upset about that.
Nothing serious happened, so please don't scold her. I was only trying to help Qianqian. At night school, a classmate accidentally stepped on her shoe, and someone made her kneel and lick the shoe. That's really insulting. I just said a few words to defend her, but maybe that upset Qianqian. Hearing Jiang Shutong's words, the Jiang family members looked even more shocked. What is going on? Jiang Qianqian has always been well-behaved at home, but outside, she acts so bossy. Just because someone stepped on her shoe, she wants them to kneel and lick it? That's not normal. Although the Jiang family is powerful, they never do things to bully others. Even Jiang Fuhai's face darkened. Qianqian, did you really do that? I tell you, now that we are back in the country, we are among our own people. How can you treat a female classmate like that? Li Fei lowered his head, feeling helpless. He thought Jiang Qianqian's behavior was a bit too much, but she was stubborn and wouldn't listen to him. Why does Jiang Shatong always seem to favor her no matter what? Jiang Qianqian felt a bit panicked. She initially wanted to deny everything directly, but then remembered that Jiang Yuanshan had seen what happened last night. At this point, lying would only make her look worse. Jiang Fuhai snorted coldly. There's no point in arguing about misunderstandings. What you did was wrong. Apologize to Xiao Zhang right now. Since it had come to this, Jiang Qianqian had nothing to say. She could only reluctantly apologize to Jiang Shatong. Seeing Qianqian lower her head, Jiang Shatong felt pleased and pretended to be generous. All right, since you've apologized, I accept. Qianqian, I only do this for your good. You can't do this again in the future. Jiang Qianqian felt like she was about to from anger, but clenched her teeth and agreed. Soon after, she saw Jiang Shatong being affectionate with her third sister. Even her parents looked at her differently. She couldn't eat anymore. She was so angry she was full of rage. After a while, Jiang Qianqian made an excuse to leave, saying she needed to go to the bathroom. Jiang Shutong also left after a moment. At the bathroom door, she saw Jiang Qianqian and couldn't help but walk over and ask, "What's wrong? Are you still upset?" Jiang Qianqian didn't expect Jiang Shutong to come after her directly and felt even angrier. Earlier, there were family members around, so she couldn't say much. Now outside, she didn't need to give this woman face. "Jiang Shutong, stop pretending here. Do you think acting like this in front of my parents can hurt me? I tell you, it's impossible. Even if you saved my third sister, you're just an outsider. My parents only gave you face earlier. Don't think too highly of yourself." Jiang Shutong washed her hands and tidied her hair in front of the mirror. "I know you're anxious. Oh, I haven't told you something. Your parents have recognized me as their adopted daughter. I might be visiting your house often in the future." Hearing this, Jiang Qianqian was completely stunned. What kind of person is Jiang Shutong? Why is she involved with their family? Her parents must be blind to accept such a woman as their adopted daughter. Jiang Shutong had thought this wasn't necessary before, but now she changed her mind. First, she really didn't like Jiang Qianqian and wanted to teach her a lesson. Second, the Jiang family is powerful, and knowing such a family is a good thing. From their conversation just now, she already knew this family was not simple. If she didn't take advantage of such good connections, she would be a fool. "If you are sensible, finish your meal and leave quickly. Don't associate with my family again, or I will make sure you regret it." Jiang Shutong didn't even look at her and turned around to leave. Jiang Qianqian was about to lose her temper and felt like she could explode. She was furious with Jiang Shutong and thought she would get back at her someday. At this moment, Jiang Qianqian didn't know that Jiang Shutong was Gu Zhanan's partner. If she knew, she might be even more upset. Since Gu Zhanan saved her abroad once, she had been thinking about him. Even when Li Fei pursued her later, she didn't feel anything for him. Now that she saw Gu Zhanan again in the country, her feelings started to stir. After calming herself outside, Jiang Qianqian finally entered the private room. When she went in, Jiang Shutong had already called her godfather and godmother. Jiang Qianqian was so angry her eyes turned red, but she couldn't say anything. She had been holding back her anger during the meal. Only after Jiang Shutong was taken home by her older brother and their family returned home did she start to lose control. "Dad, Mom, how can you accept her as your goddaughter? That's not right. What if she uses our family's name to do bad things outside? What if she has bad intentions? Our family is so well off, it might attract trouble. We've already thanked her for today's meal, and I think that's enough." Jiang Qianqian was still not convinced and kept trying to persuade them about this. They had almost forgotten about Jiang Shutong's situation, but hearing Jiang Qianqian mention it, they couldn't help but ask if it was true. "Qianqian, the country is developing slowly now, but our roots are here. You grew up here, and just because you stayed abroad for a couple of years doesn't mean you should have bad feelings toward your fellow countrymen. I don't know if what happened before was true or false, but from now on, you must stop acting like this. Do you understand?" Their father, Jiang Fuhai, was very fond of his younger daughter and didn't want to be too strict. Beside him, Fang Wanru also nodded repeatedly. This young Jiang is quite good. Having this connection is also fate. Don't hold any hostility toward her. Even Jiang Mengmeng couldn't help but speak up for Jiang Shutong. "Qianqian, you shouldn't always say that she has an ulterior motive. What purpose would she have? If I hadn't insisted on taking her to the restaurant, she wouldn't have wanted us to spend money. To be honest, even if she wanted to get some benefits from our family, there's nothing wrong with that. Isn't my life worth a little advantage?" Jiang Mengmeng usually cares a lot about her younger sister, but right now she also scolded Jiang Qianqian sternly. Jiang Qianqian looked at her older sister and mother in disbelief, her eyes turning red. "So, you all think it's my fault? Fine, it's all my fault. Just forget it." After saying this, Jiang Qianqian cried as she went back to her bedroom and slammed the door shut. Everyone saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. When will this kid's personality ever change? Jiang Fuhai glanced at his wife. "Isn't it because you spoiled her? From now on, you need to control her. This isn't abroad. She can't do whatever she wants here." Jiang Shutong already guessed that the Jiang family would start arguing. This is just the beginning. In the future, she plans to go over and add some points to Jiang Qianqian's defense whenever there's trouble. In the afternoon, Jiang Shutong simply couldn't stay any longer. Although the old master and others were helping investigate the machinery factory, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. She took a bus to the factory and started visiting the workshop to gather information. When people saw Jiang Shutong arrive, they couldn't help but whisper. At first, some stood against her and criticized her, but now everyone knew they were wrong. Because of this incident, their wages were cut back to the original level and their enthusiasm for production decreased. Gu Zhengnen also pressured the machinery factory. He initially cooperated with Jiang Shutong because she was his wife, and he wanted to help. He even made special exceptions to develop new machines for them. Honestly, their research institute isn't making much money. Unexpectedly, now that they received a project, they turned their backs, pushed Director Zheng and Jiang Shutong aside, and supported others to take their place. How is that fair? They took the fruits of others' labor, just thinking about grabbing the benefits. So now Chao Jiang feels quite upset. The Research Institute had already sent a batch of machines, and Shanghai was still waiting for theirs. They need to deliver on time. But the Research Institute refuses to send the next batch. Gu Zhengnan's message is clear. Jiang Shutong has been treated unfairly. As the person responsible for developing the machines, she was doing voluntary work this time. Since his wife was dismissed, why should he work for others for free? Although he didn't say it openly, everyone could tell what he meant. Now that Chao Jiang has taken office, Lu Tianxiang is very anxious and wants Chao Jiang to quickly transfer him back to the secretarial department. To calm Lu Tianxiang, Chao Jiang indeed did so. Now Lu Tianxiang has returned to the secretarial room, acting very proud. The people in the secretarial room feel uncomfortable seeing him back. They are curious. When did the deputy factory director become so close to Lu Tianxiang? Why was he transferred back? Lu Tianxiang still behaves arrogantly in the secretarial room. He's been waiting for Chao Jiang to assign him work, specifically to be the factory director's secretary. But Chao Jiang is hesitant now. If he transfers Lu Tianxiang back, his abilities are not good, and he tends to show off. Most importantly, bringing him back would completely offend Gu Zhenan. Chao Jiang is thinking about whether to hold a meeting with the factory staff to reassign Jiang Shutong, at least to complete the current project. So, he's been delaying this decision. Lu Tianxiang waits and waits, but since he hasn't received any notice, he starts to get anxious. After work in the afternoon, Chao Jiang leaves, and Lu Tianxiang goes directly to his house. Chao Jiang's wife has already returned home. Although they argue sometimes, they have children, so divorce isn't an option. They just get upset, and then move on. After returning, she learns that Zheng Jiangwo has been dismissed, which makes her feel uncomfortable. But as Chao Jiang's wife, what can she say? When Chao Jiang sees Lu Tianxiang come over, he looks displeased. Xiao Lu, the more this happens, the more we should avoid suspicion. Don't keep coming to my house. What if others start to doubt us? Lu Tianxiang sneers inwardly, thinking Chao Jiang is trying to turn against him. He has become the factory director now, but whether he lives or dies, he has no job security in the secretarial room. All right, Brother Chao, let's go inside and talk. Chao Jiang's wife is cooking outside, so they go directly into the house and sit down. Lu Tianxiang doesn't beat around the bush and asks directly, Brother Chao, I also want to avoid suspicion, but I'm really anxious. At least give me some reassurance. You've become the factory director. You're doing well, proud and confident. As for me, I've returned to the secretarial department, but if you don't restore my job, others will look down on me. We had agreed from the start that this was my idea. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been promoted so quickly. Lu Tianxiang spoke a bit harshly, but at this point, he didn't care about that anymore. Why is it that both of us work together on this, but now Chao Jiang is the one getting the benefits? Seeing Lu Tianxiang getting anxious, Chao Jiang also felt annoyed. Xiao Lu, look at what you're saying. I never said I wouldn't support you. We're in this together, like ants on the same rope. I can't just leave you out. Making you the factory director's secretary was bound to happen eventually. But now I just took this position, and I need to do my job well. If I push Jiang Shudong aside now, her husband won't be happy. And with our cooperation with Husheng, we're counting on Gu Xingnan to provide the machines. Lu Tianxiang felt more and more uneasy. What did this mean? Was he saying that to keep his own position, he had to sacrifice him? Chao Ge, what do you mean by that? Chao Jiang sighed and patted Lu Tianxiang on the shoulder. Tianxiang, let me be honest with you. If you want to keep your position steady, I need to do the same. If I mess up the cooperation now, do you think the party secretary will forgive me? Everyone is eyeing this position. I'm not feeling great right now. I plan to restore Jiang Shudong to her original role and get the research institute to finish their work quickly. Once this matter is settled, I'll move her aside and promote you. Chao Jiang actually knew Gu Hongwei. Gu Jia had asked him for help before, but when personal interests are involved, he couldn't think about much else. Lu Tianxiang was furious when he heard this. Not only did they refuse to transfer her back, but they also wanted Jiang Shudong to come back. He hadn't said that before. Lu Tianxiang was so angry that he lost his temper. Chao Ge, I won't agree to this. We made an agreement before. You're under pressure, I am too. If you do this, I can't sleep at night. It makes me feel terrible inside. I don't care about the rest. You must arrange my work in the next 2 days. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't start talking nonsense everywhere. You know me. I'm not the kind to suffer losses. His words carried a subtle threat. Chao Jiang was not stupid. He clearly understood. He didn't say he wouldn't help Lu Tianxiang, but since he just took his new position, he needed to secure his own footing first. Lu Tianxiang is also foolish. Can't he wait even a little longer? He threatened him with this, but he's not afraid. The two of them did the thing together. If it gets out, can Lu Tianxiang run away? Then both of them will have to face the consequences. Thinking of this, Chao Jiang's attitude also became firmer. You're speaking so harshly. We agreed to be brothers, and I only asked for some understanding. You threaten me with this. How can I trust you? Honestly, I'm not afraid. If you really go out and tell others about this, I have nothing to say. At worst, we'll both go to jail. Lu Tianxiang didn't expect Chao Jiang to be so shameless. When had he ever suffered such a loss? He was so angry his face twisted. Let me tell you, don't think I'm afraid. Do you believe I could tell others about how I tampered with the machine? Yes, I suggested it, but you were the one operating the machine. I was just watching. Even if you get sentenced, you'll serve longer than me. Lu Tianxiang stood up, looking furious. At this moment, Chao Jiang's wife had just finished cooking and was about to call them to eat. She overheard this conversation at the door. Her hand trembled, and she quickly stepped back. Chao Jiang didn't realize his wife was at the door and started arguing with Lu Tianxiang. Chao Jiang insisted on finishing the cooperation first, and then bringing Lu Tianxiang back. Lu Tianxiang insisted he would finish everything within 3 days. They argued so fiercely that it was almost laughable. Chao Jiang's wife hurried back to the kitchen. Looking at the food on the chopping board, she couldn't help but shiver. She had been married to Chao Jiang for many years. Although she didn't like this man very much, they were still husband and wife. In her heart, she thought this man's character was okay. But just now, hearing what was said, she realized that the factory accident was a joint effort between them. To get a promotion, they did such things. Could their conscience still be clear? Those two workers lost their right arms and became disabled. Their families were destroyed. People's hearts are soft. How could they harm others just for their own benefit? The more she thought about it, the colder her heart became. But she also knew she must not tell anyone. If she did, it would be over. Chao Jiang would definitely go to jail. Then, with such a father, wouldn't the children be broken inside? So, after the argument stopped, she went over to call them to eat. Lu Tianxiang and Chao Jiang couldn't reach an agreement, and they almost started a fight. However, Chao Jiang pretended to be calm in front of his wife. Lu Tianxiang didn't stay for dinner and left angrily, cursing Chao Jiang under his breath on the way. He was just venting his anger and didn't really mean what he said. If he did, it wouldn't just be about losing his position as factory director's secretary. He could end up in jail, ruining his life.
so he could only wait and see.
At this moment, Zhang Xiaomai had just picked an IZ up from the residential area when she saw Lu Tianxiang angrily coming out of Chao Zhang's yard. She felt something was wrong. Why did it seem like Lu Tianxiang and Chao Zhang had been getting closer recently? They hadn't been on good terms before. Thinking this, she took her daughter back to her dorm and then rode her bike to the research institute. Zhang Shutong was surprised but happy when she saw Zhang Xiaomai suddenly come over. She had returned earlier in the afternoon and missed seeing Zhang Xiaomai. Xiaomai, why did you come here? Zhang Xiaomai parked her bike at the gate and took Zhang Shutong's hand into the house. Shutong, aren't you still investigating what happened last time? I found something strange and thought it might help you, so I came quickly to tell you. Hearing this, Zhang Shutong became interested. What is it? Tell me. Just now I saw Lu Tianxiang again. He was furious as he came out of Chao Zhang's house. I found it odd because their relationship wasn't that close before. Lu Tianxiang is also from Director Zheng's side, but lately, they've been seeing a lot of each other. I think it's suspicious. Actually, Zhang Shutong had suspected Lu Tianxiang for a while, since he was the one who hated her the most in the factory. It was very likely he was involved, but she also had doubts because the situation was quite serious, and most people wouldn't be so ruthless. Now, hearing Zhang Xiaomai's words, she started to consider her options. Your suspicion is correct. I also think this might be related to him. We're investigating, but it's not easy. We have to take it slow. There are no surveillance cameras in the factory, which makes things difficult. If there were, they could just review the footage. Now, they can only look for witnesses, or try to find ways to make the truth come out. Besides that, there are no other options. Zhang Xiaomai nodded, clearly upset about this matter. If Secretary Lu really did it, he's too scary, like a ruthless executioner who kills without hesitation. To hurt others for his own benefit. Isn't he the one who should have his arm cut off? Zhang Xiaomai is kind-hearted. After the two workers had problems, she even brought fruit to visit them. Usually, she sees everyone regularly and knows them well. When she saw that family looking sad, she felt uncomfortable inside. They talked for a while longer, then Zhang Shutong quickly changed the subject. By the way, how are things going with you and Section Chief Lu? Zhang Xiaomai was surprised by how quickly the topic changed and froze for a moment. It's just SOSO. We just invite each other to eat, mainly because the two girls like to play with his son. Zhang Shutong squinted her eyes. Tell me honestly, do you like Section Chief Lu? Zhang Xiaomai is shy. Even though she's married with 2 kids, she's still quite conservative about this. But Zhang Shutong isn't a stranger, so she has nothing to hide. It's okay. I have a good impression. But I can't say for sure. He hasn't shown any interest in me, so I'll just keep it like this for now. Zhang Shutong nodded. If you think he's right for you, take the initiative. When it comes to dating, guys don't always have to make the first move. If you like him, show some interest. There's nothing to be shy about. Happiness is something you have to fight for. Even though Section Chief Lu is divorced, he's a good person. I heard a matchmaker is helping him find someone. Today, when Zhang Shutong passed by the security department in the afternoon, she saw an older woman talking to Lu Maoyuan. She listened in and seemed to be introducing him to someone. When Zhang Xiaomai heard this, her face fell. I understand. Shutong, I'll go see for myself later. If I find someone suitable, I'll mention it. Zhang Shutong encouraged her. After chatting for a while, Zhang Xiaomai went back home. She couldn't stay away too long because her 2 daughters were still at home. When Zhang Xiaomai left, Gu Zhengnan came in. Since her close friend was talking about private matters, he wouldn't be so rude to listen in. Zhengnan about the machinery factory, I think it's closely related to Lu Tianxiang. Zhang Shutong spoke and briefly repeated Zhang Xiaomai's words. Gu Zhengnan nodded. It's good to have a direction for investigation.
I'm also putting pressure on that side.
Right now, Chao Zhang probably needs to think things over. I believe he might ask you to go back to work soon. If this is really related to Lu Tianxiang, then they are likely already fighting among themselves. Gu Zhengnan's guess was very accurate, and Zhang Shutong also thought the same. When doing bad things, one person should do it alone. If two people do it together, they tend to hold each other's weaknesses, which makes things more likely to go wrong. Lu Tianxiang is not a content person. It's not easy for Chao Jiang to control him. Jiang Shudong sighed. Actually, I always thought Deputy Factory Director Chao was a good person.
He used to look out for me.
I don't understand how it turned out like this. Gu Zhengnan held Jiang Shutong's small hand. Knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. It's hard to say what's true. But if they really did this, it will be exposed sooner or later and they will face legal consequences. Jiang Shudong nodded, now waiting for news to see what Chao Jiang would do. In fact, it's easy to approach Lu Tianxiang. He has a fiery personality. If someone talks to him carefully, there might be surprises. If Chao Jiang really sends her back to the secretarial department, Lu Tianxiang will probably be furious. Things went pretty much as Jiang Shudong expected. The next day, when she went to the machinery factory, Chao Jiang called her over. Comrade Chao Jiang, I was just about to find someone to inform you. After a factory meeting, it was decided that you should return to your original position and work hard from now on. Jiang Shudong thought to herself that this was indeed the case. Chao Jiang is flexible and adaptable. She just wondered how Lu Tianxiang would react. She smiled and nodded. Thank you very much, Director Chao. Rest assured, I will work hard. Although she said this, she didn't really mean it. She knew very well what Chao Jiang's goal was. It was just to use her to pressure Gu Jingnan's side to help quickly. What a clever plan. Now she suspects Chao Jiang and Lu Tianxiang are working together, but she has no solid evidence. After returning to her original position, she plans to stir things up for Lu Tianxiang. She doesn't believe they won't fight once she does. With Lu Tianxiang's temper, if he can tolerate this, it would be a miracle. Soon, everyone knew Jiang Shudong had returned to her original job. Zhang Xiaomai was happier than anyone else. After Jiang Shudong told her about it last time, she secretly started investigating. If she could find any clues, she might be able to help Jiang Shudong. Unexpectedly, everything turned out fine so quickly. The factory workers learned about it. Some thought it was good, others thought it was bad. The two victims had already been compensated with a lot of money. To comfort their families, they were moved to easier jobs, and their wives were also given work. It was considered a good resolution. It seemed like the problem was solved, but in reality, trouble was still brewing beneath the surface. Only Zheng Jiangwo, who was injured, reached an agreement. When Jiang Shudong returned to work, Su Shuangshuang was overjoyed. She hugged Jiang Shutong's arm and jumped around happily. Lu Tianxiang saw this and felt a surge of resentment that he couldn't hide. Now, Chao Jiang wanted Jiang Shudong to go back to being the factory director's secretary. As for him, he could only temporarily work in the secretary's office. He knew Jiang Shudong would definitely outshine him. Usually, Jiang Shudong wouldn't pick fights, but she wanted to make Lu Tianxiang lose his temper. So, in the office, she occasionally made snide remarks. Secretary Lu, it's really a case of the tides turn in 30 years. You used to be the factory director's secretary, and I was just a small staff member in the logistics department. Who would have thought we'd be working together again? Now your rank isn't higher than mine anymore. Life is full of surprises. Lu Tianxiang was already angry, and hearing this, he almost wanted to slap her. But now, he could only focus on his work. Don't be too proud too soon. Compared to you, I have more experience. Maybe someday, you'll need my advice. Jiang Shudong smiled, but said sharp words. Better students often surpass their teachers, Secretary Lu. I probably won't be asking you for much advice. The people in the secretary's office watched the two argue, exchanging glances and gossiping. Su Shuangshuang looked at Jiang Shudong with admiration. When Lu Tianxiang was in the secretary's department, no one dared to provoke him. Anyone who did would get into trouble. They also had to help him with work, but in the end, they gained nothing. Now that Jiang Shudong was here, she had knocked him down easily. After work, Jiang Shudong hummed a song as she left the factory. She didn't plan to attend night school anymore. She was preparing for the upcoming exams, as a notice for the college entrance exam would be issued soon. Today, Zhang Xiaomai worked overtime and didn't come home, so Jiang Shudong took the bus back alone. Recently, She has been feeling quite nauseous during meals, often wanting to. It will get better after this period. When she returned to the residential compound, Gu Zhengnan was still working late, and her mother was helping the three children with their homework in the house. Wu Xiuling had already put away her bracelet because it was very valuable. She usually wore it while doing chores, but now she was worried about knocking it off. Zhang Shadong helped the children with their homework and noticed that they were all very smart, especially the oldest. He is definitely going to be a top student in college in the future. Actually, Zhang Shadong doesn't insist that they must get good grades. She just wants them to enjoy learning and have good character and values. Every profession in the world needs people to keep things running. No matter what they do, it is valuable. She doesn't judge a person by their grades. The youngest child is a bit slow in learning, not as good as his brothers, but he is very kind-hearted. It was very late when Gu Zhengnan finally came home. Only then did Jiang Shutong find out that something else had happened. Bai Bing was acting strangely. Since joining Zhou Aidong's team, she hasn't focused on research, but instead has been trying to steal others' work. Today, she secretly went over again, trying to steal materials from Gu Jingnan's team, but she was caught by Yang Hao. Because of this, everyone almost got into a fight. It was one thing when Bai Bing stole materials last time, but now she isn't even part of their research group and still tries to steal things. If she were a man, they might have already fought her. But since she's a woman, they held back. Zhang Shudong frowned and said, "She just can't stand to see you doing well. Who knows what she's thinking? Today, we weren't polite. We took Bai Bing to find Zhou Aidong. If she does this again, she might not be allowed to stay there anymore. Even if someone keeps making mistakes, the higher-ups can't just ignore it. I think she's doing this on purpose to annoy you. Otherwise, there's no reason for her to do such things, just to get your attention." Gu Zhangnan looked annoyed. "Then she's wasting her time." Zhang Shutong raised an eyebrow and quietly asked, "Actually, Bai Bing is quite pretty. She seems willing to pursue you. Aren't you a little tempted?" Zhang Shutong thought most men couldn't resist such temptation. She had heard that even the best wife at home couldn't compare to a wildflower outside. Does Gu Zhengnan have such thoughts? Gu Zhengnan was shocked and looked very insulted. "Why do I feel moved? I have a wife and children, a happy family. Besides, in terms of looks, figure, and talent, how does she compare to you? I'm not blind. If I really had those skills, I wouldn't waste them on this kind of nonsense. I'd focus on proper work, do more research. Much better than wasting time on such trivial matters." Zhang Shutong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Young man, you speak very well. I hope you can always stay like this." Gu Zhengnan squinted, looking a bit dangerous.
What do you mean by that?
"Do you have such thoughts?" Zhang Shutong shook his head quickly. "No man outside can compare to you. Why would I look for others?" Gu Zhengnan pursed his lips. "What if a better man than me pursues you?" Zhang Shutong pretended to think. Seeing this, Gu Zhengnan frowned and clenched his teeth. "You should think carefully. If you meet someone better than me, will you run away with him?" While talking, Gu Zhengnan reached over to tickle Zhang Shutong. Zhang Shutong was most afraid of being tickled, and he laughed so hard his stomach hurt. He quickly begged for mercy. Gu Zhengnan saw this and couldn't help but laugh too. Looking at Zhang Shutong, he found him adorable and couldn't resist leaning in to kiss his lips. Just then, the little boss and others came in. Seeing the scene, they couldn't help but cover their eyes. "We didn't see anything." Gu Zhengnan was startled and blushed. The three children hurried out. Zhang Shutong also felt a bit shy and didn't want to be affectionate in front of the kids. "Yeah, soon my sons will tease you." Zhang Shutong said this as he lay down on Gu Jingnan's lap. "And one more thing, I'm curious. The girl I saved, her mother and my older brother both have blue eyes, kind of like mine." Gu Zhengnan nodded. "That's fate, I guess." After tidying up, they were about to sleep when Gu Hongwei and Gu Manman came over. This time, they brought a lot of food. Zhang Shutong had no opinion about this father-in-law. He warmly welcomed them inside. After chatting for a while, they finally learned the purpose of Gu Hongwei's visit. It turns out they wanted to go back and live there. Although the accommodation here is pretty good, it's definitely not as nice as at home. Just taking a shower is more trouble. "Shutong, Now that the older couple isn't living at home, you can rest assured there's no danger. In a few months, your belly will get bigger, and I've already asked someone to find an experienced maternity nurse to help take care of you. Of course, your mother can also move in with you since there's enough space. If it had been before, Jiang Shatong might have been tempted, since taking care of children is so troublesome. But now, with Wu Xiuling helping, she feels quite free here. She's annoyed that Wang Na isn't living at home anymore, but isn't there still Li Wenxiu? Having such a mother-in-law is enough to make her feel overwhelmed. Dad, I think I'd rather not. My mom is taking care of things here, so it's fine. Gu Zhenan also respects Jiang Shitong's wishes. Since she doesn't want to go back, he won't try to persuade her. Dad, I'm used to living here. When the time comes, we can move back for a couple of days. As for taking care of the kids, I've already arranged everything, so don't worry. Gu Manman still feels a little upset. Sister-in-law, you should go back. I can help take care of the kids too. After the exams, I don't have much to do. Gu Manman now just wants to stay with Jiang Shatong and admires her more and more. Jiang Shatong politely declined a few more times. Even after moving back, she wouldn't feel comfortable with Li Wenxiu helping her with the children. It's better to keep things simple and not see her at all. Gu Hongwei looked a bit disappointed, but didn't say anything. He hadn't kept a close eye on this matter and can't blame Jiang Shatong. They stayed here for a while, chatting with the 3 children, then left. When Gu Hongwei and the others returned, it was already late. Li Wenxiu saw her husband wasn't home and couldn't help but ask Gu Zhendong about it. Gu Zhendong was reading a book nearby. When he heard his mother's question, he simply said that Gu Hongwei and the others had gone to the research institute. Hearing this, Li Wenxiu felt even more uneasy. She thought to herself, that shameless woman, rushing to see Jiang Shatong, really so shameless. When Gu Hongwei returned, Li Wenxiu caused a fuss again. Gu Hongwei really couldn't take it anymore. In the past, Li Wenxiu wasn't like this. Now, he doesn't know what's wrong. It seems like she's going through menopause. He was tired of arguing with her, so he went straight to the study to sleep. The next day, when Jiang Shatong went to work, Chao Jiang couldn't hold back and started to ask indirectly, "When do you think the institute can deliver the machine?" Jiang Shatong pretended not to understand. "It's still being made. It should be ready soon." Chao Jiang rubbed his hands. "Xiao Jiang, I really appreciate your help. Please tell Engineer Gu to try to speed up the process." Jiang Shatong didn't answer directly. Instead, he hesitated and spoke carefully. "Director Chao, there's something I need to say. I have some issues with Secretary Liu. He was transferred to the logistics department, so I wonder, why are you considering bringing him back to be a secretary? Working under the same roof seriously affects my work efficiency." Jiang Shatong wanted Chao Jiang to transfer Liu Tianxiang back to the logistics department. His goal was to create more tension between the two. For Liu Tianxiang, staying in the secretary's office was probably his last line of defense. If Chao Jiang said he should go back to logistics, he might lose his temper. Sure enough, Chao Jiang was stunned when he heard Jiang Shatong say this. Mainly, the secretary department is short-staffed now. Xiao Lu used to work there, so I thought it would be good to have him help out. Chao Jiang quickly made an excuse. Jiang Shatong sighed. "If that's the case, I think I should leave the secretary's office. I don't want the work environment to become bad and affect other colleagues." It seemed like Jiang Shatong was about to leave. Chao Jiang was anxious. The first batch of goods was due soon. If they couldn't finish this cooperation, it would ruin his plans. Would he still be able to keep his position then? Thinking of this, he hurriedly stopped Jiang Shatong. "Xiao Jiang, your suggestion isn't impossible. I can transfer Secretary Liu back to the Internal Affairs Department. But the condition is that you must get Engineer Gu to deliver the machine sooner. Otherwise, we're still waiting for the supplies." Jiang Shatong smiled. "Of course, that's fine. Please arrange it as you see fit." They reached a consensus. Liu Tianxiang never expected Chao Jiang to be so unreasonable. Not only did he refuse to let him be the factory director's secretary, but now he wanted to transfer him back to the logistics department. "Mr. Chao, don't go too far. If you keep acting like this, we might as well go our separate ways. How did you promise me before? Why are you treating me like this now? Do you know how badly Jiang Shadong has been bullying people? I'm already having a hard time in the secretarial department. If you transfer me back to the internal affairs department, everyone will laugh at me. Lu Tianxiang was so angry that his nose looked crooked. He pounded the coffee table hard, splashing tea from the cup beside him. Chao Jiang quickly stood up and held him down. Calm down, my friend. I'm just discussing with you. I need to keep my position stable so I can transfer you back later. Do you understand? The reason I'm doing this is either because I respect Jiang Shadong or because I'm using her. Once the cooperation with the Shanghai side is finished, I will transfer you back immediately. Lu, we're on the same side now. You have to trust me. No matter how Chao Jiang tried to comfort him, Lu Tianxiang couldn't calm down. He didn't want to give in or tolerate this anymore. Seeing Chao Jiang so successful while he was stuck feeling like a rat in a sewer, he just couldn't swallow this anger. I can't control all of this. I won't agree to it. If you really do this, we'll both end up in jail. You know my temper. I can't stand this. After saying that, Lu Tianxiang turned and left without looking back, which made Chao Jiang very worried. Lu Tianxiang's stubbornness caused him a lot of trouble. Soon after, Chao Jiang's wife came into the room. She looked at Chao Jiang but hesitated to speak. She wanted to persuade Chao Jiang to admit his mistake, but she knew that once she said it, they could no longer pretend everything was fine. And if he admitted fault, he might not only be suspended but also go to jail. Thinking of this, she held back her words. Meanwhile, Li Wenxiu hadn't been working well these past few days. She was feeling anxious. That night, she took a shower and changed into a nightgown. Looking at Gu Hongwei lying beside her, she couldn't help but hold him. This was her way of showing kindness, but Gu Hongwei showed no reaction. Go to bed early. I'm tired, and I have to work tomorrow. Recently, Gu Hongwei was very disappointed with Li Wenxiu's actions and didn't want to pay her any attention. Seeing this scene, Li Wenxiu felt even more upset. The man had truly lost interest, thinking she was too old and unattractive and no longer wanted to be with her. Li Wenxiu felt cold inside. The next day, she went to see Zhou Xiaodai. As she complained endlessly, Zhou Xiaodai added a few exaggerated comments. After Li Wenxiu left, Zhou Xiaodai decided it was time. She deliberately spread the news in the housing area. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads quickly. Soon, people started gossiping privately. They had never seen such a situation before. It was too strange. Oh my goodness, is this true? I heard Jiang Shadong is pregnant again. Whose child is it? Really? That's hard to believe. No one knows for sure. Such things happen all the time. My husband's hometown has similar stories. Everyone was talking excitedly, making the conversation very lively. Today, Gu Hongwei returned to the housing area. He felt that people's gazes were a bit strange, but when he asked, everyone just smiled and said it was nothing. Gu Hongwei was curious, but didn't think much of it. During dinner, his third brother, Gu Hongqiang, came over. Gu Hongqiang worked at a steel factory. He was a good person, honest and capable, but unlucky. His wife had died early, leaving him with a son and a daughter. Seeing his third brother come over, Gu Hongwei was quite happy and quickly invited him to sit down. Hongqiang, why are you free today? Why didn't you bring the kids along? Gu Hongqiang sat to the side, looking strange, hesitating to speak. Seeing his younger brother like this, Gu Hongwei became curious. What's wrong? If there's something, just say it. Gu Hongqiang glanced at Li Wenxiu beside him, then forced himself to speak. Big brother, do you know that these past 2 days, there are rumors outside about you? When Gu Hongwei heard this, he was even more confused. He was an old man. What rumors could there be? What's going on? No wonder I felt strange when I came back today. What are people saying outside? Gu Hongqiang felt embarrassed to speak, but since he had heard about it, he decided to tell him. Seeing his brother's expression, he guessed he didn't know. Otherwise, he would have already dealt with it. This kind of rumor is really unpleasant to hear. After all, Gu Hongwei is a leader, and if this news reaches his subordinates, how can he still be respected? Seeing Gu Hongqiang hesitating, Gu Hongwei became anxious. Just tell me quickly. You're making me so nervous. Brother, there's talk outside that you're involved with your own daughter-in-law, meaning you're connected to Zhen Nan's wife. Don't you know about this? Gu Hongqiang didn't speak harshly, but Gu Hongwei could tell what he meant. The rumors were so outrageous that Gu Hongwei's eyes widened in shock. Who is spreading these lies? This is nonsense. She's my daughter-in-law. What are all these crazy stories? It's so embarrassing. Hongqiang, who told you this?
Tell me.
I won't let this go. I must find out who is spreading these rumors and see who is so reckless with their words. When I catch them, I will make sure they regret it. Gu Hongwei's face darkened as he stood up and paced back and forth in the living room. This was too unbelievable. How could such rumors spread? If they reached Gu Jingnan, what would he think of his son? The old man would probably be furious too. Li Wenxiu, standing nearby, turned pale when she heard this. She was the one who had spread the rumor, but she only told Zhou Xiaodai, not others. Zhou Xiaodai was her good friend, so she probably wouldn't spread it further. But if she hadn't said anything, how would Gu Hongqiang and the others know? Actually, she was just venting her frustration behind the scenes. If she had to say it openly, she wouldn't dare. She knew it would be embarrassing. Gu Hongwei shared all the clues he knew. Gu Hongwei stopped eating and decided to go out and investigate the truth. Li Wenxiu didn't dare let him go. If it turned out he was the one spreading the rumor, it would be disastrous. Hongwei, don't be impulsive. How can you investigate? Can you control what others say? Just pretend you don't know. It will over in a couple of days. The more you make of it, the longer it will last. Li Wenxiu stepped forward to stop her husband. Gu Hongwei sensed something was wrong. What do you mean? Why won't you let me investigate? This is all just a false rumor. I want to see who is spreading it behind the scenes. I will make sure they face the consequences. Gu Hongwei usually doesn't lie, but when he's angry, he's quite scary. Li Wenxiu saw this and didn't dare to stop him or say much, afraid of arousing Gu Hongwei's suspicion. Gu Hongwei stormed out angrily. Next to them, Gu Zhengdong and Gu Manman were also very upset. They didn't know who was so mean to spread rumors outside. Can people say anything about such matters? Gu Zhengdong is quite perceptive. Seeing Li Wenxiu looking uneasy, he had a bad feeling. Mom, do you know about this? Li Wenxiu quickly looked up and waved her hands. No, I don't know anything about it. How could I know? Gu Zhengdong looked thoughtful, but didn't ask further. Gu Manman, standing nearby, suddenly started cursing loudly. Who the heck is having a baby and talking nonsense outside? Is that even a mouth? Saying whatever they want? If they dare to smear our family like this, when we catch them, we won't let them go easily. They're just animals. Gu Manman cursed more and more fiercely, using very harsh words. Li Wenxiu listened from the side and wanted to speak several times but held back. Now, she could only hope Gu Hongwei wouldn't find out the truth, or she would be in big trouble. Fortunately, Zhang Shadong and the others didn't know about this. It hadn't spread to the research institute, or it would be too outrageous. Xiao Jiang was quite quick. When she came to work the next day, she had already transferred Lu Tianxiang to the logistics department. At lunchtime, Zhang Shadong asked Zhang Li about it. When Zhang Li talked about it, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Tianxiang also offended manager Lu when he left, saying he wouldn't stay at that ridiculous place anymore. Unexpectedly, he was proven wrong so quickly and came back to work. Zhang Shadong also found it funny. She wondered how long Lu Tianxiang could endure. The old man had already gathered some initial evidence. It wouldn't be long before the truth was revealed. When that happens, neither of those two can escape. They will pay for what they did to the victims. In the past few days, Zhang Shadong didn't go to see Zheng Zhengwo, mainly to avoid alerting the enemy. When Zheng Zhengwo and Xie Shufang learned that Zhang Shadong had returned to the secretary department, they felt somewhat disappointed. They believed Zhang Shadong was not that kind of person, but they could understand her actions. Since Xiao Jiang can go back to work, that's a good thing. She can't just give up her job because of us. Xie Shufang looked at her husband. I haven't said much about it. I just feel uncomfortable inside. If she wants to go back, that's fine. The couple looked worried. Through this incident, Xie Shufang finally saw how cold and warm people can be. Since Zheng Jiangwo's accident, many people in the family compound had spoken behind her back. Those who used to flatter her now seemed to want to step on her. Even her siblings, after learning about Zheng Jiangwo's situation, had said all kinds of things. Everyone used to think she married well, and they would flatter her when they met. Now, even her own sister wanted to criticize her a little.
Shufang, I'm sorry.
If this can't be solved, it will mean more hardship for you and me. Xie Shufang glared at Zheng Jiangwo.
What are you talking about?
As husband and wife, we should share happiness and difficulties. Don't worry, I will stay with you all my life. Hearing this, Zheng Jiangwo felt genuinely touched. After work in the afternoon, Jiang Shutong took the bus home. When she arrived, she found a middle-aged man in the house. Looking closely, she remembered who he was. It was the teacher who had helped take care of her mother before. Wu Xiling saw her daughter come back and felt a bit awkward. Shutong, this is Teacher Li. Li Weihua stood up and greeted Jiang Shutong. Today I happened to pass by the research institute and thought I'd come to visit your mother. Sorry for bothering you. Teacher Li spoke gently and politely. His leg was fully healed now. Wu Xiling had taken care of him for a few months, and they got along quite well. Seeing this, Jiang Shutong naturally welcomed him warmly. Her mother didn't have many friends, and life hadn't been easy these years. Now, knowing someone like Teacher Li, it was nice to sit and chat sometimes. No trouble at all. It's good to get out and socialize. You two chat first. I'll go out and watch the kids. After saying that, Jiang Shutong smiled and left. Actually, Wu Xiling felt a bit awkward. She wasn't good at talking with men. But luckily, Li Weihua was easy to get along with, and they had quite a few common topics. You are now helping your daughter take care of the children, so I can't really poach someone. If you have free time in the future, you can continue working here, just help me with cooking and other chores. I will still pay you. After Wu Xiling left, Li Weihua still felt a bit uncomfortable. The children also suggested that they spend more money to bring Wu Xiling back. They couldn't always stay close to their father, so they felt uneasy. Mainly, they planned to hire another nanny for their father, but he refused and insisted on Wu Xiling. After Jiang Shutong left, she went straight to the next room. Gu Zhenan was teaching the youngest how to read ancient poems. Seeing Jiang Shutong come in, he quietly asked, "Are you still talking?" Jiang Shutong sat on the bed. "Yes, still talking." Gu Zhenan raised an eyebrow. "Do you think Teacher Li has feelings for our mom?" He understood men well, so he wasn't surprised. It was just a work relationship. Wu Xiling had only been a nanny at their house for a few months. Normally, once Wu Xiling quit, they wouldn't have contact anymore. But Li Weihua even visited her and bought her things, which was a bit strange. Jiang Shutong also thought this was possible. She had heard of many such stories before. An old man hires a nanny and over time, they develop feelings. Originally, the nanny was just there to help, but eventually they would go shopping and cook for each other every day. When people spend a lot of time together, especially the opposite, feelings can easily develop. Plus, Wu Xiling was a very kind person, gentle, caring, and virtuous. Except for Jiang Dehai, who was blind to her. Most men her age would like her. It could be possible, but I can't say for sure. Gu Zhenan thought for a moment. What do you think? If there's someone suitable, would you be willing for a mom to find another person? Wu Xiling was getting older now. Jiang Shutong was quite conflicted about this. On one hand, she felt Wu Xiling had suffered a lot in her marriage and might have to go through more pain if she found someone again. If she didn't look for anyone with her around, she would definitely take care of Wu Xiling in her old age. But how to say this, being alone all the time can be lonely. Everyone has emotional needs. Even if the children are good, when night comes and they lie in bed, they can still feel bored. How should I put it? If there's someone suitable, I would agree. Some people at 80 are still chasing love. And my mom isn't that old yet. If she wants to find someone, she can. Gu Zhenan smiled and said, "You are more open-minded." I agree with you. If the right opportunity comes, we can consider it. The two of them whispered for a while. Jiang Shutong went out to check and saw that Teacher Li was still there. Were they getting too carried away with their conversation? Little Third, biting his pencil, stared blankly at Gu Jinan. Dad, are we going to have a grandpa soon? Gu Jinan chuckled softly and gently tapped his forehead with his finger. Kids, don't be so curious. Don't go around spreading things. Little Third pouted and said, Dad is mean. Dad is bullying people. They stayed for over an hour before Li Weihua reluctantly left. Wu Xiuling felt a bit embarrassed when she came out. Seeing that her daughter and son-in-law said nothing, she finally relaxed. At this moment, Zhang Shadong and Gu Jinan didn't know that the Gu family had already fallen into chaos. Gu Hongwei was so worried about the recent events that, after leaving, he started investigating who spread the rumors. After asking around, he found out it was Zhou Xiaodai. Gu Hongwei found it hard to believe, but decided to confront her. Zhou Xiaodai didn't expect Gu Hongwei to be so capable, to find out so quickly that she was the one spreading the rumors. She was momentarily panicked. Brother, you really can't blame me for this. I didn't spread the rumors. It was my sister-in-law who told me. And I didn't spread it myself. She might have told others too. I wasn't the only one who knew. Please don't blame me. Gu Hongwei was completely stunned. He initially thought someone was deliberately spreading rumors to ruin his reputation and weaken the Gu family. But it turned out that it wasn't someone else, but Li Wenxiu who did it. Gu Hongwei was furious. The second branch had always been at odds with their main branch, and he couldn't get along with his second brother either. He had no choice but to ride his bike back home. When he arrived, Li Wenxiu had prepared soup and a table full of delicious food. Seeing Gu Hongwei, she smiled and called him over to eat. Gu Hongwei thought Li Wenxiu had finally come around these days and was no longer causing trouble. But it turned out she was feeling guilty. Hongwei, why are you just standing there? Come and eat. Li Wenxiu stepped forward to pull Gu Hongwei's sleeve, but instead, she was met with a loud slap. Gu Zhengdong and Gu Manman were stunned by what they saw. Li Wenxiu covered her face and looked at Gu Hongwei in disbelief. Hongwei, how could you hit me? Gu Hongwei's face turned pale. He pointed at Li Wenxiu, trembling with anger. Li Wenxiu, you did a bad thing. I thought this scandal was spread by someone else, but it turns out you told others. If it was just rumors from outsiders, I could understand. But you, my wife, spreading rumors about your own husband? Do you see what you're doing? Shadong is Nanzheng's wife. I am the father-in-law, and you are the mother-in-law. If you go around telling Zhou Xiaodai about this, do you think she's your good friend? You think you and she are good sisters-in-law? She would turn around and betray you. You're such a fool. Gu Hongwei scolded and paced back and forth anxiously. If he found out someone else was responsible, he wouldn't let them go easily, apologize, make amends, punish them. But after all this, it turned out his wife was the culprit. How did that happen? Whether she told others or not, she would be laughed at. Li Wenxiu's face turned pale, and she felt guilty. She didn't expect Gu Hongwei to find out so quickly, and she certainly didn't expect it was Zhou Xiaodai who spread the rumor. She had suspected she might have accidentally let something slip, but she never suspected her sister-in-law. It's all Zhou Xiaodai's fault. I was just venting and didn't mean anything. Who knew she would actually tell others? Gu Hongwei was even angrier. Our family is doing so well, but her family is full of chaos. They probably wish you would have a hard time. Can't you see that? Now the whole Gu family is embarrassed because of you. Are you satisfied? Now, even my colleagues at work know about this. How do you think they see me? Gu Zhengdong and Gu Manman stood nearby. Neither of them spoke up for Li Wenxiu. Usually, people wouldn't do such a thing unless they were out of their minds. Even Gu Manman, who is usually reckless, had never spread rumors like this. Could such a thing be said carelessly? Hongwei, I know I was wrong. I promise I won't talk nonsense again. It's just that you haven't been kind to me lately and I didn't feel secure, so I did this. Li Wenxiu softened her tone, realizing she had made a big mistake. Gu Hongwei looked at Li Wenxiu in front of him and wondered how he ended up marrying such a person. Actually, it might have been better to go on a blind date. Instead, he insisted on falling in love freely, and now he had married someone like her. If you keep acting like this, we shouldn't stay together. You should just move in with the boss's family. You, Wang Na, both are equally foolish. They had been together for half their lives, had children, and divorce was no longer an option. Li Wenxiu could be angry with him, but she couldn't ruin the family's reputation. What do you mean? Are you kicking me out? Li Wenxiu felt defeated and looked at Gu Hongwei with pleading eyes. I'm getting tired of this. I was thinking about divorce, but our children are grown now. If this gets out, it won't sound good. Let's just stay together for now. But I warn you, if there's a next time, even if it's embarrassing, I will divorce you. I can't let the Gu family fall apart because of you. You have no sense of being a mother. Zhang Nan still doesn't know about this. If he finds out, he'll be very upset. It's one thing if others spread rumors, but for your own mother to do so, I really don't understand what you're thinking. Not only did Gu Hongwei not know, but Gu Jingdong and others nearby also thought Li Wenxiu was seriously ill. At this moment, Li Wenxiu truly hated Zhou Xiaodai. She considered Zhou Xiaodai her good friend, but Zhou Xiaodai was just using her for her own benefit. Gu Hongwei was so angry that he didn't eat dinner that night. He wanted to vent but had nowhere to go, so he kept it inside. Later, the news still reached Jiang Shudong and Gu Jingnan's ears. The circle was small, and it couldn't be kept secret. When Jiang Shudong found out, she felt uncomfortable. She never expected that Li Wenxiu was even more bizarre than Wang Na. Her brain probably wasn't bigger than a walnut. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done such things. In the past 2 days, Jiang Shudong sent people to follow Lu Tianxiang, trying to gather some information from him. Lu Tianxiang had been in a bad mood these days. After work, he went out drinking heavily. Today, a friend invited him to join, so he went along. They went to a state-run restaurant. After a few drinks, Lu Tianxiang's tongue was numb. Looking at his good friend in front of him, he couldn't help but complain. Some people are just terrible, disloyal, and untrustworthy. Once they've done their part, they don't care about others' lives. Hearing Lu Tianxiang say this, the man across from him was curious and asked a few questions. Lu Tianxiang has been feeling very anxious lately and has no one to talk to. He thought that today his friend wasn't working at the factory, so he decided to share his thoughts quietly. He said, "Do you think he's reliable? I've never seen anyone handle things like this. He's really careless." The man on the other side was shocked and widened his eyes, surprised that Lu Tianxiang and his friends were so bold and capable of doing such things.